Hospital Porters, Pride and Dignity, Stop the New World Order, welcome to HPANWO TV and welcome to this, the 22nd comments to reply video. Now, this is a way I get to reply to your comments, which a lot of you seem to like. It seems to be very popular. Hang on a minute, I'll just readjust the camera. A lot of you enjoyed the way I reply to your comments in this manner, and to be honest, so do I. And it's much easier actually than writing comments to you, because I know that takes a long time, and well, this is a bit more fun anyway. Now, this video is going to be pretty long. It's hopefully won't be as long as the last comments reply video, but the comments reply videos tend to be the longest ones that I do. Now, you may think to yourself, okay, I don't want to listen to watch an entire 8-hour video just to have one comment answered on one video. Well, guess what? You don't have to, because what I'll do is I'll tag you. I'll put a little tag in the comments which I'm replying to with a timestamp, which rounds it off to the nearest half hour. So it will say I'm answering this comment in the first half hour segment, the second half hour segment, the third, etc., etc., etc. So the longest you're going to have to wait to watch to have your comment answered is just half an hour. That ain't so bad, is it? So that's what I'm going to do. So you will see tags appearing underneath the various comments that you've laid out, and I will answer them. So let us begin. Is Paul McCartney dead? This is one of my most popular videos, and Steve Stevenson says, you missed the opportunity to respond with they doctored photographs when the audience member pointed out that on Abbey Road Paul is the same height as the others. Right, well, several people have written to me explaining that I've Nick and I do not cover every point in the particular talk we did at the Beatles bookshop in Oxford, which that place is instantly closed, you may be wondering. Several people have said, oh yeah, what about this, what about this, what about this? And yes, I agree. We did miss out a few things. But this was only like, I think it was a 2-hour presentation. We didn't have time to go into everything. We will be doing other talks on this subject, so hopefully we'll bear in mind what you said here, Steve, and hopefully get back to you at a different time in a different video, and that we'll address these extra points. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, with or without what you're talking about, the case for Paul McCartney being dead, I think, is now, not to say foregone conclusion, is now irrefutable, I would say. Paul McCartney is dead. As you know, I was on the fence with this for a long time. I wrote an article saying maybe what if, etc. I've no doubt now Paul McCartney's dead. The man we today call Paul McCartney is not Paul McCartney. David James says, Ben, glad I've subscribed. Your interactive aspect is first rate. Here in America, I expect you'll be a big hit. Well, thank you, David. In fact, I'm going to just put a little comment. I'll give you a love heart there, and I'll also give a little comment here. I'll say thanks, David. So it sometimes takes a while to come through, simply because the page is very large, because I'm basically going through all the comments since the last video. Thanks, David. Much appreciated. There's a little comment there from a friend in the United States, so thank you very much, a viewer. So, Heidi, Heidi! Hi, Heidi TTFN. How are you, Heidi? Heidi TTFN is someone who has actually appeared on HPANWO Radio twice now. At the Glasgow UFO Truth, not the Glasgow UFO and Paranormal Conference, and the UFO Truth Conference. Bless you, hun. I see one comment, or rather I can't. Wonder who that's from. Haha, alright. That's Heidi, good old Heidi. You know who Heidi is, I'm sure. She's got her own channel, which is pretty good. She often records lots of interesting things, sky watching and other things, and interviews with interesting people. Okay, an outlaw in-law says, let's posted a link here on this is on the last comment. All these last 3 comments have been on the last comment reply video, just to let you know. That's reply to comments 21. So what has this person got to say here? Right, new drone legalization. Oh right, I see, yes. That's dating back to the time we were talking about the Gatwick and Heathrow drones, yes. Now Hugo Roon, hi Hugo, he has posted on Reply to Comments 21, Nexus magazine. Okay. Oh dear, poor little me. Re-Nexus magazine. I said nothing about being able to afford the magazine. Cost is not an issue. I said I stopped reading because it is utter tosh. Stop putting things out that were not said. I can easily afford a number of magazines if I wanted. Nexus is plain tosh. Re-Cabinet Cannabis. I was joking. Lol. Oh, sorry if I misunderstood you, Hugo. I'm sorry you feel Nexus is tosh. And I think Nexus is pretty good, actually. Oh, it's not everything in it I agree with. Certainly not. There's stuff in there I don't agree with. But generally speaking, it's a pretty good magazine, I would say. But if you don't, it doesn't gel with you, and you consider it tosh, obviously, you don't have to read it. But there are good things in there, including my ad for Roswell Rising. So let's carry on. Come on, let's go up a little bit. Oops. What's happening now? Alright. Jack Parker says on Reply to Comments 21. So it's just waiting for everything to happen here because it's running slowly. As I go through the video, this slowness will get better actually. Jack Parker says on Reply to Comments 21, I was looking for somewhere to comment and couldn't find anywhere. Not only did Donald Trump inspire that Coast Guard gentleman, he inspired all of them, as he said in campaigning. Maybe someone can use the Second Amendment right, you take care of Hillary, and they inferred her, following also those bleeding heart liberals, maybe in a more literal sense, unfortunately. Well, I think they twisted his words there, because the Second Amendment guys, as he described them, are campaigners for gun ownership, which is a fundamental part of the United States Constitution. He didn't actually tell people to go out and shoot Hillary Clinton. If he had done, I wouldn't have. Well, obviously, I'd have been taking immediate action. I'd have written a letter to the police straight away. Diane St. James Amos says underneath, shut the fuck up, dude. Really? Oh, Diane, thanks for the intellectual discussion there. And I think Jack Parker says something else on Reply to Comments 21, which is, I think, the same thing. When Donald Trump spoke inspiration for someone to use the Second Amendment right to take care of Hillary. However, misguided, I believe he was serious, and didn't seem to even gesture an action, at least reckless brevity. He got the ball rolling with that forearm smash to a protester being led out by one of his rallies. That was a criminal attack, yeah. His statement he would bail him out. So are you saying, Jack, sorry if I misunderstand, are you saying that he actually did mean that Hillary Clinton should be shot? And I'm not sure exactly what you mean there. And Jack says under here on the same video, typo, replace action with retraction. Oh right, okay. Gesture and a retraction. Oh right, didn't even seem to gesture a retraction. Okay, I get you. Something Donald Trump should do more often, correct his words. I'm not sure I follow you, but you say, however misguided, I believe he was serious. So you're saying that he did want to shoot Hillary, or he did say that Hillary should be shot. He did say she should be in jail, but it's a big difference between saying she should be in jail and saying that people should shoot her. And on the same video, Jack says, I must also say, along those lines, Donald Trump is inspiring a civil war with our eyes open as we watch. This comment cannot be misplaced anywhere in this country. Okay, so you are, I get you now, you are saying that Trump is inspiring violence. I'm not sure. I mean, you've got another problem. He's inspiring civil war. It's possible. It's possible, though, you know, that the ingredients for a civil war already exist. It's possible that, I'm sorry to say it, but such a thing might be unavoidable now, and maybe necessary. Jack Parker says, a serendipity success for the Russians, possibly Donald Trump reason for them hacking his win. Well, as you know, if you see the recent news, it's been proved that they didn't hack his win. They didn't. The Russians are actually not behind his election victory, despite various people claiming they were, Rachel Maddow and people like that. He carries on. Jack says, are they succeeding at dividing and conquering, apologising? But could Donald Trump himself be part of the plot? No. Jack, please, if you watch my video, Why 2016 Matters, I go into this in detail. I don't think Donald Trump is part of the plot. Donald Trump is somebody who has become US President who was never intended to be US President. And having him as US President is actually an extremely good thing. It shows that the agenda for the New World Order is in big trouble. And in that film, Why 2016 Matters, I explain why I think that. So do check that out. Right, Jack Parker says, in regards to the Illuminati, this is on the same video, they possibly being what is a hypnotised club that run amok, or hyperbolized club that run amok. They could get anyone in theory that they wanted, including royalty. Yeah, hyperbolized club that run amok. Are you talking the Illuminati of that? I don't know. Hyperbolized, I'm not sure what you mean by hyperbolized. Hyperbole is when you exaggerate things, or include something extra to boost an original point. That run amok. They could get anyone they want, including royalty. Now, the Illuminati, the origins of the Illuminati date back to the antediluvian world, to Atlantis and places like that. And don't laugh, those places do exist. And that's where it all comes from. Is not the most deleterious threat right before us in this world, a reactionary and always reactionary, making it possible that there would be a first strike of nuclear variety because of possibly a reckless leader. But I think expedient to all of us not to have this not happen. I think you mean not to have this happen. World destruction, fortunately or unfortunately. No one wants the world to be destroyed, absolutely not. As for a nuclear strike, I mean, I think there was an attempt for a nuclear strike on Hawaii, as I've explained in previous videos. This happened last year or the year before. But I'm still not sure exactly what you mean. The Illuminati being a hyperbolized club that ran amok. I don't know. Edwardian Lady says on reply to comments 21. Hi Edwardian Lady, how are you? My son went to a Steiner school and it was a lovely place. Oh, well done Edwardian Lady. You know, I think I'd have been happy at a Steiner school because I hated school. I loathed it. I was uneducatable. And it was like, I was a terrible pupil. I really was. And so I think I could have gone well there. But as I said, I mean, I've done in my video on Steiner schools, which is based on that talk that happened at Greenwich Skeptics, the pub. I think there's a lot of lies being told about them. Ravenhill, the Inquisitor 1968 says on reply to comments 21, thanks for replying to my comment about 5G, Ben. You're welcome, Ravenhill. If you've got anything else to say about 5G, do let me know, because I'm always interested in it and always worried about it. Right, Jack Parker says on reply to comments 21. Warning, I must again address the Sue dilemma. Sue, do you mean Sue Astain, my ex-partner? Did I say something there I didn't want to? I don't know. Surely it was ultimately her flippant decision, but quite possibly it would never have been pulled off if you had not asked. It would never have been pulled if you had not asked. I have to reiterate, with just a smile and support of her emotional dilemma, possibly totally not involving you. She could have been having some kind of health or hormonal disorder. She could have been despondent. Again, careful not to bring up these words, but she could have been suicidal. What she needs is a smile and emotional support. Someone we have cared about is someone we never stop caring about. It's not a board game life. Forget the rules. Expect the pain. It subsides with courage. Well, the last part I agree with totally. As for hormonal disorder, I mean, she did. Well, she had the change, the menopause. She's quite a bit older than me, and it gave her some trouble. I loved her, as I said. I thought she was beautiful, but she bothered her a bit, and she had the menopause. But that was like a few years earlier. I don't really want, Jack. I mean, maybe I said something in the last comments reply video I really shouldn't have, but I'm not in a position to say what happened between me and Sue, except that it was a terrible, heartbreaking thing that I went through. And I think she, maybe over time, must have realised what happened, and maybe she regrets it. I don't know. But I can never trust her again. I can never go back to her. I'm trying to put it behind me, and I don't really want to say what happened because I've said before it's not fair. It's just not fair. reply to comments 21. Darren Retro said, can you make it so that HPANWO Radio is available on iTunes? I found a feed that works, but all the shows are over 2 years old. My podcatcher can't get access to Spreaker. Alright, I see. Now, several people have said that they're having problems accessing it on Spreaker. Now, you realise on Spreaker you can download as well as simply listen. You can download it as an MP3. Just click the button and it downloads as an MP3. It's completely free, and that's it. Maybe you could try that, but I know several people have said they're a bit concerned about this. I'll see if I can get it on iTunes. I did put some old shows on iTunes actually, and I know the old CMR shows. Some of them are still on iTunes, so I'll see what I can do. Okay, Darren, but sorry you're having trouble there. But do try downloading as well as your podcatcher can't get access to Spreaker. Does that mean you can't open the page? In which case, I'll tell you what. Send me an email. I can send you the MP3 files by file share if you prefer. Neptune Returns. Hello, Neptune Returns. How are you? Says on reply to comments 21. Is that your porn stash behind your bed? What? Oh, what porn stash? No. Obviously, this must be on the last video. Funny, I've got a bag sitting on my bed. That's got some presents in from my friends in Newcastle. Oh dear. I should really focus more on getting good set dressing, shouldn't I? I don't have a porn stash behind my bed. No. And don't ask me what's in the bucket again, please. Anyway, reply to comments 21. Friend, I hope you received this message. I wasn't trying to insult or bring you down. You seem to be a total gentleman. I'm sending you luck, success, and nothing but happiness. I can tell you have a good heart, good life. Changing events are coming your way. Well, tatties and eggs, thank you very much. Now, I don't actually know what you're referring to when there is insult and bring you down. It's possible you said something that I was upset by or something, and I said something back. I don't know. I'm afraid I don't remember. But thank you. I appreciate you apologising if that's the case, and if I was in the wrong, or if you were in the wrong and I was in the right. I appreciate you apologising. I'm not the type to bear grudges when people do apologise, just let you know. There's not much I can't forgive for someone who says that, you know. It's, Anyway, reply to comments 21. Neptune Returns says... Let me just put in the tag. I love that reply to the troll, anorexic prick, mega lulz. Oh yes, whenever someone calls me, this was someone who called me fat, so I said he was an anorexic prick. I said he was so thin, every time he bends over, his arse looks like a polo mint between two razor blades. Jorge Rodriguez, oh blimey. The reason you don't want to reply to that person that you think is a troll, because you want to believe some of this bullshit. No, Jorge. I do reply to people, and indeed you and I have had some discussions on Facebook, haven't we? If you're the person I think you are, about a certain doctor somebody, yeah. And I'm quite happy to answer any question you ask me in a polite and civil and professional manner. The reason I don't want to reply to the person because they're a troll is because they're rude to me in some way, and that's the only reason. And Neptune Returns very wisely says that's bullshit underneath, and Neptune Returns is absolutely right. Jorge, you're talking bullshit. And Jorge Rodriguez says, hello, I'm sorry you feel this way. And Neptune Returns, all right. Ah, Charles Declassified. Oh, right, here we are. So I'm just checking. I don't think the alarm will go off when it reaches the 30-minute mark. I'm actually using the egg timer on my phone now. Charles Declassified says, well, Ben. So here we are again. We just keep going round these little dainty circles, don't we? So you think I'm funny, do you? Funny how? You mean funny like a clown? I'm here to amuse you, is that it? How am I funny? What the fuck is so funny about me? I am Charles of the Illuminati. Charles, psychic warrior, super soldier, gangster extraordinaire and assassin to the elite. And now you may wish to bury your head in an ostrich. But we of the Illuminati do not play games. Oh, and Atticus was not me. He was a failed clone who escaped from the lab, and we had to deal with him because he wasn't up to the job. We deal with him. So Ben, keep your nose zipped, keep your ears clean, and keep your eyes buttoned. Because I would hate to see you catch a cold, know what I mean? Oh, Charles. Oh. You never let it go, do you, mate? You never let it go. Jam Noise 72i. Hello, my soul sister. How are you? You're getting a love heart. Love how you dealt with all the trolls, fucking skinny pricks. Oh yeah. So a lot of I'm glad people appreciate that. I'll tell you what, you trolls. Everyone who wants to call me fat and bald and all these sort of things, bring it on, because it gives me a chance to make a really good. It gives me a chance to make a really good joke. And Jam Noise also says, by the way, it's your expression on your face that makes you look like a pirate. Oh yeah, I was going like this. I was going like this, wasn't I? I was going. Oh, that's the passport video. Yeah, that's the passport. The title page on the and the thumbnail on the passport video. Steve071 says on reply to comments 21. It took me a whole day, but I got through the video. Now I'm ready for you to break the 7-hour barrier. Oh my god, could I do it? not this time. I've actually left slightly less time since it's actually it was late. Let's have a look. When was it? Yeah, it was the 23rd of February was the last comments reply video, which means it's not quite. Last time I let it go a bit longer. So this video hopefully will be a bit less, a bit slower. Although I'm not going to push myself too hard. I'm going to maybe do it over 2 days if I have to. So I'll take a break and then carry on with it maybe tomorrow or something. Because you know, you may notice by the end of the last video I was flagging a bit, wasn't I? You could see I was tired. So I may do it maybe over 2 days or something. Because I've got no other videos to make for a while, not probably till the weekend. I've got some good ideas for some new videos though, I should mention. And of course, as I've said before, I have a lot in the can which I haven't edited yet. NN says, so anyway, thank you, Steve. I should point out that a lot of you, I know, a lot of you actually do watch the entire video. Even though even though you have the comments tag, you actually do watch the entire video and you gain some entertainment from it. So I really appreciate those who do that. NN says on Crash of the Lizard Prince, great stuff. I'll put thanks, NN. I don't like if someone's just saying, oh, thanks, great stuff or something, you know. I don't like putting a tag for that. I just put in a brief appreciation. Thanks, NN. So I just put like a brief appreciation thing there for them, you know. So I'll give him a thumbs up as well. There we go. All right. Adam van der Fox says, when I have a passport. Nice one, Ben. I'll put it here. Thanks, Adam. There we are. So thanks. No doubt there will be some trolls coming. I'm sure. In fact, Adam. Oh, misspelled Adam. That's it. Right then, the Big Scottish Midge says, what a name is that? Don't suck my blood, please. On reply to comments 21. I'll put in a little tag there. I don't always agree, but I enjoy your content. Tell the trolls to fuck right off. Slagging people off from behind the keyboard is brave, in the word of my homeland, for this is shitebag. At least you're doing what you enjoy, Ben. Well, thank you, Big Scottish Midge. Much appreciated. And you're absolutely right. That's exactly what I do to the trolls. I don't know if you've seen my video confronting Droik, but please do watch that, because it just illustrates exactly what you're saying about the trolls. They have what Larry Warren calls internet balls, which means they just mouth off online, and they shrink like violets when it comes to real world confrontation. So check that video out, Big Scottish Midge, if you haven't already. The Apollo Detectives, right, a new one. This is William Mann. I suspect that's when someone has such an ordinary name, I suspect it's not their real name, but anyway. The Apollo Detectives. William Mann says, wow! I am still amazed how Mr. Allen and Canadian Mr. Embarrassment Henderson suck in so many what? Gobstoppers? Cans of Coke? I don't know. They claim an expertise they show so often that they do not have. Everything, and I mean everything, they claim as a hoax and fake can so easily be shot down by anyone that knows the tech. They do not. Well, William, you're not really providing an argument here, are you? You're actually you're saying how you disagree. There's some rhetoric here, Canadian Mr. Embarrassment Henderson, and things like that. But of course, you're not actually presenting a case, are you? At least Steve Mumbling, at least he actually explains why he thinks people are wrong. Oh, here's an old one. Jeanette Loveridge says on Is Drummer Lee Rigby Ogilvy? That's quite an old comment I did there from the killing of Lee Rigby. Don't be upset over the death of a CGI. Well, I am going to be upset because I know I've heard people say Lee Rigby never existed. Indeed, the premise of the video was the question I was asking in the video whether he is essentially a fictional character. I found out later on he's not. He did exist. Now, this doesn't mean he was killed the way we're told he was killed. That is, by these two guys in the street. My guess is somebody kidnapped him. They dragged him off. They dragged him away somewhere and shot him. That's my guess. And I am sad about that. He's an innocent guy who was murdered for the sake of producing government propaganda, and that is something to be sad about. I hope the truth comes out about him someday. I really do. I hope the truth comes out so that he can get justice, real justice. Right, is David Icke evil? Darren Retro says on this video. Oops, what's happening? Sorry, the page is playing silly buggers again. Alright, we'll do that for a while. It'll stop soon. Can you make it so Alright, he's asking about HPANWO Radio again. Yeah, about iTunes. As I've said, Darren, I answered that on the previous video. I will try and see what I can do. But like I said, email me, bennyj74@gmx.co.uk, and that email is on the HPANWO Radio blog. And I will be happy to share with you the MP3 files, which I have copies of. It's completely free. I will distribute them to anyone who wants them. What is it about Spreaker that people have had trouble with? Right, is David Icke evil? BJO Susie says, this is a new video now, when someone is onto something about the elite, reptilian, Luciferian, Agenda 21, last NWO, they start coming after that person and destroy their precious livelihood. Yes, precisely. That is why David Icke has had so much trouble over the years in many, many different ways. What's happening to him today is actually very similar to what's happened to him since he came out of the conspiratorial closet in the early 90s. It comes and goes in waves, it ebbs and flows, but it's the same thing every time. The same talking points, anti-Semitic, blah, 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 blah. So Susie, you hit the nail on the head there. Okay, we have a conversation here. Oh, right, this is on Dear David Icke Evil. We have a comment from an Australian, Susan Hayward Tomkin. Hi, Sue. Hi, Susan. How are you? Hope you're doing all right. I just messaged that Josh Burns on Facebook and asked him why he made up a story about David. He answered me saying he did nothing. He did not say anything about David and asked me how the tickets were. I also messaged David Coleman and asked why he had banned David. Told him he owed me the cost of my ticket and that David was not going to talk about climate change, Zionism, etc. So let him back in or pay up. No answer has come from him. Oh, Susan, you're getting a love heart for that. Thank you so much. I'm sure David appreciates that too. You know, I know you plenty of you Aussies, you really fight for that guy, and I know how much you wanted to see him, and I know there's a big petition. I signed it too, but of course I'm not Australian. It means a lot more to me when people do that. I mean, my brother is technically an Australian because he's naturalised, but he unfortunately is not a fan of David. But really well done. I'm really sorry this happened. I know David will be back, and I hope you do get a refund, of course. And David's not going to let this stop him. And thanks to people like you who support him, I think he will always know that he has that backup. Moonquake says underneath, that's because they're a couple of dickheads. Yes, they are. They should be ashamed of themselves. All that stuff about David Icke is a threat to the Australian community. What do you mean? He's been to Australia 10 times in the past. Oh, it's time to change the tag. Right. Thank you very much. Right. Okay, so I'm going to change the tag. Let me just reset this. So it's the 000 and press play. And the countdown begins. Yes, like an egg timer. So thank you very much. Moonquake, you're absolutely right. And Susan says underneath, oh, someone called Inside, Outside, Upside Down says underneath there, answering to Susan, that's what you should have expected and it's proof enough for you. Yes, absolutely. Thank you guys. Thank you, Susan. Mwah. And David, I say, David has been to Australia 10 times. He's never hurt one hair on a kangaroo's head. And suddenly he's a threat to the community. Absolute rubbish. He's down politicians in Canberra. These people are a threat to the community. Is David Icke evil? Here again. How-to videos says, lol at the thumbnail. Oh, right. That picture. It's actually, I use it in the end titles as well. That picture is one that I made a few years ago. I wasn't drunk. I was sober at the time. I was actually dressing up for a Halloween party. This was around about, I think about 2008, I think. And I decided to dress up as David Icke. And my daughter was dressing up, and all her friends came round with costumes. She had a costume, and I decided to dress up as David Icke. And the following year, I dressed up as a reptilian. I've got photos of that too. I'll see if I can get hold of them for you. But if you notice, I've got face makeup on, including David's beauty spot on his cheek. And Louisa did that, my daughter. And she was only like about 10 at the time. It was wonderful. Same video, Ravenhill the Inquisitor says, I don't know what to think about David Icke. Some of the things he says really wind me up because he does a lot of scaremongering and doesn't dedicate enough time to providing answers to things. Well, you know, I don't know. I don't think he scaremongers. I think his work generally is pretty positive. When it comes to sort of the optimism pessimism scale, I think he's quite high on the optimism side. Doesn't mean he doesn't deliver a lot of scary stuff, obviously, but and he's true. I mean, he does provide more questions than answers, but sometimes it's hard to find answers in this business. It is difficult to find solid answers to the various things that happen. But I mean, obviously, I do see your point here, but it's not something for me that winds me up, Ravenhill. But anyway, Pepe the Frog says, "Is David Icke evil?" No, sorry, that's the video. Is David Icke evil? And Pepe the Frog says, "Hail Keck." Pepe. He says David is a legend. Yes, he is, Pepe. And Carmichael says he's a gatekeeper. Paul Welsh says, Carmichael, that's right, they sent him out. They set him out in the 1990s to stop the overgrowing awakening that was happening at the time. Carmichael says, keep drinking the Kool-Aid. Ike won't tell you the truth of World War II. Oh, goodness me. Well, Carmichael, I've done a video about the World War II with the help of Nick Colostrum. But Paul Welsh, and this idea that people are shills. Now, do you actually think this is original? I've done a video called The Shill Squad. I've done two videos called The Shill Squad, actually. One's called The Shill Squad. The second one's called The Shill Squad 2, Ben Fellows. Do you realise that these accusations of shillhood are virtually universal now? In fact, I brought this up in... which video? I think it was actually the last live stream I did. This has got to stop. This ordeal by a hashtag thing has to stop. We need some kind of tribunal system for sorting these things out, because it's just getting crazy. I mean, oh, he's a gatekeeper, he's a shill. Do you realise everybody has been called that? I've been called that. I don't think David Icke was not put out in 1990 to stop the growing awakening. And that's, oh, dearie me. Anyway, Anthony Morn says, that's some mullet, Ben. On David Icke evil. FuckTheNewWorldOrder.com. Is that a website? It sounds like a good website to me. Oh, yeah. Well done. I'm just going to click it, actually. Oh, it's actually not a real website. But thanks, Anthony. Yeah, you should set up a website called that. And Tom Jones is also laughing at the thumbnail. The thumbnail, if you watch it, you'll see that picture actually at the end of the video. It's on the end titles of the... Oh, do you know what I've bloody gone undone? I haven't changed the damn tag. Oh, shit. Excuse me a moment. I need to edit this. Bloody hell, hang on. That's this one. Oh, second. It's the second half hour. Bloody... Sorry. Come on. I didn't change over the tag. Okay. Let me just. Sorry, I got a little bit of an emergency here to deal with. One moment, please. Nothing's happening. Okay. After all that fuss I made about getting the tags right. Nothing's happening. Alright, I'm about 6 minutes over. Shit, damn it. Oh, hang on, how far back do I have to go? One moment. Oh dear, hang on. Oh, I'm about 6 minutes over. Alright, and the damn thing's not actually responding. I don't know what to do. Okay, I'm trying to edit it. Hang on. Action menu, edit. So it's my fault. It's completely my fault. We know, Ben. Okay. The second half hour. Okay, so copy, save. I think I'll go back about, I don't know how many videos. I don't know how bloody things I've got to go back. Do you remember what I was talking about at the time? This is me being an idiot. Sorry. Anyway, I'll go back a bit. Here we go. Second half hour period. I think. Okay, that's. I'm going to make an estimate of where I got to, and I won't make this mistake again. I'm sorry. I was using the same bloody tag. Fool that I am. Right. I think. What was I doing? It was someone was talking about scaremongering and things, and I sort of like said, okay. 1 second ago, one second, 4 minutes. All right, here we go. 4 minutes ago. 1 second ago. Oh, hang on. Going back. Yeah, I think I've reached there now. There was a comment that says 4, and I'm only like about 4 minutes over. Yeah, I think it was while I was addressing Susan. So Susan's sort of borderline. When she was talking about, I think that's right. Okay, I think that's correct. Okay, I'm going to carry on. Right, we've got a conversation here. This is, which video is this on? Oh, it's on David Icke. This is David Icke Evil. And Neil Desperandum kicks it off. Oh, right. Oh, actually, no, he doesn't. Where are we? Yes, he does. Hang on. Neil Desperandum says, these leftist groups have been trying to hinder Icke for many years. Their argument is when he says shape-shifting reptiles, international bankers, he really means Jews. These people in a delusional cult themselves rapidly obsessed by identity politics. Well, precisely, yes. E-Man says, I haven't got any evidence, but I bet money that Jewish groups played a large part in getting Icke's visa revoked. Well, you don't have to bet any money because there is evidence. In fact, the the Council of Australian Jewry admits quite openly that they put pressure on Coleman, the immigration minister, to ban David, and they are allegedly a Jewish welfare organisation, although as a matter of fact they're just completely in the pocket of the Zionists. And as I said, Jews and Zionists are two different things. And Neil Desperate said groups like the ADL. So what I'm saying is E-Man is completely and utterly provable. And E-Man mentions hope not hate. Yeah, so another of these groups that they're also behind the banning of David Icke, as I explained in the video. They're a completely independent group, but they get a lot of taxpayers' money, I believe. I think they are funded by taxpayers' money. And that's how they do it. Anyway, some kind of debate breaks out here. Hang on. Neil Desperandum. Now, leftist groups like Hope on Name. Neil says, I'm pro-Israel in terms of a homeland for the Jews. That might make me a Zionist. Well, I don't think, you see, the modern Israeli state, see, as far as a homeland for the Jews goes, Neil. I'm in favour of a homeland for Sephardic Jews, but the problem is the name of that homeland is not Israel, it's Palestine. Palestine before 1947 was a Jewish homeland. There were kibbutzim, there were synagogues, there were all these things there, and you know what? They got on quite well with the Muslims because they didn't impinge on each other's territory. Blah blah blah. A lot of Muslims in the Middle East want to see Israel destroyed. And Neil says this, and then Iman says, I think that ordinary Jews are the victims of all this, but to only extent do I think they're the blameless victims. No, well, Jews as a people and as a culture are blameless. They are blameless. As I've explained in my video, Jews themselves have nothing to do with the New World Order. Jews are completely innocent. And there's someone called BZ Garson gets in. Eman, if you haven't got any evidence, then why even make the claim? Just your bias and prejudice. Go on, lunacy. No, but BZ, for your information, whether Eman presents it or not, there is evidence. In fact, there's more than evidence. The Council of Australian Jewry has said quite clearly that they are the ones who got David Icke banned. And Hope Not Hate, a British organisation, has been on part of it as well. So BZ, Eman hasn't presented any evidence, no, but the evidence is there. And Eman responds here. And BZ Garson, Eman get into a... Alright, I can actually answer BZ's question here, okay? BZ says, okay, point me to a David Icke video that deals specifically with his Australia ban, where he quite literally, in the title of the video, provides evidence and backs up your assertion that Jewish groups played a large part in getting David Icke's visa revoked. BZ, please do check out the details. The Council of Australian Jewry. In fact, I explained this in the video. It's a guy at the Council of Australian Jewry put pressure on the David Coleman, the immigration minister, and Coleman caved in and banned David Icke. Okay, that is the evidence you need, and it's not like we're contesting something controversial. The Council of Australian Jewry are quite open and quite proud of the fact they got David Icke banned, and they're boasting about it. And of course, the Council of Australia is like the ADL, the Anti-Defamation League. They claim to be a Jewish welfare group. They're simply in the pocket of Mossad and other Israeli organisations. Is it treason? Says on on his David Icke evil. Oh, come on, what's happening here? Okay, My Awakening, David Icke, Eric von Daniken, Graham Hancock, and many in between. Well, you know, that's interesting. Is it treason? That's interesting. David Icke was very influential on me. Graham Hancock too. Eric von Daniken is someone I actually read when I was a kid. One of his libraries was one of his books was in the school library. And it says is it treason goes on. The UFO side seems so divisive, so just trust my gut on who is bullshitting. So to be here means we all want answers. Yeah, we do. As for trusting your gut, well, I don't know. It's what's the evidence say? That's the question as well. I had mad experience, including Black Eyed Kid and Larry Warren a few years back, and it haunts me still. Ben, keep up the good work. Your common sense on these matters is admirable. Well, thank you. Is it treason? You had experiences with a Black Eyed Kid. A mad experience, including a Black Eyed Kid and Larry Warren. I'm not sure what you mean there. I mean, Black Eyed Kids are an interesting phenomenon, like a paranormal phenomenon. Larry Warren is a UFO witness. Did you meet Larry Warren? There was a Black Eyed Kid behind him or something? I don't know. So I don't know what you mean, but sounds interesting. Neptune Returns says, Ben, can you do us a favour? Can you talk in that Guardian accent all the time? It makes you sound right on and very caring for humanity. And BZ Garson says, no, it makes him sound like a prat. Well, someone actually put in the comments box. I haven't answered the question yet, but it makes me sound like Neil from The Young Ones, you know, Nigel Planer's character, and it does a bit actually. I've got to work on that Guardian voice slightly. Right. Oh, Adam Vander Fox says is David Icke evil? Ha! I love your David Icke look, Ben. Bless you. Oh, thank you, Adam. Much appreciated. I'll give you a big love heart there. Thank you very much. Videos from the Underground says on his David Icke evil. Right. when people use the term fascism, they should look up Mussolini's definition of the word as the definitive meaning. The term's meaning has been altered by too many rabid, mindless, glib politicos with agenda and throwing the word about like some kind of poisonous accusation while not knowing the meaning. That's true. That's absolutely true. The term fascism is actually anachronistic. It's like people say Nazi when they mean somebody on the right wing they don't agree with. There's no such thing as a Nazi in the modern world. A Nazi is a member of the National Socialist German Workers' Party, which is an organisation that doesn't exist anymore and hasn't existed since 1945. A fascist is pretty similar. A fascist is someone from the early 20th century who is essentially part of a kind of an anti-communist nationalist movement, which was started by Mussolini. And it's generally... but people say the word fascist now. There are no fascists in the world now. There are the alt-right, there's National Socialists, neo-Nazis, National Socialists and people like that. But the term fascist is misused quite a lot. It's funnily enough, I had a meeting. I actually had a meeting with Nick Colostrum on last weekend. I actually had a little personal social meeting with him at the weekend, and we were talking about this. We were talking about the use of words and about how they're misused. The word Semitic is misused because it's a language group, Semitic. Semitic simply means people who speak Semitic languages, which includes people who speak colloquial Hebrew and Aramaic, but also Arabic is a Semitic language. Arabic and Hebrew are very closely related. Many of the words are the same, like shalom and salam. They both mean peace. Ben and bin, I think they both mean son, etc., etc. And people make the same mistake over Celtic. People say the word Celtic, especially Britain, and they think it means like a particular race of people or a particular culture, which dates back to ancient times. It actually doesn't. It means countries. It means countries, the culture of countries where Celtic languages are spoken. So, like Welsh is where I come from. I mean, if you want to say, well, who's racially Celts? Well, everyone in Britain, in the British Isles, is racially Celtic. Most people in Europe have descended from Celtic people. But it's only what's left of the Celtic culture basically is languages descended from their languages. And again, so that's another misuse of a word. Videos from the Underground says is David Icke evil? I'm just going to right. David Icke got a download in Peru when he was compelled to travel there. He stopped. That's right. He stopped at the famous ruin, and he talks about the. Yeah, he talks about the Silustani thing. I'm sure you're familiar with that. And Videos from the Underground talks about that. The incident where he got this download in Peru, this amazing experience in Peru. And source from an unknown source. Well, it's David Icke talks about this himself. Regina Meredith interviewed him in a restaurant, and that's how I heard about him. Yeah, that's I liked her series actually. It was very good. They were in this place in Winchester. I think it was a pub restaurant, and she said it's a bit bumpy in there. You can actually hear people in the background. He said he was told it will all be over when the rain comes, and it was. This is what set him off on his one-man crusade, and he hasn't stopped yet. Jordan Maxwell has some stories like this on paranormal experiences. Yeah, Jordan does actually. Jordan's very interesting as well. Thankfully, we have people like these three who are contributing greatly to our awareness and our sense of purpose. Yes, I really like all of them. They're all, and by three, I suppose you mean Regina as well, because yeah, they're all really nice. They're all really good people, and that was actually very good. What's the name of her series? Regina Meredith. I can't remember. Hang on a minute. Regina Meredith is Gaia. She's on Gaia TV now. Yeah, but she used to have this series. Let me just find. Sorry, my curiosity is aroused. David Icke. Here we go. Right, Rising Above the Dark Forces. Blah de blah de blah. Videos. I can't remember what it was. It all used to be on Google Video in the pre-YouTube days, but I remember it very well. I think it was this one. Sorry, I know you can't see what I'm doing here. I'm indulging myself now. No, it's not. No, it's a more recent one. It was a very good one anyway. You can find it anyway. But thanks, Video for the Underground. I'm glad you enjoyed that. David is on the same video is David Icke Evil. Neptune Returns says The Guardian is a Mossad operation. I got the biggest secret when it came out and it blew my mind. Yeah, me too, Neptune. I bought a few other books but gave up years ago. Around the Wogan time, Icke was interviewed on Irish television, and for some weird reason, I cassette taped it off the TV. Oh, really? There was something about Icke at that time that I found interesting. He just appealed to me as someone who hated authority. Nowadays, I occasionally watch his videos, but I'm not an Ickean. He's changed a lot of people's lives for the best, methinks. Yes, me too. I'll give him a thumbs up there. You're right, Neptune, me too. And Inside, Outside, Upside Down says, Mossad and its agents work in many and varied ways. It's a threat to the whole world. Yes, true. Now, Neptune, have you got the videotape still? Because you said you cassette taped it. With a VHS, I presume you mean. Back on in the Wogan times. This is in the 90s when you used to have to actually put a VHS tape into the tape. You have to record it yourself at home. If this is before iPlayer and stuff like that. Is there any chance you could, I don't know, transfer it and upload it or something, or send me it? Because I'd be interested to see that. David Icke on Irish TV. Daz a Star. Hi, Daz. How are you? On Is David Icke Evil? The only way in which could be argued that he is evil is if he knowingly and willingly presents information in which he knows it's not the truth, and as he knows it. That is an evil thing to do. That is, to quote the Bible, thou shalt not bear false witness. But I don't think David does that. I mean, I don't think he may do that. I mean, I don't think he's done it in a serious sense. I mean, has anyone never told a lie? I have. He's not perfect, certainly. Steve071 says on the same video, the lying liberty takers should be ashamed of their actions. Yes, they'll be on their backs now, waiting for someone to tickle their tummies. God, yes, they will. It's awful the way. It's awful the way this Coleman guy just caved in like that. He just immediately did what this organisation told him to. But banning a completely harmless man because a bunch of bloody idiots, and bigots didn't want him there. Barbara Whittle. Hi, Barbara. She says on the same video, the paedophilia, supposedly in their minds, elitists in Australia are trying to censor all and any voices who call them out. That's true. Absolutely true. Roger Barker, hi, on the same video says, nice pic, Ben. That's it. As I said, I use it as the thumbnail, but also if you wait to the end of the video, I use that picture in the end titles. And Barbara Whittle gives me just a thumbs up there. Thank you. Right, same video. Nicholas Charnley says, you don't feel the flack until you're over the target, eh? Yep, exactly. The more aggravation you get, it's a good sign. You should be pleased about it. Neptune Returns says on reply to comments 21, your second camera has much better picture quality, but the audio quality isn't as good. It's too high end, no bass, has slight distortion. Just telling you if you're ever going to film Justin Bieber in concert. Oh, I'm not like, I don't think I'd ever go and see Justin Bieber in concert. I agree with Alex Jones about Justin Bieber. I think that little soy-fed gimp is going to be singing to himself pretty soon because no one's going to bother going to see him. But anyway, I'm using the old camera at the moment, the old Sony camcorder, which I do prefer for these comments reply videos just because of the slightly smaller frame, less comments about the yellow bucket and things like that. And I do prefer the sound actually, which is perhaps better for this particular video. Right, Akash G says on Is David Icke Evil? And by the way, Neptune Returns comment was on reply to comments 21. Yes, he is a liar. David Icke is a Freemason and pushes the one world religion. He has been exposed as a fraud time and time again. Can you learn something? Yes, but do your own thinking. He looks like a reptile. Look at those claws. He's admitted to his links to masonry. Check out Constantine and the Scariest Movie YouTube channel, and they expose him as controlled opposition figure that he is. Also see Pie and Mash Films and Easy 17. Brian Harvey for the fraud he's doing to all his victims. I bet Icke is an art of the whole satanic overlords of Bohemian Grove. Deary me, and like the claws you're talking about in his hands, which are deformed because of rheumatoid arthritis. He's not a Freemason. I don't know where he's ever admitted links to being a Freemason. I've seen Constantine. I think it's a good movie. The scariest movie at YouTube channel I've not seen, but I'll check that out. But when you say someone exposes someone as controlled opposition, right? This usually means they're just ranting and raving, blithering around, using lots of rhetoric and no argument. As I said, we need a tribunal system for this sort of thing, because it's just getting ridiculous. It's just absolutely ridiculous. Oh, he's a shill. He's a shill. He's this. He's that. Oh, yeah, everybody's a shill. You know, it's juvenile. It's childish. This is medieval justice. We need something a bit more modern. Pie and Mash Films. Oh, that's old. I like him. What's his name? Yeah, Pie and Mash Films. The child abuse guy. Yeah, I like that guy. And and Brian Harvey. Yeah, I've got a lot of respect for Brian Harvey. And are you saying that Brian Harvey and the other guy, whose name will come to me in a minute, are frauds? Oh, dearie me. Oh, come on, pack it in, come on. Let's just stop all this. I mean, I know the kind of YouTube channel you're talking about is someone just sits there and goes on and on and on about everyone in the truth movement he doesn't like and everyone he thinks is a shell. I'm tired of those kinds of channels. I'm tired of those kinds of videos. I'm tired of these self-appointed truth policemen who just go around saying everybody's a shill except me. And here's why. And they provide no evidence at all. They accuse these people without any evidence. It's Bill Maloney of Pie and Mash Films. I can't believe I forgot his name. I've met him. I've spoken to him loads of times. I like Bill Maloney. I like Brian Harvey. There's no evidence that they're anything other than they appear to be. And I'm tired of people who just say otherwise without any reason, without any form of argument at all. So Akash G, please do go and watch my films, The Shill Squad and The Shill Squad 2, alright? Oh, and Akash G has commented again on Is David Icke Evil? My God, what's that? Let's just see what they've got to say now. I bet you haven't read this yet. I bet they're going to call me a shill now, aren't they? What the fuck? Your voice when reading sarcastically sounds very gay. Some of these conspiracies are real, but don't be a victim of YouTube conspiracy psychosis. Don't be a YouTube conspiracy psychosis. A guy who says Bill Maloney, Brian Harvey, David Icke's a Freemason. You're accusing me of having conspiracy psychosis, are you? Look in the mirror. And what do you mean my voice sounds gay? Doesn't sound gay at all. Oh, dear me. The reptile, David Icke's a reptile because he has these weird shaped hands. He's got rheumatoid arthritis, you bloody idiot. Oh, please, give me a break. Same video. Chris Best says, please see the big picture. This helps him prove his point. We are not free, never have been. I will join any protest about this ban. I have Jewish grandparents, and I've read miles of history. Guesses. When you steal a country, the generations in the future pay. Right, I see what you mean. Oh, Chris, well, you see, I'm glad you yourself have Jewish roots, and you understand that David Icke is not an enemy of the Jews. He's never said that Jews are behind the New World Order. It's all utter lies from start to finish. Anyway, so thank you very much for that. Okay. Jorge Rodriguez says, Is David Icke evil? Please keep David Icke in England. We don't need any more bullshit. Really? Alright. And Harvinder Risharaj says, we? Question mark. Now, Risharaj, I know someone who has the same surname as that, who's a friend of mine. So, Harvinder, are you related to the person I'm thinking of? In which case, thank you. Thank you for commenting and taking up Rodriguez. Because you think you don't need any more bullshit, Jorge, but David Icke is not talking bullshit. He's correct, I believe. Angry Chapaz says on Is David Icke Evil? They are only conspiracy theories until they are proven to be correct. That's true. A lot of history is conspiracy theory told in retrospect. And Michael Duffy says, very true, it is only somebody's theory, nobody knows. Yeah, I mean, for instance, the Watergate scandal, things like that, that was a conspiracy theory before it was proven true. There are many, many others. The Hillsborough disaster, that was a conspiracy theory before it was proven true. I mean, just Google conspiracy theories proven true, and you'll see that. You'll see that very thing. Simon Vance says, the irony of these people putting Icke down is that David Icke is the least evil person on earth. Like you, I've moved on from Icke in certain areas, although I still love listening to him. But he will always... Oh! Right, time to change the tag. Right, just been that now. Just go back again and 3000, 30 minutes, and start. And so now I just have to change this to the third half-hour period. I'm not going to make that mistake again. I will not get that wrong this time. I'm sorry about the people who've been listening and not had the video answered in the first segment. You might have to just wait. Literally, it's just 6 minutes. That's all it was. I was 6 minutes over. So Simon Vance says, the irony of people putting Knight down, he's the very least evil person on earth. Like you, I moved on. He will always remain to be someone I have the highest respect for. Some of his info I do not see it like he does, but a lot of it I do. I owe him so much for his work explaining the world in the way that he does make sense. He's an absolute legend. Well, you know, I'll give you a thumbs up for that, mate, because Simon, you're absolutely right. That is entirely my own attitude to David Icke. Crystal clear, says on Dave, is David Icke evil? I don't think David Icke is evil. I think governments are scared of things they choose not to understand. Yeah, well, they are scared of... I think they do understand, actually. They are scared, all right, Crystal, but they're not scared of things they don't understand. They're scared of things they understand only too well, but they just don't want us to understand them. Jacob Mottihale. Right, Jacob Mottihale. Is that it? No, Mottlehale. Jacob Mottlehale says on Is David Icke evil? This is a long one. Gulp of drink required. Okay. You're wrong about one thing. Icke is very harmful and dangerous to the subversive system that seeks to control human consciousness. Absolutely true. Another thing, I'm South African and I can assure you there is no systematic extermination of white people happening here. Right, okay. I'll read on. It is just that racism is a daily discourse here. Our ruling party is black as it is, even has white people in ministerial positions. Don't believe everything said about Africa. Violent crime affects all Africans of every colour. In South Africa we have them all. The same white Africans who say they are being killed by blacks wear swastikas. They call themselves the AWB. That's Eugene Terre Blanche's organisation. Look them up. Yes, I know. I've heard of the AWB. He says look them up and see they have an internal militia who are allowed their space and even make up their own currency. Yeah, I know about those, Jacob. Yeah. No one black, white, Asian, Indian or Arab hates them, but criminals will be criminals. It is unfortunate anyone dies. Okay, well I'll take on board what you said. You're there in South Africa, so you have a maybe clearer view of this than I do. But have you seen my video? It's actually a live stream on the South African farming crisis and the South African farm murders. This was after a woman that was actually banned. A woman produced a film about this and was banned from the country. It was banned from Britain. And a Canadian woman called Lauren Southern. Now, when this happens, you do have to. You understand why we are hesitant to actually accept any kind of what's the word? Reassurance, if you know what I mean. I'm willing to learn. I'm actually reading I've actually just started reading a book about South Africa. Or I've just read the first couple of pages. The next one on my list after I finished the one I'm on now, which is by Ronnie Casrills, who's a member of the MK, the ANC's militia, and so I'm going to look at things through his point of view, and then I'm going to look at other people's point of view. I've watched Lauren Southern's films, so it's only fair that I watched the other side of the story. But thank you for the information. I'll take on board what you said, and I don't immediately try to discredit you. Okay, it's possible you're right. And Jacob Mottlehale says on Is David Icke Evil? Again, I've been looking for your channel since Richard D. Hall and Nick Colostrum. I don't even watch American conspiracy theorists. They all want to be YouTube celebs and cult figures. Your English guys seem to seek the truth. Yeah, thank you, Jacob, we do. Although there's plenty of decent American YouTubes in the conspiracy sphere as well. And I know you're honest and sincere because I see the anger in D Halls or Ike's whenever they tell their tales. What is happening in this planet is a serious life and death situation, thanks. That's true, Jacob, absolutely. Now, Richard D Hall, Nick Holstrom, they're both good guys. And I've got a lot of respect for them. I certainly don't agree with everything they say. And like David Icke, we're all on the same side. We're all against this New World Order. And there's many, many branches of this all over the world. And in America, yeah, there's a lot of big heads and there's a lot of big mouths. But I think deep down, there's a lot of good guys too. And I think the people, some of the people you're talking about, even though they do have an ego, I think deep down want to do well. Right, this is John Smith says on Ben Emlyn-Jones live at BUFOG. BUFOG is the Birmingham UFO group. My goodness me, what a long comment. I'm really sorry, John, I don't have time to read this. I'm sorry. Some other people have read it. It's had a thumbs up. I'm going to do a quick journalistic skim read, if you don't mind. And I hope, and I may get some things wrong in it. Blimey, it just goes to show that and highlight the preclusive use of truth movement type paradigm is flawed. It boils down, bloody. Oh, what's this about? I've come to know Ben impersonally, having watched Ben's Roswell in Nottingham video, as I live in Nottingham, but even the smallest things are very dubious indeed when applied to some unbiased simple research. Let's discuss the Knott's Roswell event. It's happened at the exact same time as the Great Storm. No, it happened the day before the Great Storm. To play devil's advocate, there was a security vehicle patrolling. Oh, that's the thing. The thing at the thing. That's the thing up at Annesley Hall. Yeah, Thieveswood is synonymous with dogging. That's right. There's a lot of alfresco sex in Thieveswood. This is done brazenly in front of families. Yeah, I know. It's all right. I'm going to keep going on. John, can I come back to this? This is about 4,000 or 5,000 words on this comment. This is going to take me a good half hour to read. Can I come back to your comment, or you can always email me? All right, Benny BENNYJAY 74@gmx.co.uk. You can find that email address at the HPANWO TV blog, and maybe we can communicate that way because I don't have time to read this now in this video. Maria Lozo said, David is not evil. Absolutely. Absolutely, Maria. You're quite right. Now we have Drago Bernhard. That's a good name. Drago Bernhard says, is David Icke evil? David Icke is not evil. It's just another globalist power play. They will back down if enough people shout loud enough. He's not against the Jews in any way, only sick of the fact that the Israel government acting like Nazis. There might be a reptilian side to David Icke, maybe on some spirit level, but that don't really matter. All right, well, I don't think there's a reptilian side to David, but as he said, even there's some good reptilians as well. He doesn't want to demonise them, and that Israel does act like Nazis. I mean, the Israeli government does. I mean, the way they push themselves around invading the territory beyond what they will never declare as their actual borders, the way they treat other people within their country. I know they say, oh, it's the only civilized country in the Middle East. Well, it's not civilized. Indeed, Mossad, its intelligence agency, funds a lot of the terrorism and actually organises a lot of the terrorism. So it's not civilized, and it's not making the Middle East civilized. Stuart Brayman says on his David Icke evil. Great stuff as always, Ben. I'll put a thumbs up and say thanks, Stuart. And nothing's happening. Oh, thanks. Oh, I misspelt it. Thanks, Stuart. I'll give him a smiley face as well. There we are. Right. Oh, all right. Aidan Titnack. This is David Icke evil, says, you need to change your way of presenting, boy. That utterly stupid voice made me switch off you at 4:50. Fucking arsehole. Oh, really? You watched until 4:50. Oh, dear. Well, why are you calling me boy? It's actually a compliment to call a man at my age a boy. That utterly stupid voice made me switch off at 4:50. Oh, dearie me. Well, you know, you can always go and watch something mainstream instead. Go and watch puppies playing in their paddling pool. Go and watch the mainstream news. Go and get your brain addled by CNN. No one's forcing you. No one forced you to watch. No one forced you to click on the video. And I'm not going to change my ways presenting. You go and watch something different. Bloody idiot. Okay, Tom Jackson says this is on Get a Job, You Laser Scroungers Part 1. It's simple. If they don't give, it's all in capital letters. Goodness me. If they don't give you job seekers allowance, go burgling or shoplifting. Fuck them twats. No, don't go nicking stuff from people. You know, I know it's very keen. It's always easy to get drugged up on your victimhood, isn't it? This is what David Lammy and Diane Abbott are doing at the moment, and it can make you do all kinds. It can make you commit all kinds of injustices and say all kinds of stupid things and do all kinds of stupid things. But at the end of the day, there's no excuse for it. You being hard done by doesn't give you a right to steal things from people's houses or steal stock from shops. Boosie Hay says on his David Icke evil, are sausages evil? Oh, blimey, I don't know. Well, I had some a couple of days ago that are pretty evil, I'll tell you. I couldn't get off the bog for 3 hours. On Don't Eat Pringles, Billy G says, vitamin C and D. What's that in? Not in Pringles. Yeah, I think they have minus vitamins in there. How are we getting on? Okay. Oh, we have a conversation. We have a thread here. John Mack. Mack spelled MC, just MC. And it's a very, very long comment here. Oh, blimey. It said, I don't always have time to respond to read all of really long comments. I'm very sorry. What we got here? Anyway, where are we? Right, it starts off with John Mack says, Icke wants to make money and is making money, otherwise he wouldn't do it. Rubbish. John, David Icke was a TV presenter. He was a millionaire, effectively, by today's standards. You know, he gave that up to, he could have been he was heading to be the #1 sports presenter on the BBC. He gave it up because he wanted to do this, right? And he used to put chairs out in Devizes Town Hall and places like that, and he used to put them away again afterwards himself. You know, he would be where Desmond Lynam eventually ended up. You can't possibly claim that David Icke is doing this for money. If he makes money, so what? The Communist Party didn't take power in the night. He's entitled to earn a living. Anyway, nice one, Australia. Oh, shut up. It's a nice one, Australia. For you, well, what if they banned you? What if you wanted to say something and they wouldn't let you? Would you say nice one, Australia, then? There is an argument for freedom of speech, but are we really losing anything by closing down his arse? No. That's a contradiction, John. There's an argument for freedom of speech, but then you say, are we losing anything by shutting down someone's freedom of speech? Yes, you are. You're losing their freedom of speech. I'll tell you what, if you don't like what David Icke says, you don't have to go and see his shows. No one's dragging you into the box office and ripping money out of your pockets and shoving a ticket in your mouth and frog marching you to a seat in the theatre, are they? Right. Australia can obviously tell a charlatan when they see one. Rhetoric, no argument. People like yourself keep this clown going, Ben. Oh, right. I'm keeping him going and he's a clown. Oh, unless I'm right in saying his material is free. If he was living on the streets, destitute and dressed in rags and spreading his version of the truth, then fair enough. What? Would he really have to descend to that level for you to believe him? And would that change one bit about the quality of his information? Alright, here we go. He makes out he's living in some tiny insignificant flat. Well, he is living in a little flat. It's a one-bedroom flat in a block. It looks like a mansion from the outside because it's quite an old building. But he has multiple properties. Does he? No, he doesn't. Plus, if he's constantly touring, I'm sure he's well looked after and is benefiting from hotel perks. That's what's having people run round him. Of course he is. But you see, this is why this is where the ticket price comes from. The ticket price comes to fund these things. I've organised a conference, it's exactly the same. As the words of the Joker, if you're good at something, never do it for free. Why should he do it for free? Well, he's good at exploiting people and extracting money. This is insane, Mr. John Mack. This is like going to a football match or something, or going to see a film in the cinema, and kicking up a stink in the lobby because they're actually asking you to buy a ticket. Do you realise that if you didn't buy tickets to see the sporting event or the film or the play in the theatre or any other public event like this of entertainment, they just wouldn't happen because they wouldn't be able to fund it. The whole reason these things actually take place is because they can actually sell tickets that people will buy. They'll pay money to see it. Goodness me, this is not London School of Economics stuff, all right? This is basic Economics 101 here. Where are we? Okay. But I'm actually, this really long comment, I'm actually reading it all, goodness me. Plus, ask yourself, what is the end goal with Icke? Well, you know what it is. It's the end of the New World Order. So you wake people up. Then what? What's the plan? What's your plan, Ben? Hang on. David Icke has already said what his plan is. He has said. John Ronson asked him in the video, what would you do if you weren't doing this? In other words, if once you achieve what you want, what your goal is with this particular dedication you've got, what will you do then? And he said, something related to sport. I still love sport, he said. That's what you do. He'll go back to being a sports presenter after that. What's your plan, Ben? All right, okay. What's my plan? Right. Wait, spoiler alert, there isn't one, and furthermore, Icke doesn't give a shit. Do you know what? That's the only thing you've said here I agree with. I don't actually have a plan of what to do with myself in the post-Illuminati world. I'll probably play golf or something, like people who retire do. God knows, I don't care. I just want to see an end to it. That's what I've dedicated my life to. Icke is simply tapping into this grey area and milking people like yourself. Rhetoric, no argument. And thankfully Australia have stood up to him. You really don't understand what you're doing, do you? You're forging your own shackles, John. What you are doing here is you are essentially giving a nation-state license to silence David Icke. They're giving you license to silence anyone. What if it's you? As I said, just for the record, he stated, I am the son of God. A major backfire, so he disappears, writes books and moves on to the reptilian. Arizona Wilder interview completely batty, and yet he takes it upon himself to film it and promote it. I've covered the Arizona Wilder interview in the film, and I explain how, yes, that was a mistake. But that really is ancient history now. Very fringe, and he attracts the delusional. No, he doesn't. Fringe means what? Unpopular, essentially. It's the opposite of mainstream. So something is unpopular, therefore it is wrong. Is that what you're saying? So that means mainstream equals good. Mainstream news equals true. Non-mainstream news equals fake news. It's the same silly rhetoric. It's the same silly Orwellian language. Attracts the delusional is essentially the same thing. So what you're saying is people who don't know any better and are not capable of reasoning are the people who end up listening to David Icke. Now he goes after the fact we're all in the Matrix. Bingo. No, he changes. David uses different metaphors over time. Like, for instance, he talks about red dress programs, then before that it was the reptilians, then it was the prison warder consciousness, etc., etc. But he's referring to the same thing. Now he has said something that sticks and is universal. The thing is, this is all rather self-explanatory and easy to sell, in the sense that we can look at society as one construct, all plugged into the net, watching, hang on now, blah, 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 blah. But then he exploits it by promoting it to people who see this as some kind of revelation. Not really. I mean, we do see it as some kind of revelation, but it's in a very, very important thing to grasp and to understand, and it does need quite a lot of discussion, actually. It's not something you will just say and then everyone gets it. It's like disclosure. Disclosure will be exactly the same. It'll come out and there'll be, oh my God, help us, scream, thump the table for a few years, and then after a lot of discussion, a lot of intellectual intercourse and sexual intercourse, no doubt, people will basically they'll calm down and they'll get it. They'll integrate the experience of going through this revelation, this revolution. Life just sucks sometimes. It's not perfect and all fair, or it has its ups and downs. I know. In fact, I'm actually not a utopian, and I believe that in the post-Illuminati world, life will still suck. And it won't be fair, it will have its ups and downs. With Icke, we're talking about the spread of paranoia and exploiting people who see the world as some sort of mind prison. No. It's not, as I said, you've used the word exploiting 3 times now. He's not exploiting anyone. He's delivering a service which people wish to pay for. Consenting adults who are perfectly aware of what they're doing have made an intellectual choice to buy a ticket. I've bought a ticket that cost £30 to see his film Renegade. If I walk in there and I don't like the film, I will not complain. I will not go and demand my money back. That's what it means to be an adult. And he's not spreading paranoia. Paranoia is the wrong word. Paranoia is when you think people are out to get you. The truth is, people are out to get us. That's not paranoia. And the world is a mind prison, for reasons I've explained. This is where you and many others fall down. It's the difference between Icke the Brave and Icke the Exploiter. In what way, as I said, there's no exploitation going on here. If David sold me a ticket to his film, so my head's itching. Right. If he sold me a ticket to a film, or sold me a ticket to one of his events, that would be, and I went there and there was no event, that would be exploitation. If he sold me a copy of his book, I opened up the book and it was all blank pages, that would be exploitation. Right? But he doesn't do that, so he's not exploiting anyone. That's his goal. Money! No, it's not, otherwise he would never have left the BBC. And detaining it from manipulating people like yourself. No, he's not, John. He's not doing that, John. Don't be a mug. Oh my God, more rhetoric, no argument. Ask yourself, why does he not have a plan? Because he's promoting anarchy. Is that what you want, Ben? What do you mean? He's not promoting... You're saying, does he promote the stateless society? Well, I don't think he does, actually. But whether the stateless society is a good thing or not is an interesting question, actually. He's not promoting it, but if he triggers a discussion on the stateless society, I don't know if I've often mentioned Stefan Molyneux as well, who discusses these things. It's an interesting question. You know, is a state necessary? Do we need a state for society? Would we be better off without a state? Maybe anarchism is the best answer. But that never even comes up in David Icke's work. So why don't you go and say that Stefan Molyneux is exploiting people? Why don't you say that Stefan Molyneux is promoting nonsense? Why don't you call Stefan Molyneux a fraud and all these other things? Is that what you want, Ben? I don't know. It's something I'm still thinking about. It won't work. Right. We need a foundation in life and to build upon it, righting the wrongs as we go. This is irrelevant to the point you're making here about David Icke. And yes, there can be a lot of wrong. But I'd rather that than complete anarchy. Again, irrelevant point. This is an aside. Icke is interested in Icke and his bank balance. No, he's not. Not you or anyone else. Look, I don't agree. To repeat, look at his track record and ask yourself, is this a man you can trust? Okay, let's look at his track record. It's the absolute classic riches to rags story. He was a BBC presenter in the sports department. He was one of the top sports journalists in the country. He was incredibly successful and he was becoming more successful. Now, what's he going to do? What do you do in that situation if all you're interested in is money? I know what I would do. I would keep doing what I was doing then. But he didn't. He had an amazing experience. He's written about it with enormous honesty. He's been through a hell of a lot. I know people who know Icke. Alright, I've spoken to them. I know people who were with him in the early part of his spiritual awakening. He is genuine, I promise you. And then he's talked about things. He's suffered enormous opposition as a result of this. He's had a massive amount of aggravation. He's been physically attacked. He's had people who even turn up at his events attacked. He's been called the most horrific names. He's had the most horrific slurs against his character. And he's continued doing what he's doing. It'd be very easy for him to go back to the BBC with a big mea culpa and say, let me back in again. And indeed, that would be an enormous money spinner. If he really wanted money, that would be the thing to do. Because, you know, the I fooled the world mentality. The meme, the I fooled the world thing. That is an absolute goldmine. And that's why Dr. Jonathan Reed, again, is another one who's not confessed. Lots of other people have not confessed. It's because of this, because what they're saying is true. Right. Our last sentence. And does providing him with a platform do more harm than good? No, it does far more good than harm. I hope that answers your question, John. You are 100% totally wrong. You're talking through your arse. That's putting, and that's me being polite. John, I'm sorry. I appreciate the comment, and it's been interesting reading it, and I've gone through all of it. But I can't disagree more with you. I really can't. I'm not being nasty to you, and feel free to express your opinions elsewhere on this, on my channel. You know, but you know, I might agree with you on another point. I don't know. Right. Moving on from that. Oh man. Oh, here we go. Dr. Peter Fennick, MBA Destroyer. This is a really old video. Dr. Blazenko Karesin says, lovely. Oh, thank you, Blazenko. I hope I pronounced that right. I think it's a Hungarian name. Thank you very much, Blazenko. I'll just say thanks. Almost, it takes a while to come up. Thanks, Blazenko. Smiley face. Come on. Thanks, Blazenko. Much appreciated. Where are we now? Okay, this is on Is David Icke Evil? Read more. Oh my god, it's another long one. I'm going to have to... Alright, I could make an entire video about replying to John Mack back there, couldn't I? Good news for Australia. David Icke is the prophet of stupid. His fans are stupid. It's hard to describe how stupid his fans are. They are the low-life dregs of society, the mentally deficient, the type that demand everyone else to move at their own snail's pace of basic understanding. It's hard to imagine anyone could be dumb enough to believe a word that comes out of this paranoid narcissist's mouth. To listen to his garbled brain vomit and say, well, I don't necessarily agree with shape-shifting lizard overlords, but he certainly has some interesting things to say about Western foreign policy. If you're a David Icke fan, you're not normal. Well, thank you. Who wants to be normal in this world? You have to realise that, right? You're a dunce, an embarrassment to humanity. If it'd been up to you, we'd never have crawled our way out of the oceans. We'd still be hatching 100 young in the hope that just one might somehow survive. We'd be lower on the food chain than an earthworm. Get your act together, because the rest of us ain't in the mood to wait. This is from proselytising Orthodox Pentecostal Trans Rabbit. What a name! What a fantastic name! What an amazing comment. I mean, that is the perfect example of a piece of mindless rhetoric without one single word of not one single axiom in it at all. No argument, no reasoning whatsoever. John Mack, to give him his credit, he put in that very long comment there. But you know what? He actually did try to make some points. I know, actually. Oh my God! Several other. Oh my God! By the way, I didn't read the. No, I didn't read. Actually, I've got to go back to that comment actually because there's some comments to John. Anyway, I'll carry on with this anyway. I'll just go back in a moment. But anyway, proselytising Orthodox Pentecostal Trans Rabbit has made no points at all. Has not made not presented one single actual case for why all the things he asserts about David Icke is true. He's used adjectives, he's used rhetoric, he's not said one single thing. I think that's extremely amusing. Thank you for the laugh, whatever your name is, Orthodox, Trans, whatever you are. I appreciate having a brilliant laugh at your creative ability to produce propaganda and meaningless drivel, but I can't answer anything you said. Okay, so John Mack says underneath, now apparently Raven Precept put something down, but he's now deleted the comment because it's an @ Raven Precept. John Mack says, I can write more if you want. I wrote it as Ben only ever promotes one side of the story, and I think it's important to prevent easily led minds being sucked in. Actually, I don't just present one side of the story. If you notice, I've actually been to skeptic events, John, and that I have addressed all the skeptic points. I've done an entire video called Skeptics 2018, It's 4.5 hours longer. Please do watch that. I'll have to put another tag here. Oh, hang on. Where are we going? Actually, I'm going to have to change. I'll put another tag. I have to change it in a minute. Right. Okay. He goes on, right, so I don't just promote one side of the story, I address both sides of the story. It's extremely unfair to suggest I'm just, right, okay. Right, stop that, and delete, and start again, 3, 0, 0, 0, that's 30 minutes, we're at 30 minutes, and counting. Okay, interestingly, I had a quick look on your channel and you actually have a video promoting the Wolfgang nutjob. The Wolfgang nutjob who was spreading Sandy Hook nonsense. Another nutjob I might add completely debunked. The Wolfgang nutjob, who are you talking about? And as for Sandy Hook, well, I have mentioned that a couple of times, and I do think there's something a bit, what do you mean? Oh, right, watch this excellent video from Miles Power on the subject. There's another on the channel talking about Wolfgang and Alex-Jones, which shows the conspiracy for what it is, a complete disgrace. It's not a disgrace. If we've been lied to about this, and they've made up a fake terrorist attack or a fake shooting, don't you think the people have a right to know? Anyway, Miles, I'm familiar with Miles Power. Let's have a look at what he has to say. Now, Wolfgang Halbig, former darling of Sandy Hook conspiracy movement. Right, I don't know. I've not mentioned Wolfgang Halbig actually. Now I know who you're talking about now. I've not actually done a video promoting him. However, I think he makes some good points, as does Alex-Jones. As you can see, Wolfgang is one nasty piece of work. Shame on him and shame on anyone promoting him. Cough, cough. Well, that there is just more. That's more rhetoric there. Frau Grimhild says underneath. Grimhild says, monetization does not invalidate his opinions. Good luck, by the way, passing through the eye of the needle. I don't monetize. I don't know who you're talking to, Frau, but I don't monetize my videos. T. Kai says, your first sentence pretty much tells me all I need to know about you, and I think this is John Mack they're talking about here, which is Icke wants money, is making money. No, well, Ty, you're wrong as well then. And again, you haven't explained anything why. Sorry, T. Kai, you're wrong as well. You haven't explained anything about why we should believe you. Okay, right, going on from the last comment was on the David Icke Evil video, from that very amusing comment from proselytizing Orthodox Pentecostal trans rabbit. I love that name. I absolutely love that name. Narinda, hi Narinda. Oh, it's a good friend of mine. Now I know for Narinda, and I actually have met him. He's a friend of mine. I actually know him personally, not just as an internet person. Oh, where are we now? Right, okay. I've been going for an hour and a half, haven't I? I think I know what Nimrin is going to say. Hi Ben, I also haven't read David Icke's recent few books because I don't intuitively feel I have to. David has been a big influence on my own journey, and I appreciate him opening my mind and eyes. His information has led me to other areas which I'm also prioritising on reading at the moment. Remember the good old days of the David Icke Forum meetup. That's right, Narinda. Narinda and I have known each other a long time, and indeed in the early 2000s when we first got involved together with the David Icke fans, as you call them, on the forums, and there were several forums, and we have several meetups, and they were wonderful. And Narinda, I won't read all of this because this is quite a long comment, and Narinda talks about his own experience of David Icke as learning about David Icke. Like every human on earth, David does not have even slightly near to all the answers, but he is without doubt pushing the boundaries. Read his last book before you judge. Read his words for 30 years, and it's only my humble opinion, but I'm better, kinder and more compassionate a person for knowing David's work. Nice one, Narinda, true. I supported David ever since I watched my first presentation, which was 3 DVDs long. It was great, and I completely agreed until I got to the reptilian and beyond part. Now I don't quite believe the reptilian thing, but I'm open to the possibility, and I don't discredit the rest of Icke's beliefs due to a couple of disagreements. I'm glad folks are being more acceptable now, and you were hung there for the whole time, David. My college psychology professor told us, if you only remember one thing from your college education, remember this: always question what you're taught and told. My life has changed significantly since then. Critical thinking is important, but the problem with that is it's done from the left brain only. People should listen to the heart, intuition instead, and realise that there's no such thing as an external guru. There is only one, and that's yourself. From such perspective, suddenly David Icke's background ceases to exist. The highlight is on your journey, and the message does not belong to that particular human, but is a universal one. Thank you, Narinda. You're getting a love heart for that. And indeed, DK77 says spot on, and I'll give him a thumbs up. Well done. Thank you, Narinda. A lot of these people like John Mack, I don't think you even really know much about David. I think you're just talking, you're arguing from ignorance, and if you even just got into it a little bit and just worked out a bit more about what the band stood for, perhaps you'd understand better what's going on. Strip Bear said on the first Peasmore film, I'm looking through your older stuff, very interesting, so much more to catch up on, lol. Oh, thanks, Strip Bear. In fact, I'll put thanks, Strip Bear. Strip Bear, that's an interesting name. It's Strip Bear spelled B-E-A-R, in case you're thinking it's that. Hope you enjoy HPANWO TV. There we are. Hope you enjoy HPANWO TV. Thanks, Strip Bear. Robert Kelly says on UFOs, a reply to Dave Cullen. Now, this is a video I'm very proud of. I really like it. I replied to old Computing Forever, Dave Cullen, when he did a rather poor video, much below his normal standards, all about UFOs. And I quite enjoyed it. It's not my most popular video, but I quite like it. But Robert Kelly says UFOs are not aliens. No visitation happening at all. No, you're wrong. There are aliens. There are such things as UFOs are aliens, and they are visiting us. Steve Skater 66 says on his David Icke Evil, I like the didgeridoo. I thought, because I was doing a video called Is David Icke Evil, and I got like the way to illustrate it with the pictures, a picture of me dressed as David. I thought, what kind of music I could use? And I said, well, this is primarily about the Australian issue, so I put didgeridoo music on it. Pauline, oh dear. This is Dreaming Saucers Q&A and Cake. Pauline Phillips says, I so want a piece of that cake. What a work of art. Oh, Pauline, I'm afraid it's all gone. Sorry. But, I mean, it didn't last very long once people started tucking into it, I'll tell you. Snarnox says on Is David Icke Evil, is David Icke banned from New Zealand as well? Not yet, but there are moves afoot to ban him. I know this because there's several people from New Zealand have actually been commenting on this, on several people who sort of are on the other side, who deal with Kevin Logan and people like that, like the Moa and people like that. They're going to ban. I think they're going to ban him there because it's got a lot to do with that awful shooting in Christchurch. For some reason, that shooting in Christchurch has been. There's lots of people being blamed for it, who have nothing to do with it and never would have anything to do with it. It's like PewDiePie's being blamed for it because the killer Tarrant, he said subscribe to PewDiePie before he went and did his shooting. Well, that's just an internet meme. It doesn't. There's a long story behind it, but somehow they're saying this is PewDiePie's fault and it's completely wrong. And no doubt they're going to blame David Icke for this as well. The Snarlock also says your Guardian voice reminds me of Neil from the Young Ones series. Yeah, I mean that was the comment I was talking about earlier, where someone says I sound like Neil, and I suppose I do. I do sound a bit like Neil from the Young Ones when I do my Guardian voice. Right, Clive Gilbert says on Is David Icke Evil, I've always been a supporter of David Icke and of free speech. However, I've just watched his take on the Jewish-Palestinian problem, and you're wrong, David. David Icke has never done any speech on the Jewish-Palestinian problem. He's done a programme on the Israeli-Palestinian problem. I have close friends who work for the military in Haifa, that is the little city in Israel, and you are categorically wrong when you say that Israeli snipers shoot deliberately at Palestinian children. The mindless aggression has always been thrown at Israel by the Arabs, who have even used their children as shields. It just shows that nobody has a monopoly of truth, not even you. To be honest, you're right that nobody has a monopoly of truth. And if anyone has made a mistake about the Israeli situation, just like I said about the South African situation when that guy Jacob was talking, yeah, we need to know. And for someone on the inside, it's fair enough. And you've got to listen to what they have to say. And I'm glad this guy Clive Gilbert says, I've always been a supporter of David Icke and of free speech. So that himself, I think, puts him up quite a notch, I think. So, but I think you are, from what I've seen, there is distinct evidence about the shooting of Palestinian children. I recommend the things that John Pilger has published about this. I think it is real. This does not mean that there is no antagonism towards Israel, and that there are no enemies of Israel that also commit violent acts and believe they are justified in doing so. You'll find that in warfare. In warfare, it's very rarely black and white. Very often there is bad things done by both sides. Sometimes people feel pressured into doing bad things as a response to bad things, and vice versa. It's not everyone can be Gandhi. There's this guy who actually said it would be great if there was a Palestinian Gandhi, and I think that's probably true. So, but anyway, but I think you're wrong when you say the mindless aggression has always been thrown at Israel by the Arabs. I don't agree with that at all. I do watch the thing with John Pilger, which is called, I can't remember, I think it's Breaking the Silence or something like that, where he talks about he interviews this woman who was a paramedic and the things she had to deal with. And I, as a hospital porter, who've had to clean up the mess from war, can sympathise. Right, let's carry on. I have a passport, right, this is another video here. This has turned out to be a very controversial video. Jeannie Stotts. Right, here we go. Jeannie Stotts says, this is the only way I know to contact you. Alright, well Jeannie, you know, I have an email address, bennyj74@gmx.co.uk, and I'm on Facebook, Ben Emlyn-Jones, and the email address is actually on the HPANWO radio blog on the column. Okay, so you can read it there. So you can contact me that way if you wish. But anyway, thanks for commenting. Can you please consider an investigation into the disappearance of the Lost Battalion? Where could they have gone that not one single soldier was ever seen again? Mass desertion, alien abduction, what and how, if anyone, could make sense out of this mystery? It's you. By the way, Helen Duncan is in our family line. Thanks for the report. It answered a lot of heritage questions. Well, thanks, Jeannie. I've worked closely with another relative of yours, Margaret Hahn. But as for the Lost Battalion, I actually do mention this in my film Crash of the Lizard Prince, so check that out. And I'm interested to see if I find out any more about it. I'll let you know. I will definitely let you know. Right, is David Icke evil? Jolanda H says, your latest video upload was deleted just a few minutes ago. That one about the conspiracy theorist being considered a danger. Coincidence? Was it? Deleted? Your latest? No, it wasn't. I mean, it's not deleted, was it? I mean, that's a month ago, and it's still there. Stop conspiracy theorists. Yeah, it's still there. The video is still there. I'll just double check. Let's have a look. Oh, that's not done. Just a moment. Details. File name, video URL, public. How do I watch it? Hang on. What? Hang on. Copy to clipboard. One moment. I'll have to like. It's still there. Hasn't been deleted. Someone would have let me know if it wasn't. If it was deleted. No, it's still there. I don't know why that. Maybe I don't know whether you saw something like that. I don't know. Oh, I see what you mean. Right, okay. Okay, I get you now. Alright, this is actually something I remember now what happened. I actually did delete the video. What happened was, alright, I know what happened now. I actually said here I had to re-upload this video because of a minor error in the original one. I did not preserve the comments posted in the original video before deleting it. Apologies. Right, yeah, okay. I didn't, did I? I don't think I haven't noted them down, have I? No, I'm sorry about that. I don't think there was only a couple of them. So apologies for anyone who lost comments on that. But now I remember what happened. The video stopped conspiracy theorists. I made an error. I can't remember what it was. I honestly can't remember what I got wrong. I think it was one of the stills, and I had to just re-edit and re-upload the video. The latest video was deleted just a few minutes ago. The one about conspiracy. So, Jolanda, there's no problem. It was an error on my part, so I did it myself. Okay. Stephen, Homeless Truth Seeker, said, "Hi Stephen, how are you? I must be mad, bad, sad and glad I'm a conspiracy theorist." Me too, Steve, me too. Stephen's another person who actually has been along to meetups and things like that. I've met Stephen, he actually does exist. Nothing as it seems. Oh, hi Nothing as. Thanks for commenting on the live stream the other day, by the way. Stop conspiracy theorists, it's the same video. Conspiracy scientist works and you definitely have a bachelor's degree. Conspiracy scientist works and you definitely have a bachelor's degree. I don't have any degree actually, but I'm not sure what you mean, sorry. Right, TK says on conspiracy. Alright, right, yes. I had to right, I know what point he's making, and I actually had to think about this. And he TK's taking the mickey. 70. When you die, all that information is lost, all that knowledge, all those thoughts just vanish. MBA, really? He says, really? MBA, MBA. Oh my goodness. TK, rise and accept your MBA, Mr. HPANWO. All right. You're getting a love heart for giving me a massive laugh and for making me realise. I actually thought about that, right? What I should have clarified. What I meant was, it's lost to this world. So people in your world, it's lost unless you can channel and stuff like that. Yeah, touche. I am sort of like talking about the NBA thing. Very good, TK. Thank you very much. Same video. Voices from the Underground. Guardian voice. Yours and David Icke has his whiny voice. Highly amusing. Do I do a David Icke voice? It's just a coincidence that I can't do David Icke's voice. Charles Declassified says, and who do you think it was, Ben, that put that hole in your shoe, eh, my son? Oh yes, I'm following you very closely. Hole in my shoe. Oh right, yeah, the hole in my shoe. Oh, is that from the Neil? Is it Neil? Oh, I don't know. Neil from those young ones. Oh, I don't know. I had a hole in my shoe, didn't I? Yeah, I did. Yes, I remember. Stop conspiracy theorists. Paul Culliford says, well done, good video. Thanks, Paul. I'll just put here, thanks, Paul. Thanks, Paul. And smiley face. So thanks, Paul. I'm glad you enjoyed that. Right, moving on to the next comment. How are we? Jan Smith says, I'll take it she hasn't come across the sheer horror of the Dissenter app developed by these guys at Gab. Check it out if you haven't heard. It allows us to leave comments absolutely anywhere we want across the board on any URL. This video explains it well. Thanks, Jan. You know, I've not actually joined Dissenter yet, but I think Dissenter's a good thing. Along with the other alternative social media networks like Gab, and Discord and things like that. I think they're all very good things. Yeah. Susan, hello Susan. Susan Hayward Tonkin. I'm sorry, by the way, if the tags might be a bit out on your first comment. I'm sorry about that. But it's only a few minutes longer you have to watch. I tried to look at the queue thing, but I did not understand the site it was on. Maybe I'm just too old to understand. Well, you know, you don't have to be old not to understand 8chan. You just have to be kind of someone who has not spent 2 or 3 years on 8chan. 8chan is actually pretty appalling. A lot of it's pretty awful. You know, when the guy did the shooting in Christchurch, there was all kinds of comments on their posts, which made it clear that these people just saw it as one more game. I think they're completely detached from reality. But I recommend, the place to go if you aren't already is the QAnon.pub. That is basically an aggregator board for all of Q's posts. So check that out. Susan also says on the same video, and apparently we, the conspiracy enlightened, are more likely to commit crime. Yeah, that I think I referred to that in what, if not in this video, in another. It's pretty awful, isn't it? They have this. They have these ideas about us. You know, even Dr. Karen Douglas said this was all crap. Darren Metro says on Stop Conspiracy Theorists, people assume that propaganda is an instrument during wartime to align the populace to the government and leadership position. I suspect that propaganda is and will always be a thing, and those who challenge it are either traitors or conspiracy theorists. That's the way it's presented, yes. Cowards as well, they say sometimes. My thoughts are that David Icke and the like are touching very few raw nerves among the elite. Hence the anti-Semitism accusations, which we are all being trained to have an opinion on. Now, this article that you are commenting on just cements this theory. They've tried the "they are all nutters" tact, and that worked initially. But according to surveys, it would seem that most of the general public believe more and more alternative theories about the world and the way it's run. Well, that's absolutely true, Darren. I mean, the anti-Semitism thing is in a sense it is trying to make everything we do too hot to handle. In other words, it's an aversion therapy. It's like the electric shock treatment in the maze. They put a mouse in the maze, and the mouse gets an electric shock, and it doesn't go down that way. Now, the ultimate social electric shock is the accusation of racism, which is maybe just one notch up from paedophile. It's racist, isn't it? So that's basically what they're doing. They are they're putting out this stuff here because it is. They know it's bad. They know it makes people feel awful when these things happen. It makes people feel sick and horrible when they're called these names. It's to try to make us, and as you said here, to make us back down. An instrument to align the populace, as you said. That's exactly why they're doing it. The Raga 3 says on CERN disproves ghosts. Oh, I love this. It's kind of a comedy video, really. But I have a rant about Professor Brian Cox. This would be funny if it wasn't tragic. It's both. It's both the Raga. Where are we? Stop Conspiracy Theories. Jock of Ages says, you're all stealing their potential viewers. That's true. Lol. That's the main reason that they are talking about this, in my opinion. If younger people watch TV, it's Netflix or Hulu or whatever loads of people on social media non-stop, or just the internet in general, YouTube, Vimeo, Gab and Dissenter. They're all pissing their MS pants. The overpaid eccentric cunts, a lot of them rant over. Well, Jock, you couldn't put it better. They're losing control of the narrative. They're losing control of people's access to information. This is why this internet thing, which was originally created, basically it started off as something in defence to do with secure communications, and it spread to become a medium. Which, when it first came out, well, there were various networks through the 70s and 80s, but really the World Wide Web, when that took off in the early 90s, when it first started, people just thought it would be like a bit of fun. They never knew it was going to turn into what it was today. I think even when they did in 2001, when they did 9/11, the state the internet was in then, it couldn't cope with what it now does. In other words, it's become an entire world of completely free flow of information. And they can't stop it now, because as I said on my previous videos about this, on my YouTube algorithms video, they'll just give us a few more hoops to jump through, but now they can't actually stop us creating various networks and things like that, even if they ban us from the World Wide Web. Outlaw In-Law says here, did I put a tag on Jocks? I think I did. Yes, I did. Okay. What's this here? There's a whole load of comments here. isdglobal.org. I've heard of that somewhere. Powering solutions to extremism and polarisation. I don't know what this is. Against violent extremism, online civil courage initiative. Is this one of these sort of Antifa things? Is this like Hope Not Hate? I've never heard of it before. I'll look at it later. But anyway, the Institute for Strategic Dialogue. I've heard that. Yes, I've heard that. It's a London-based think tank and think and do tank. I came up across this, didn't I? Everyone email her, expose the fools. She's a very poor researcher. Yeah, I think I mentioned this in the video, didn't I? I did, didn't I? Yes, I did bring this up. But anyway, I can't remember it. That's the problem. I just can't remember it. Ah, Steve mumbling. Throws his oar in. What's he got to say here? He's probably made a video about it, actually, knowing him. I can't keep up with all... to be honest, I don't have the stomach for all his bloody videos. He goes on and on and on about all kinds of things. I'm not... okay. What was the major error? This is on Stop Conspiracy Theorists. I do like to start the day with a good laugh. It's unlikely HIV was developed as a bioweapon, as it takes far too long to kill people. Well, Steve, I suggest you watch the Hollywood CIAs and Bioterrorism by Dr. Leonard Horowitz. He explains exactly why long-term things such as cancer viruses that kill slowly would be the ideal biological weapon. Any enemy would live more than long enough to kill you. Not if they didn't know they were infected and you were planning on them dying in a few years' time. The little greys in the image are quite funny. Could you really imagine a starship crew exploring an alien planet, ours, stark naked? Well, some people say that the greys actually are some kind of biological robot, or Cradle Mutwa talks about how the grey skin is a covering for what really is inside, and Whitley Strieber actually backs this up. Surely they would need protection from potential biohazards, sunlight, animals. Dogs would probably want to sniff in their very uncomfortable places, wind and rain, etc. Well, yeah, I mean, that's a good question, but as I said, there are answers. E-Man says, I don't know what Ben said about HIV, but as regards your comment, I think the main reason it's highly unlikely that HIV was developed as a weapon is that it doesn't exist. Oh, right, I've heard about this, yeah. If you look into it, you'll find that the proteins here supposedly constitute HIV. Now, this is another interesting thing. This is like Maggie, what's her name? Maggie Fiore, whatever her name was. What's her name? Kristen. Oh, she wrote a book called "What If Everything You Knew About AIDS Is Wrong," which actually explains how she says that HIV is not the cause of the AIDS epidemic. Anyway, I haven't made my mind up about that. But Steve takes E-Man on. Plenty of people have died of HIV infection, though, hasn't they? E-Man says, according to official narrative, they died of AIDS. AIDS is an umbrella term. That's true. Having a comprised immune system and a cluster of diseases. HERVs are essentially indistinguishable from the supposed HIV virus. Yeah. Okay, it's not an interest of mine, says Steve. Now that's an interesting problem. I don't have time to go into it now, but there are two sort of alternative tales to do with AIDS. One is that it doesn't exist, it's a red herring. The other that it was created as a bioweapon. And to be honest, I can't discount the first one. Although the two cannot possibly be the same. The two cannot possibly be true. If one is true, the other has to be false. But it's an interesting discussion. It is a very interesting discussion. Steve mumbling. This is on 34 minutes in. What did I say 34 minutes in? Are you really a Holocaust denier, Ben? Jeez! And Neptune returns says, prove the invention. And Neptune says, invention of what? I think he means assertion. What's this here? What did he say? Hang on, what did I say? I can't remember. No. Steve, I was talking about the article that David Aronovich wrote in the Times. I was saying that the words that Aronovich was using in that article are specifically designed to initiate a response of revulsion against people. Just like I was talking about just now with this other person here, and they were this is what it means. Okay, this is where it comes from. They want to equate these things with being a Holocaust denier. In other words, being morally beyond the pale. That should be obvious. I think Steve, really, the context I actually described this in is very obvious, to be honest. I don't know. I think you're being deliberately obtuse here, quite frankly. Now, E-Man actually posts a whole thing here about the HIV thing. Now, this is interesting. I'm familiar with a lot of what they're saying here, what E-Man is saying here. It is interesting that maybe there's time for a rethink on AIDS. Yeah, I'm not going to read all of this, E-Man, but thanks for posting the comment. I hope other people will read it, and it's a subject perhaps for a future video. But I have read "What if everything you thought you knew about AIDS was wrong," which is, hang on, this is driving me nuts. What's her name? She's dead now, unfortunately. What if you? Oh, time for a new tag. I'm going for 2 hours now, so 3000 and start. Right. What if everything you thought you knew about AIDS was wrong? And the author's name is, what's her name? Christine. What's her bloody name? Christine Maggiore. Christine, who is dead now. She's true. She has died. But the question is, did she die of this virus? Was her illness eventually was caused by this virus? The illness that caused it. So, okay, I'm going to change the tag now. The 5th half-hour period we're in now. So I'll just. Why did I put 6th? It's 5th. Sorry, I keep getting these things wrong. For those of you who watch the whole video, it won't be a problem. Puggy the Great says on Stop Conspiracy Theorists, please stop doing that Guardian voice. It's feckin' annoying. Alright, well look, I'm not going to stop doing the Guardian voice because, as I explain in either this video or another video, I think it's the Project Blue Book video, I want to know, when I'm doing these readouts, I need to know when I'm reading from the text and when I'm speaking myself. Now, in order to do that, having a different voice when you're just reading like that is a good idea. It's a good way of doing it. So I'm not going to stop. Seeing as I have to use a different voice, I might as well have a bit of fun by doing funny voices. I don't care if it's fucking annoying. Go and watch another video. Same video. Strip Bear says, danger, danger. Watch out, conspiracy theorists are about. Agreed. Seems to just want to dismiss us as types, to be sure. Yes. That's why they do it. Where are we now? Robin Fielding says on his David Icke Evil, let's ban him but not Soros the Nazi. And DK77 says underneath, right, yeah. Well, it's funny that is they do ban people who are harmless and they let the demons run amok, as Bill Hicks said. So, for example, there's another example. There's a lot of fuss over Shamina Begum, this young girl who went off and joined ISIS. She's now been exiled from the country, and you could say that was the right thing to do, and I must say, it probably was the right thing to do. But however, Hillary Clinton is still allowed in the country. Leonard from Israel, the foreign minister, he's still allowed in the country. The Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia is still allowed in the country. Why are they allowed in the country when they didn't just join ISIS, they created ISIS? Why are they not banned? So that's an absolutely good point, Robin Fielding. Absolutely. Robin Fielding says liberalism is Nazism. Well, liberals can act like a bunch of Nazis, I'll tell you. Look at the Ramonas. Oh well, I don't care about the referendum. We don't like it. I don't care if they won the white van drivers won the referendum. I'm doing the Richard Dawkins voice for a reason now, because he's the perfect example of this. We just don't like it. We're going to stamp our feet until we have our way. We want you to just make that referendum null and void. Because it's true. Well, yeah, stop conspiracy because it's true, or they wouldn't fight it. Yeah. Right, let's carry on here. Right. Neptune Returns says on Stop Conspiracy Theorists, I got chicken pox as a kid and didn't die. I got shingles in my 20s and didn't die. Vaccines make people sicker and die earlier. They're putting aluminium and mercury in vaccines under different names. None of my pets are vaccinated, they never go to the vet. My last dog died last year, age 18. That's very old for a dog. BZ Garson says, there is no child vaccine program for chickenpox because it's considered a mild illness. There is more aluminium and mercury in the air you breathe, especially in car-infested cities, than there is in a vial of vaccine. Anti-vaxxers are a pox on society. Well, BZ, you're wrong. I suggest, well, about the aluminium thing, no, that's not true about aluminium and mercury. What's more, I suggest you go and watch Dr. Len Horowitz, the CIA, Hollywood and bioterrorism to educate yourself. And I've done other videos on this subject too. Neptune Returns is quite right. Is David Icke evil? Wellesley's World says, Zionist shills going out of their way for character assassination is evil. Yes, that's what they're doing. That's what it's all about. That's what they're doing to him. Snarnock says, then they fight you, then you win. Yeah, I see what you mean, Snarnock, yes. That's an expansion of the quote, like, first they oppose you, then they ridicule you, then they demonise you, then they fight you and you win, and then they said, then they accept you, and then they said, I thought of it first. Yeah, that's absolutely true. Same video, Snarnock says, our beloved skeptics never seem to wonder why vaccines contain obvious poisons such as mercury and aluminium. Yeah. Even if there's nothing theoretically wrong with the actual vaccine itself. They're included in the ingredient list on NHS websites. Also, the skeptic types never question the chemicals used in fracking. Yeah, that's a point, because a lot of them still are pro-fracking as well. Oh yeah, it's exactly. I mean, it's a long time ago I made that video, but I remember what David Aronovich was saying. It was absolutely, it was awful. It was awful. I mean, he's completely out of line. The Morgellons test video, DEA528 says, bro, add 90% rubbing alcohol and watch that shit react. None immune. Oh, right. Add 90% rubbing alcohol to what? So what I put in my mouth? Probably wouldn't be very nice, but okay. You know, it's funny enough, some of the porters were such bad alcoholics, they used to actually drink that stuff, the hand rub. They used to mix it in with Coke and drink it. Same DEA also says on the same video, yo guys, I've been reading some comments and no one mentioned adding rubbing alcohol to it once you spit it out. Alright, maybe I'll try that. You're kidding yourself if you believe you're free of this, my friend. Now you know you can act. Alright, I'm not saying I'm free of it at all, and I'll try what you said. But I mean, ridding yourself of Morgellons, tricky. I mean, this comes up in my books actually about a way of getting rid of Morgellons disease. Just to let you know, just go out and read it now. Roswell Rising, a novel of disclosure, etc., etc. Gudek, is that a Dutch name? Says on reply to comments 21. Ben, have you seen the videos by the woman in Roanoke, Virginia, who claims to be Victoria II? I forgot her name. Maybe someone here knows about it. Way back in my watch video history. Okay, the channel is Peggy Childers, her married name, but she says her real name is Margaret Ann Windsor. She says her mother is American and her father was Edward VIII, who wouldn't sell out to the elites, but his brother George VI was given power instead. Peggy Childers. I'm just going to Google that. Peggy Childers Windsor. Right. Oh, here she is. Yeah, there's some videos of her. Let's have a look. Oh, right. Peggy Ann Childers. Videos. Oh, right. Queen Victoria proof pattern. Oh, right. Queen Victoria. She claims to be relatives. Oh, right. Well, you know, the royals probably do have odd relatives out the way, than those who didn't. Maybe didn't play ball. I'll check out her stuff. I'll give her a sub and I'll check out her stuff. Okay. But thanks for letting me know, Gudek. Strip Bear says on Real Zombies 2015. My goodness, this is an old one, back from 2015, hence the name. Very interesting, but still a bit like the Brit version of Zombies playing with the Xbox. Not at all, Strip Bear. I think I don't know what you mean exactly, but I can't even remember all the points I made in that video actually. But I do bring up the vaccine stuff in that. That's an old one, that is. But I'm glad you enjoy it anyway. I'm glad you find it interesting. Harry Jacobs says on his David Icke Evil, David Icke does point out the crimes of the political left party Likud, that's in Israel, and so he should, where governments like Australia remain silent. Look at the current UN report on the IDF killings of late. Not a word from the Australian government. Well, yeah, exactly. That's a perfect example. No one cares about that. No one's trying to stop that. Stephen Homeless Truth Seeker says on Stop Conspiracy Theorists, maybe they want to round us up and put us in camps. Why should we trust them? They're proven liars. Steve, what do you mean maybe? They do want to round us up and put us in camps. That's where it's all going to end at this rate, unless we stop them. On the same video, Stephen says 9/11 was an inside job. Yes, it was, Stephen. It was. There she was, just walking down the street singing 9/11 was an inside job. Gary Beckham, no relation to David, are you? This is on Paul McCartney's dead. Is Paul McCartney dead? Right, where are we? Oh. Look at the scar on his chin, Paul McCartney that is. I'm afraid it's been there on every picture I've seen. I've been looking at the photo from the bottom right of his chin. It's been there on every photo. Paul McCartney lives. No, he doesn't. That scar was as a piece of plastic surgery. Jerry Rogers said, no, you need to see more pictures. Sorry, don't have any handy. Paul's chin is square, full oval. Presumably there may have been many Pauls. Gary Beckham gets into a debate now with okay, Jerry and Gary. I actually agree with Jerry on this, and I'm familiar with Macca Lives. Macca Lives is a researcher who tries to debunk all this, and I think she's wrong. But I don't have time to go into that now. As I said, this may be something for another video. Right, the Gene Skinner interview. I actually had to. Now, for those of you who may not be aware, Gene Skinner did pass away. She's actually dead. I'm sorry about that. She died. It turns out the interview I did with Gene Skinner was her last ever interview, and I've been contacted by many people by email and in comment sections saying that they appreciate me doing that. They really do, and I'm very privileged to have done that. Obviously, it was an opportunity that was given to me by Truth Seekers Northeast, and I really appreciate Jean speaking to me the way she did. She's a lovely lady, and I'll miss her, and I hope she keeps in touch. And Steve071 says, R.I.P. Jean. Thank you for the original interview, Ben. Sadly, you won't get that second meeting to interview Jean again. Yeah, I know what you mean. Steve071 says on Stop Conspiracy Theorists, to not believe that two or more people have ever got together and conspired against another is more worrying. Well, that technically is what they're asserting. They're asserting that conspiracies never happen. Well, conspiracies do happen. Conspiracies of all kinds. I mean, most of them are nefarious, but there are. The word conspiracy is like pejorative, but there are benevolent conspiracies. For example, planning someone's surprise birthday party is an example of a benevolent conspiracy. But most of them are usually bad. But yeah, I mean, if they're saying that couldn't happen, they're not only denying the evidence, they're denying history. Because, as I said before, there's a lot of things in history that are simply conspiracy theories viewed in retrospect and proven to be true. As again, Google conspiracy theories proven true. Strip Bear. Oh, Strip Bear's going through all my old videos. Bless you. Thank you very much, Strip Bear. And this is Energy, Politics and UFOs 2015. Interestingly, I've just come back from Cambridge, or from Newmarket near there in Suffolk, for the East Anglia UFO group, where I actually did a presentation of this. It was actually a shorter version of this particular talk. And Strip Bear says, alas, way too much money and power involved. We will never have free energy. Pity, really. Watching your older stuff, rather like it. Well, thank you very much, Strip Bear. I'm glad you're enjoying my older stuff. And you know, I don't think we'll never have free energy under the current system. There has to be a massive upheaval, a massive revolution before that can happen. But I think that the conditions are there. I really do. Right, oh wait, this is welcome to HPANWO TV. This is I think my third or fourth video, which I did way back in 2008, I think. Oh, of Charles declassified. You see, Ben, I've been following you for years and years and years. And remember, the Illuminati are your friends. All the best, Charles. Now, Charles, you'll never get me to join the Illuminati, I'm afraid. You'll have to kill me with your mind powers before you do that, or whack me over the head with a golf club, or kill me when you take my organic farm, all the other things you like to do, but you'll never get me to join the Illuminati. Death before dishonour. Ryan Ellis says on his David Icke evil, he isn't evil, he's just a nutter. He is neither, Ryan. He is neither evil nor a nutter. And Moonquake says here, I bet you haven't even listened to him or read any of his books. You probably just listen to the mainstream media, which makes you more of a nutter than him. Exactly. Inside, outside, upside down says Moonquake. Haha, great answer. Yes, Moonquake. Very good response. You get a thumbs up for that, mate. To Ryan Ellis. Frau Grimhild says on David Icke Evil, is David Icke Evil, the one thing that ruins this rant is the occasional slurping of your tea or coffee. Not like this. Alright. Or tea or coffee or whatever. Rant or drink, don't mix them, or at least mute your fucking mics. Alright, Frau Grimhild. Grimhild! Maybe, I know, maybe I should do that. Yeah, other people do that. I just need to have something to drink. while I'm so I've got the old dragon juice here, see? But yeah, I'll try and bear that in mind. Maybe you're right. I'll see how it goes. Excuse me. Okay, well, where are we now? Okay, this is Touche on Morgellons test. Morgellons real, aliens false. We're inside the torus field separating other outer lands under the dome. Flatty alert, flatty alert. We have a flat earther, flatty alert. Even a snow globe has a flat plane inside where people are. ODD TV, aka ODD Reality, Dan Dimension, Eric Dubé, Flat Earth Universe, Cosmic Egg and more. Truth Seeker, the real Flat Earth model video. Oh my god. There's this thing on Netflix now. They've actually got, I forgot what it's called now, Beyond the Horizon or something like that. I haven't watched it. I will probably watch it at some point just if I feel like having a laugh. Now please do watch my interview or listen to my interview. It's actually on his channel. You can watch it on his YouTube channel. It's Mark Sargent. I actually debate Mark Sargent on this issue. Anyway, that's tonight's Flat Earther, the first Flat Earther I've had tonight. So normally they jump in earlier, so that's well, they've been getting slacking, almost a third away through the comments. John Fox says, "What shite on is David Icke evil?" Now you're talking shite. Again, just two words. What shite? No argument, no evidence, no axiom, nothing. Tymander21 says, underlying the truth to everything. This is on this David Icke evil. Oh my, it's a very long comment here. It's extremely long, and I don't have time to read it all. What is this? What the hell is this? Oh, there's some... a Nam-myoho Renge Kyo. Oh, I've heard of that. That's the kind of one of these chants, isn't it? Nam-myoho Renge Kyo. Right, what is this about here? There's a very long comment here. This has got to be 6,000 words easily. Law Myo Renge Kyo represents the identity of which some sort of unified field of consciousness. Look, Tyamada 21. I don't have time to read all this. I'm sorry. I've got the feeling this is about meditation and things like that. I'll go through it at some point. Truth Seeker, hi Truth Seeker, says on his David Icke evil, the only evil I see about Icke is that he refuses to admit to see Islam destroying his country and people. Well, he actually, I think he has mentioned that. I think he has mentioned the way that Islam is used as a tool, as I have. And I mean, I do understand. I mean, I've not shied back from talking about grooming gangs and stuff like that. And I mean, the thing about it is, I think David says it in a way which I think the counter jihad has got wrong. And as I said when I talked about Tommy Robinson on my Brexit video, one of the Brexit videos, and I'll go into details there. Randall Lias says, is David Icke evil? More than welcome to Australia, David. As far as I'm concerned, we need you to keep telling the truth. Keep up the good work, mate. Thank you very much, Randall. Thank you very much. Absolutely, he does. Right, we are now on... Where are we now? Oh dear. Richard Turbine says on Is David Icke Evil? We are all intelligent enough to make up our own minds. David is an enhancement of that process. Yes, he's a good man, a truth talker, and more good talk. Enjoyed your speech. Thanks, Richard. Thank you very much. Well said. And good to see so many Australians here commenting on this video. Good to see you guys. Richard Turbine says, "Love the Area 51 alien." Oh, thanks, Richard. That's Russell. Yes, good old Russell. A grey called Russell, and about that, it comes from that song you've heard. I've played that song before. Is David Icke evil? David Icke speaks more truth than anyone else I've ever heard before. He's an intelligent, loving, kind man. What more could you want from any human being? That's from Moonquake. And I can't add anything to that. That's just perfect. That's it. Now we've got a long we've got a conversation here. We've got a long thread. Oh my god, it's a long one. How up does it go? Kevin Skog. This is is Paul McCartney dead? And there's always fertile comments on that one. I'm not sure I'm going to go through all these. Very often it's debates between believers and non-believers. Where are we? Right. Kevin Skog says, why would he keep up the charade? Well, Sir William Shepherd is in an enviable position. He's the most highly paid musician in history. He's earning a massive fortune, very much, a lot of it off the royalties from Paul McCartney. He's respected, he is widely adored, he has all the luxuries that life can afford. After all these years of playing him, I bet he even believes it himself. Jerry Rogers said underneath, why would the charade begin? The only band in the world that couldn't just replace someone. If it's an intel op, as I suspect, the whole point was to pull out our collective leg. Why would they tell us if it was a secret? No, you see, that the encoded messages in the Beatles productions, the album covers, the song lyrics. It was the other guys. It was John, George, and Ringo who wanted to get the word out, as well as other people who worked with them. Why would the charade begin? I explain in the video, because the Beatles were too big to fail. To use that, let's just use what they said about the banks in the recession, the banks in the bailout. The Beatles were so big that they were actually listed as part of Britain's gross domestic product. They couldn't fail. And you may say, well, if one band member died, that's not the end of the world. Pink Floyd kept going. After Gilmour died. Well, is it David Gilmour who died? Oh, sorry if I got that wrong. But it's not the same. I mean, Nick and I talk about the dynamic between the four of them was specifically keenly balanced. It wouldn't have worked. I mean, it almost... Do you remember at the beginning, it was just before they became famous in Germany, they added Ringo. They had another guy called Stuart Hill, I think his name was. He was the drummer before Ringo. And that almost destroyed them back then. They couldn't. They literally could not admit that Paul was dead. Not least all the young girls who'd commit suicide and things like that. I mean, we're talking about a serious major legal issue here. I wouldn't be someone could even sue them. They could get done for manslaughter. Right, and Jerry Scott, Kevin's wife. All right, okay. Jerry Rogers and Kevin Skog have a debate, which I don't have time to read. I'm sorry. Now let's go. All right, the lies of Marie Kay. Right, this is. What's this about here? Oh, this is an old video. This is the video I talked about before. This is about, yeah. I'm not going to read these out because basically, to me, this is something for legal reasons I can't really read out. But I appreciate the comment, and I know what you mean. Okay. Yeah, it was an awful situation, and as I've said before, you know, I wrote an article. I mean, I can just read the article I wrote about this. It's probably the best thing to do. Where is it? There we go. The basis project has been targeted yet again by an internet assault. This attack is not so much as a simply new as a simple resurrection of one carried out a year ago. The very same accusations were made back then, and they've been repeated now by different people. The motive is once again a personal dislike of Miles Johnston, and this person mentions Simon Parkes as well, which is exactly the same. The members of the UFO paranormal conspiracy theory community have very short memories. The crime Miles was accused of, and me and myself as an accessory, is one of the most heinous it's possible to commit. Last year I said at the time that if one word of those allegations were true, then Miles would very swiftly be put in jail. Nobody's asking the obvious question of why, if he's guilty, is he still currently walking the streets 12 months later. As I said, the reason this internet lynch mob has been unleashed once more is because a number of people who have private conflicts with Miles have joined forces and decided to accuse him of the ultimate act of depravity. The accusations are not true. The perpetrators know that they are not true, but it doesn't matter that they are not true. The accusers still believe they are justified, and Miles has done some responses to this himself. I don't know what the rights and wrongs are of the personal trouble Miles Johnston is in with other people within the UFO Paracon movement. It's not my place to judge. Miles and I also clashed stridently several weeks ago over the correct and equitable manner in which to retaliate against his enemies. The problem I have is when people take a completely personal and inconsequential quarrel and aggrandize it into a fantasy scenario where their foe is actually a genuinely evil person and a threat to everybody. The most common falsehood is that they are a government shill. In Miles's case, that he is a perverted criminal. Internet justice is medieval. There has to be a better way of resolving these kinds of situations than the current ordeal by hashtag. And again, I've talked about this before. I've suggested setting up a tribunal system. If we don't do something, our community will devour itself in an orgy of infighting. Frankly, we have far more important issues to deal with at the moment. So I think that clarifies that. Moving on from there, Simon Johnson says on Is David Icke Evil? Nice try. Just look how pathetic these people are. For them to For people like them to say David Icke is evil, well, he isn't raping and killing children, unlike the pricks behind all this bullshit. Just fuck off, bloodline families. Go and fucking kill each other and do us all a favour. Love eternal. Well, thank you, Simon. And you know, there's nothing I'd like better than to see the Illuminati eat itself in that way. I really do. They unlike so many people on our side of the debate, these people actually have a unified purpose, which is why we need to get over this infighting that I talked about. And Simon says here on the same video, I feel compelled to put another comment. Do any of these naysayers actually listen to what David Icke says? Because unless you are part of the cabal NWO, what he's doing for you, what he's along with the other, what he is doing for you exactly, along with the other good people who take the time to care and research this information and present it in a way that everyone can understand. So people, if you're slagging off, just follow the herd. I suggest you stop and listen. If you still don't get it or think it's shit, well, sorry, just fuck off then, because you are exactly what the system depends on and your life is doomed. Big up Mr. Icke. Keep up the good work. Thanks, Simon. You're getting a love heart for that, mate. That's an excellent comment. And comment says here, also big up the hospital porter. Thank you. Top man, one of many, I believe, that really see through the bullshit and evil that we all have to deal with on a daily basis. Keep up the good work, Mr. Hospital Porter. A working class bloke who the powers that be have nothing but contempt for. I hate to use the term class, but you know what I mean. I do, Simon, and thank you very much. I appreciate your support very much, and really good comments you put. It illustrates the entire David Icke situation perfectly. And Simon carries on here on the same video. I know what you mean about the books repeating, but as you said, he intends them to be for people who are coming to the subject matter from the first time and don't know about the forum thing. I don't go on things like that because they are easy to bend and manipulate. Just look at David Wilcock and Corey Good, William Tompkins. I wish David Icke would start to look into that stuff. For me, it brings a lot of what he's talking about together. Love eternal people. Thanks, Simon. Thank you very much. I haven't looked into those guys in great detail. I know they're very controversial. You know, but it's David. I think there's just so much in this business. It's not possible to cover everything. Now, oh, Steve. Oh, here we go. The Apollo Detectives 2019, and guess Lime Specs says here. Just wait till Mumbling sees this. He's going to blow a fuse. Exactly. Oh yeah. He is, isn't he? He really is. Here we go. Oh god, this is a long thread as always. Steve Mumbling says, blow a fuse laughing maybe. Budgio says, thank you for the comment. It'll be in the comments reply video. Steve Mumbling says, funny Budzio, funny. They seem to have learned to keep their mouths shut about the technical aspects of their mission. At least that's a step in the right direction. Well, not really, Steve. I have actually replied to some of the technical aspects of the mission. In the video you may... Oh! It is now time to change the tag. Alright, so delete. Okay, so 3000. 30 minutes. Right, I've got to change the tag. Okay, must remember to do that. Now, here we go. So we'll just put another reply in there. Oh, here we go. Now the thing is, like, I've replied to Steve on this. We're now in the 6th half-hour period. My goodness, at the end of this I'll be going 3 hours. I think I'll have to take a break. I'm going to do this a bit more slowly than last time. Like, I might even take a break overnight and do more the next day. You know. But anyway, Steve says, there we go. So, Steve, what I'm saying to Steve is, I have replied to as many of the technical aspects of the lunar missions as I can, and I have been willing to talk about, you know, look into some of the others that he makes. Indeed, we did raise some of these in the Apollo Detectives movies. Budzio, come on, Steve, the NWO reptilian shapeshifters can't afford 4 bombs. They have only the budget for 1. These guys being in separate locations is a necessity for their survival. Are you being sarcastic, Budzio? Now, I know what you mean. It's all right. I did make the joke. That's kind of. I know you're being sarcastic here, but I did kind of make this joke myself, didn't I? If we were in the same room, because all the big names were there. I just said basically everyone except David Percy and Mary Bennett. If we'd have them in there, it would be the full house, wouldn't it? And Steve says, silly me, they should drop David Icke on the next Dreaming Sources conference venue. That should do the trick. Well, you know, Steve, I'd be honoured to have David Icke at my Dreaming Sources conference. I really honestly would. It would be an absolute dream come true. Right, Artography says on the Apollo Detectives 2019, and this is a comment I was expecting. Are you and Bart related? You look similar. Yeah, I do look. I know. I look very like the Great Waxed One, don't I? He used to have hair, though. He really used to have hair. Jack Parker says on the same video, I might stay. Where am I? Okay. I might stay at this time. Holy shit! Just starting that video with the testimonies of investigative reporter. I might, right. So I think you need to put some punctuation marks in there, Jack. I'm not sure exactly what you mean. There's several ways of interpreting that sentence depending on where the commas and full stops are. Oh right, here we have Jack Parker again on the Apollo Detectives 2019. Also, if that be true, CIA to be after him, they would first be on any plane that he could possibly purchase listening. Be after who? The CIA be after who? Even listening somehow to this web program. Astronauts can lose their cool. But they too are under strict guidance. Would not be allowed to violate that instruction as to what the story is. I see what you mean. You mean like the pressure that the astronauts would be put on to keep the secret. Yeah. It says here, their families would only need to be threatened. They stand little to gain by disclosing to one or two people who would be ignored anyway. That's a good point, actually, yeah. I think there's many reasons why they wouldn't come forward. There's many reasons why, generally, within these conspiracies, secrets are kept by vast numbers of people. As I've said, you know, The Experimenter, it's actually, where's The Experimenter film? Do watch The Experimenter, the movie about the Milgram experiment, and the Stanford prison experiment, and things like that. Jack Parker also says, another possibility, excuse me, I have to change the film chip in a minute. It could be the astronauts serendipitously found out if they close their eyes and hold their breath, they could get through the Van Allen radiation belt. That's right. Oh, it's like going underwater, isn't it? Neil Desprandum said, "Oh, it was about intensity, radius, and exposure time." Yes, Neil, I think Jack is joking. The thing is, the intensity, radius, and exposure time was not known when the Apollo. There's still varying. There's still a lot of varying information on the Van Allen belts today, but we do know that the Van Allen belts fluctuate enormously in accordance with the solar cycle. When Apollo missions were actually taking place, it was during the solar maximum. So all the figures that have been created in the early Apollo missions, that is from 1963 onwards, 1962 onwards. Oh, sorry, 1961. From 61 onwards, this was just 2 years after the belts had been discovered, would have to be reassessed. Zephyrin Cockrum says on the Apollo Detectives 2019, "Thanks a lot, Ben. One of the greatest shows I've ever watched. At one point, I thought Jarrett and Scott were going to fall out. Thanks a lot for pulling his great minds together." Oh, thanks, Zephyrin. Yeah, what it was, I think Jarrett got a bit peeved with Scott because Scott was saying about the International Space Station. Now, Scott is not a space denier. He's not a flat earther. Jarrah is very, very annoyed with these people. And I understand why. I understand why he gets annoyed with the flat earthers. Because the flat earthers, unfortunately, are on our side in the moon debate, but they just mix it in with this nonsense, this rubbish. It's like when This Morning did this. They had that Martin Kenny on, and because they did a talk about the moon landings, and they had on a couple of moon landing proponents, and I thought they'd have Marcus on or someone like that on the other side. Instead, they had this Martin Kenny bloke. You might have seen him. He's a young black chap. He's got a YouTube channel. He's a flathead, and they had him on to put side. I mean, to put the Apollo skeptic side or the anti-Apollo side across, and he just said, "Oh, the moon's a luminary," and I thought, "Oh dear." A red flag went up as soon as I heard him say that. I mean, I didn't know who he was at the time. I'd never heard of this guy before, because I know everyone in the business. But then he said he'd called the moon a luminary, and I thought, oops, a red flag went up, a big flat red flag. Yes, sure enough, they brought a flathead on to put the other side of the story across. So I understand Jarrett's frustration enormously, but I think having talked to Scott about this, I mean Scott, and later on we saw that Scott, you know, I did sort of like, because I was moderating, I pulled the event, I pulled the discussion back on topic. Scott was saying that the ISS is at a different altitude to where it's supposed to be, and I disagreed with him as much as Jarrett did. But I mean, Scott is certainly not he's certainly not a flathead. He's certainly not a space denier and all these other things. And I do hope that Jarrett and Scott will be on the show together again, because I know that Neil has other things planned, and I can't tell you too much about that now. But Zephyrin, thank you very much. I'm glad you enjoyed this video. Neptune Returns said, "Of course Hitler went to the moon. He was in a UFO and used free energy. You guys are all jealous." Well, you know, Neptune, joking aside, the Nazis did have free energy and anti-gravity technology. Nick Cook's Hunt for Zero Point's a good book. There's Paul LaViolette, his book on anti-gravity. There's Andrew Johnson, his book on free energy. They did, you see. It is really, really true. Nothing is as it seems says, "We have to rescue the passengers of the USS Minnow." I came across this thing before the USS Minnow. Where did that come from? Well, I'm just going to look it up a second. Hang on. USS Minnow. I've got 2 minutes left. I've got to change the chip. Hang on. I think it's a submarine, isn't it? I think it's a submarine. USS Minnow. Oh, I see. Oh, Gilligan's Island. Yeah. All right. It's from a TV series. Okay, I get it now. Apollo Detection 2019, Jungle Surfer. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Jungle Surfer. You're both Australian. I got to get you in a room with Jarrah White. Rockets are a fraud. All you need to know. Sad you hang with Alan and Sabrell, both shills. Well, you know, think about Jungle Surfer. Jungle Surfer. Who's not a shill? I know you've got. You've added my name to your long list, haven't you? Who do you think is not a shill in this movement, apart from yourself? Jungle said Jarrah is also a half-stepping shill. There's no rockets, 100+ feet tall, and no steering and efficient propulsion. Beatrice, what's she up to? Honestly, Jungle Surfer, you're completely wrong, and you're wrong about Jarrah. And you're wrong about everything. You're an amusing guy, but you used to talk some good sense. But this is ridiculous. What you said about the Grenfell Tower fire, even after I showed you a video of the burnt building, you still said, no, it didn't happen. It's all a construction. I mean, you can take these things too far. You know that, Jungle. You really can. BZ Garson said, Bart Sabrell, the guy that punched... That guy that Buzz Aldrin punched in the face. Yay! That's right, he did. He did. All right. Well, I can't comment on that really, because you know, I did. I actually think that Bart maybe took the wrong tactic there. I think that was he did it the wrong way. I agree with Bart about the Apollo missions and stuff like that, but I think I don't think that did any good. Anyway, I've got to change the film chip. Back in a minute. Okay, I'm live again. Just changed the film chip. Okay, Andrew Gillis. This is on Apollo Detectives 2019. Panelists, you spoke up and over Bart signing out. Very poorly done. I mean, hang on. Oh dear, hang on just a second. I'm just going to get the tag because I've been using the clipboard to copy the videos. I get it. Okay, right. Okay, right. Where was I? Sorry. Andrew Gillis. Right. You spoke up and over Bart signing out. Very poorly done. I mean, had you forgotten you were exchanging wrap-up remarks with the best-known person on this topic. I'm a fan of Jarrah, but he was totally scrambled as he tried to update help Bart's radiation belt info. Audio breakup did not help either. Ben, it was up to you to get him to check, click out and reconnect. All right. Oh, Andrew. I didn't really see Bart actually signed out quite suddenly. I know he couldn't stay for the whole thing. We hadn't agreed. We hadn't agreed that this was actually going to be the case. That the actual point he was going to sign out. And honestly, we certainly didn't intend any disrespect to Bart. We don't feel any disrespect to Bart. We were very pleased to have him on the show, as we were all the panelists. So I think we're all great guys. Jarrah actually, I don't know, I can't remember the thing you were talking about with Jarrah when he was updating Bart with the radiation belt info. The audio breakup, that's a shame. If you remember, actually, it was actually, I think we did actually ask Jarrah to reset, I think. I'm not sure of that the case. Thing is, we did a couple of, in the beginning, he had a few sound problems as well, which I think may not have been soluble. They may have to do with the connection, things like that. So I think maybe next time we could do it differently. I don't know. We'll have to ask. I mean, I was the moderator. I wasn't the producer, and it was Neil and Andy who were doing the technical stuff. But I think we all did the best we could, and I think we did a good job. I think you were nitpicking a bit, quite frankly. And Andrew Gillis has said here on the same video, Scott, no one asked you to lead the discussion. You showed the flag detail but didn't make your point, and then the Hadley Ridge stuff did not tie in. Actually, Scott didn't lead the discussion. Scott was playing his role in it like everybody else was. Everyone was very well balanced. Everyone was respectful of everyone else. I think we were all highly professional. We all gelled quite well together. Neil himself, Neil Peel, Neil Geddes Ward is actually commenting here. Scott went into more detail on the wet flag from Apollo 17 on the Apollo Detectives Part 2, also on his channel. That's a good point. Thanks, Neil. Thank you very much. The Cockmeister says, on the Apollo Detectives 2017. Not sure what this is about the Southern Hemisphere bloke. Not sure if he's a Kiwi or an Aussie, but he gets on my tits. Do you mean Jarrah? Do you mean Jarrah White? He's Australian. And do you have a point to make, Cockmeister? You're just saying he's getting on your tits. Well, you're not saying why. I'm not responsible for your personal your personal feelings about a particular guest. Did he say something wrong or what? Please be more specific. If he said something factually wrong, you can talk it through with us and we'll go into it. But just saying, oh, he gets on my tits, he's a Southern Hemisphere bloke, you're not making any point here. Andrew Gillis says, good finish, Ben. And for his part, Bart repeated a lot of his talking points, which he needn't have done. We know them and love them. Oh, well, I'm glad. But the whole purpose of getting Bart on there, I think, was so that he would go through a lot of them again, and how it will complement the rest of our discussion, and I think he did a good job. Lucky, this is on Apollo Detectives. Oh right, this is the older Apollo Detectives film. This is Apollo Detectives 2. I actually combined 1 and 2 into a single video on upload. So there's 2 Apollo Detectives videos on my channel, but they include 2 separate Apollo Detectives videos produced by Neil. Now that's a bit confusing, I know, but anyway, Lucky Munyoro says, I'm not enjoying the heavy breathing in the background. Oh, Lucky, I think you're watching a porn video on another browser. Alright, close that. Close the bigtitty-spread-cheeky.com, alright, and then come back and watch the videos without that browser open. Right, where are we? Right, oh, Steve Mumbling. Steve, oh, this is a long thread here. This is a really long thread. Oh, it starts with Steve Mumbling. It starts actually with Neil. Neil starts this discussion. Okay, I'll go through as much of it as I can, but it's a very, very long one, and Steve Mumbling shoves his oar in, of course. Oh, I've got a feeling I'm going to have to do some deleting. Let's have a look. Neil Peel. If they went to the moon, why are most of the astronauts running away from Bart Sobral? Why are they kicking him in the butt or threatening him when they came in peace for all mankind? Well, Steve Mumbling says, because Sobral is being extremely offensive by asking him to swear on the Bible, etc. Can't you see that? If it was me, I would slap him too. Neil, well, the thing about Bart is, I mean, I did say at the time I thought what he was doing was counterproductive, and I do think the thing he did with Buzz Aldrin probably didn't help. But as time has worn on, I see Bart Sobral very differently. I think actually he has done us a big favour. He's done enormous service actually to the Apollo hoax research, because it was his interaction with Dr. Edgar Mitchell, I think, that was very interesting, and I think that was interesting too. And Neil says he asked John Lang a pertinent question. Yeah. Oh, Professor Fez. Neil, is Professor Fez commenting on my videos? Because I banned... Oh, hang on. No, I think as I blocked Professor Fez, then I unblocked him for various reasons. That's a long story. But are you aware NASA killed under their responsibility? Yes, they killed astronauts. They killed a guy, a safety inspector as well. We talk about that. Oh, here we go. Neil, I'm not sure I can add anything to this discussion actually. Neil is taking Steve on very well. Right. Okay, I'm not gonna answer this now. Let me just check it. I'll check there's nothing oh, BZ Garson says, so, to follow your logic, why isn't a norm for commercial air travel is not supersonic? Concorde was developed in the late 60s because it's not economically viable. I haven't actually I haven't time to read through his entire conversation. There's a lot here. There's a massive amount here. I think Neil appears to be holding his own quite well. I don't think I need to add anything really. So, thanks Neil for doing that. I'm sorry I didn't myself, but to be fair, I have made rather a lot. I have made reply videos, 3 moon reply videos to Oh, we have here. Oh, we have a letter here from Steve. What's this? Oh, hang on, where's the? Hang on, I read more, right? So where do I put the reply in? Here we go. Okay, so I put the reply tag in there. Sorry, it's acting up a little bit. It's acting strange. Okay. A quote from Professor Van Allen regarding his belts to Mr. Lambert. In your reply, dear Mr. Lambert, this is from Professor James Van Allen to somebody. This is a quote from Steve Mumbling, so I'm not going to do the Steve Mumbling voice. In reply to your email, I send you the following copy of a response that I wrote to another inquiry 2 months ago. The radiation belts of the Earth do indeed pose important constraints on the safety of human spaceflight. The very energetic protons in the inner radiation belt are the most dangerous and most difficult to shield against, especially for prolonged flights of humans and other animals that orbit the Earth. They must be conducted at an altitude less than 250 miles to avoid significant radiation exposure. A person in the cabin of a space shuttle in circular equatorial orbit in the most intense region of the inner radiation belt at an altitude of 1,000 miles would be subjected to a fatal dosage of radiation in 1 week. However, the outboard and inboard trajectories of the Apollo spacecraft cut through the outer portions of the inner belt, and because of their high speed are spent only 15 minutes in traversing the regions and less than 2 hours traversing the much less penetrating radiation in the outer radiation belt. The resulting radiation exposure for the round trip was less than 1% of a fatal dosage, a very minor risk among the far greater other risks of flights. I made such estimates in the early 1960s and so informed NASA engineers who are planning the Apollo flights. These estimates are still reliable. The recent Fox TV show, which I saw, is an ingenious and entertaining assemblage of nonsense. They claim that radiation exposure during Apollo missions would have been fatal to the astronauts. It's only one example of such nonsense. James A. Van Allen, the man for whom the Van Allen belts are named after. You should take him seriously, shouldn't you? The thing about it is, he says here quite clearly that he was an advisor to the Apollo missions in the early 1960s because he discovered the belts as a result of research done with the help of NASA in 1959, the Explorer missions, for example. But you see, the thing about it is, in the early 1960s, there was the solar minimum. This was just the beginning of the research into the belt. The fact of the belts, the two Van Allen belts. There was also Operation Starfish Prime, which was a nuclear weapon detonated in the high up in the atmosphere, close to orbit, I believe, which created another greater radiation belt, which is still there today, I think. This means that they were still very much. These were still only estimates when the actual rockets were being designed. They weren't sure exactly what they were going to face when they actually got up into space in the late 1960s. The first, like this, for instance, Apollo 8, 1968. Which is the first one. Now, I suppose the answer I'd have to ask is, you might be right, Dr. Van Allen, but if you're wrong, it's a pretty terrible situation. Not least because once you get even beyond the Van Allen belt, then you have the risk of solar flares. The question I've got to ask you is, everything went fine. But you can say you're saying that after it went fine, after everything went well. But Dr. Van Allen, it's easy to say that afterwards, not so easy to say beforehand, especially when, as they used to say in the 60s, the whole world is watching. So interesting. Thanks for sharing that with us, Steve Mumbling. And there's my answer. Right, Steve Mumbling says in Apollo Detective 2019, it looks like Jarrah White is another Colin. Alright, I think he means Colin Sugrin, the man who you said you wanted to feed into a wood chipper, feet first, so you could hear him scream before he died. That was when you said that, and I made the decision I wasn't going to make any more comments reply videos to you. At 0:32, he said he just travelled to work on the train's luggage rack. Hands up everyone here that believes that, really? You're in the right place on this channel. I've got no idea what you're talking about, Steve. Let's have a look at Colin. What Colin says here. Colin couldn't make it for this for the unfortunately for the third video. All right. Okay. All right. One moment. This is an Australian news story about people travelling. The average daily commute is not getting any longer. There's a busy road here. What's this got to do with Jarrah? Oh, Jarrah's here. Hang on. Right. Oh, Jarrah was on here saying that the bus was so overcrowded that he was on when he was getting to university that he had to ride in the luggage rack. Well, I've seen people do that. I've seen people perching on the luggage rack, and I've seen people sort of squatting on it. Some people sit on top of the suitcases and things like that. So, what's your point? There's someone else. Is he coming back? No, I think that's... Where's Jarrah? I think that's the only scene for Jarrah. But Steve, I believe that. What's happened now? Hang on. Why is that? I've been on buses where I've seen people sitting on the luggage rack. If no one's put a suitcase on it, they'll sit on it. I mean, to be honest, I did that myself actually when I was going on a train to. I was going on a train to Glastonbury. I think it was for the first David Icke Forum meetup. Ironically, I actually perched myself on. There was a big. Someone put a big trunk there. It was one of those hard surface trunks. So I sat on top of it in the luggage rack area. So why shouldn't anyone believe that? I believe it. I put my hands up. Right, okay, Neil Peel. Oh, Neil, right, this is on the Apollo Detectors 2019. Here we have our heroes, Buzz and Neil and Mike, in quarantine after the return to Earth. So the President does not catch any bugs from the moon or anyone else. Although the astronauts were picked up by a Navy frogman and a helicopter pilot straight from the moon, maybe that is who is in the quarantine area with them. See the background of the chamber they're in. Oh, right, hang on, this is... Let me just put a reply tag in. Hang on a sec. Here we are. Okay, just put the reply tag in. Do before I forget. What's this here? The background. It's quite a long. It's an 11-minute video. I don't have time to watch that here. Maybe that is who is in quarantine area with them then. See the background of the chamber they were in. Alright, so I'll just have a quick look at the background of the chamber. Let's see if I can see. Is that inside the chamber or outside? Oh, there's Alright, I'm not sure what you mean there, Neil. But anyway, John Johansson says underneath here, you are wrong, and you've probably not seen the whole return of Apollo 11. The frogmen, oh, they're frogmen in there. Okay, they used special protective clothing and sprayed with chemicals. They also had to use protective clothing to get on board the chopper. Use all facts, not just some of it, because you want it to be a hoax. That's not fair. We're not doing that. You guys are the liars. No, we're not, John. Take a look at the Apollo's return and see for yourself. Or is this a hoax as well? Let's have a look at this. Hang on. Oh, I've got an ad. Hang on. Oh, this is a 16-minute video. Yeah, I saw it. No. I see. I'm watching this. It's a 16-minute video, but it talks about the picking up of the astronauts. Okay, but look, the thing is, I'm not pretending that astronauts didn't land in the sea in a capsule. I'm not pretending that they didn't contain the named astronauts who supposedly walked on the moon. What I contend is that they went to the moon and didn't just land from Earth orbit. Okay, John, that's our position. That's my position, certainly. UFO Disclosure 2015, doubts begin. And Steve 071, this is an old one now, it's an old video from 2015. Steve 071 says, Ben, your bottle of champagne will have evaporated away before official disclosure begins. Oh, well, you know, Steve, it's still under my bed. I've still got it there. Oh, one day I hope to get it out, you know. That'd be great. Right, where are we now? Okay, going up a little bit further. Marjana, this is David Icke evil. I haven't actually checked this. I should check that champagne bottle, see what state it's in. Actually, it might have smashed, for all I know. David Icke is genius, says Marjana. Thank you. Yes, he is, Marjana. We all know that the media is evil, always have been and always will be. They're just a bunch of liars and Zionists. Yes, indeed. Well, not just Zionists, they're all kinds of New World Order-y people. Absolutely, yeah. Artography. Steve, this is artography on the Apollo Detectives 2019. I'm waiting for Steve Mumbling's version of this video. And Steve posts underneath, have fun. Here is a link to Steve Mumbling's video on the subject. Let's have a look. I think I've looked at this one. Yeah, I've watched it. I think I've commented on it. I think I did. I bit the bullet and I commented on. Steve's videos. I just can't resist it sometimes. I did it the other night as well when I was drunk. Yeah, I just can't resist it. You know, it like draws me in. Apollo Detectives 2019. BZ Garson. Sorry, I called you Carson. Why, Garson's an odd name, isn't it? Alright, here we go. There's nothing more than a 2.5 hours plus loving, nodding dogfest, a circle jerk, and a lesson in pseudoscience. If you wanted to gain a modicum of credibility, Ben, outside your unquestioning band of devoted followers... Oops. Oh, where we go? Right, oops. Alright, hang on. Alright. Right, time to change the tag. Oh. Outside your unquestioning band of devoted followers, then at least have a balanced panel. Think Hitchens versus Rabbi David Wolpe, Sam Harris versus Dennis Prager, Pinky versus Perky. I've seen those actually. I've seen those videos. I think Peter Hitchens does a good job there. Sam Harris, Dennis. Yep, I do. They did not come on stage and appear in a studio. Right, let's get one thing straight. You're about to make a point here and not just dissolve into nonsense, meaningless rhetoric. If you think you talk about unquestioning band of devoted followers, balanced panel, this is the guy who goes to skeptics in a pub events and provides you, the HPANWO TV viewer, BZ, one of the many HPANWO TV viewers, with a video report on it. And very often it involves travel to London, it involves a lot of expense on my part, so I can give you the other side of the story. I have done a long article in response to a Skeptics in the Pub event I went to, which was presented by Megan Hewell, who is an Apollo believer and Apollo proponent, and I wrote a 5,000 word response to her. I think I'm going to post the bloody thing here, actually. You cheeky bastard. I'm posting this here. I'm going to post this damn thing here. Here we are. Here we go. Hang on. Where is it? Oh. Where is it? I put it. Hang on a sec. This is weird. Right, what's happening? What's happened to this thing here? Hang on. What the bloody hell's happened? Something's happened to my main blog. Hang on a sec. Right, here we go. Megan Hewell at Oxford Skeptics in the Pub. I don't know why it didn't come up on the search thing. I'm posting you a link to this damn article. Okay? I'm posting it here. I'm actually going to post it here. Right you are. There it is. Right there. I'll put here, none, absolute crap. Look. Right. Let me just carry. Okay, I'll carry on in a sec. Wait, just let the cameras on. Okay. Right. So I do this thing about balanced panel is absolutely nonsense. You've got no right to say that to me. They did not come on stage and appear in a studio together and spend a couple of hours patting each other on the backs and end with a virtual kiss or part with a missing you already. What are you talking about? Each side held a polar opposite position and were willing to be vigorously challenged in an open forum. It might actually interest you to know that Neil has requested exactly what you say from various people who believe in the Apollo missions, and they have not yet decided to come on there. Okay, that's why we haven't had an Apollo believer on yet, because Neil has been trying to get one on. We will, if an Apollo believer wants to come on and is willing to conduct themselves professionally and politely, I'm happy to speak to them. It's just completely unfair, totally unfair. Why not invite two sets of... We have done that. We've invited them. The Mumbles has already offered such a challenge. Your objection being his wood chipper comment. Is that unreasonable? The way he behaves? To be quite frank, you've said much worse in some of your previous videos. Right, links upon request. Please provide them. I follow your channel because I like some of your walkabout videos. You have a good grasp of history and I find them to be quite informative, minus the conspiracy theories. But this back-patting rubbish holds no credibility whatsoever until you actually debate with people who disagree with you. Well, do you think I haven't debated with Steve Mumbling? Have you seen the videos I've made in response to Steve Mumbling? I've never talked about... I've never actually suggested I would like to see somebody dead. This is all completely unfair. Absolutely, completely, utterly unfair. Right then, just let me... I've got to read, because I used the clipboard for that particular link to the Megan Hewell thing, the Skeptics in the Pub. Right, Max Don says on Give Me Back My Debt. Here we go. Right, here we go. Right. Within the 7th half-hour period. My goodness, I've been going over 3 hours now. I'm almost halfway through. So this, I reckon this is maybe just over 6-hour video, I think. Just tell them a big fuck off. Exactly. Jorge Rodriguez on the Apollo detectors 2019. Hello Ben, can you please tell me what bullshit test like? I am sure you can answer that. After all, you might be very professional by now. Well, as I said, Jorge, because I know your particular favourite subject, I suggested a tribunal. I've suggested a proper tribunal system. But the bullshit test, I mean, the bullshit test I refer to here is basically what we were doing, examining the evidence. And as I just said, we're willing to look at both sides of this issue. We have. I went all the way to Oxford Skeptics in the Pub to watch Megan Hewell, who is a believer in the Apollo mission. She's an astrophysicist. She did a lecture. Principled uncertainty said on Slaxer's sadness. Slaxer is good people. Yes, he is. And I've got to catch up on his videos, actually. I haven't watched him for a little while because other things have got in the way. Slaxer is excellent people. John Smith says on Is David Icke Evil? It's another long one. It's another long one. I'm sorry. John, this is right. Hang on a sec. Can I just answer one of the points you make here? All right, please. You say here. The whole crucible of the mindset is an anti-progressive, essentially. All right, I've seen you say this thing before. The cornerstone. Then use the word offence as a means to ignore the questions they cannot answer. Well, that's not true. Oh, hypocritical defence of alleged ad hominems, while a deluge of actual ad hominems spew from Ben's mouth with no apology as he demands from others, including a rather disgusting reference to Brian Cox being effeminate, etc. All right. Maybe that's a point. Maybe I am being a hypocrite there. I'm not sure. I'll have to think about it, but I do give Coxie a hard time, don't I? All right. Yeah, all right. Fair enough. I don't know what else to say to that. But there's a very long comment here. All right. So the problem is greater than David Icke. I do not agree with everyone being banned. We cannot have a dialect challenge nonsense out there. The problem is that their paradigm is what these truth conspiracy alternative occupy, which is toxic and self-evidence. And there will always be a reversion to anomaly, conspiracy, anti-mainstream, which basically means any non-truth of people vis-a-vis the general public who are trying to save badly and yet subconsciously and often blatantly vilify them as substandard thinkers. Lol. It's... Well, I think you were talking about the cultic mindset here, as Michael Barkin called it. Well, there is an element of the fact that we do sort of move from one subject to another, there is one thing, like if you believe in UFOs, you're more likely to believe in ghosts, etc. It's suspension of disbelief, lonely hearts, high strangeness, fetish club. For many of these individuals here, which is sad, as some of these people are ever display mental health issues for whatever reason. This is why I'm writing this, to stop other vulnerable people being further isolated. I'm going to have to read the rest of this whole comment. I've got to. Not everything is a conspiracy. Indeed, not all conspiracies malicious, as well we do understand. Well, as I just said, there are good conspiracies. There are benevolent conspiracies. Planning someone's a surprise birthday party, I just mentioned. Now, right, but the thing is, I know not everything is a conspiracy. You may have noticed that I haven't called conspiracy on the Christchurch shooting. I've looked at some of the videos which claim that this is some kind of Mossad false flag, and to be honest, I can't see anything other than this being what it seems to be. I mean, I'm willing to be proved wrong on that if it happens, but I'm not pretending everything is a conspiracy. I don't believe the Earth is flat. I don't believe that Lewis Hamilton is Barack Obama's son. You know, there are things which are not conspiracies, and I'm the first to admit that. These groups hate the mainstream media. I do, because it's lies, which is a fallacious attack on all media, researchers, scholars and academics who might have any connection to a non-conspiratory alt platform or group. I think that's unfair. That's not true. I think I do give news stories in the mainstream media a fair hearing. I do look at the information. I've made videos taking apart various mainstream media stories. It's impudent audacity par excellence. Irony is that if a mainstream article, research, finding or political gesture comes to the fore that fits their paradigm, they lovingly swallow it up, including political figures that are as deplorable as the next. Well, can you find an example, please, of... perhaps you could find an example of where I have lovingly swallowed it up unquestioningly, where I personally have lovingly swallowed it up without subjecting it to any scrutiny. Say Oumuamua, for example. That was broke into the mainstream. Did I stray straight away it was a UFO? Right. The statement question everything falls short here. Well, it doesn't. Not for everyone. Not for some of us. All right. I know there are many different people. Some of them they just go for every bait on every hook. But not all of us. What I'm equally shocked at is this alternative free-thinking community, in quotes. They always bang on about cultural Marxism. There's a lot of stuff in brackets here. When in fact the whole crucible of this mindset is anti-progressive, essentially. I don't know what you mean by that. If you mean we're anti-progressive, I don't know what you mean. They are very quivery and defensive over slapstick humour and comedy. I'm not. I don't mind people taking the mickey out of me. I've laughed in this very video. I've been laughing at jokes at my expense. I've laughed at people, who someone made a joke about NBA, and I laughed at it. Then use the term of... Okay, I've already gone on to... and use the term of offence as a mean to ignore questions. I've answered the thing about ad hominems, and I take your point. Maybe that is something I need to look at. These people need to be pulled up, and a few of them quite unpleasant individuals disguising their ignorance as truth and the quest for it. Well, I don't know, which individuals do you mean? We have to take this as a case-by-case basis. I've already explained why I think you're wrong about me. I think you're wrong about many people. So who are you talking about specifically, John? There are individuals with good intentions. Sorry. As most of the information is just a rehash of information already known. Not necessarily. Anyway, there are individuals with good intentions who slowly become more and more intoxicated within this arena. My advice is keep these groups and movements arm's length. Use a more virtuosic mindset. I don't know what that means. That's something you said in the last video, I remember. Be discerning. Well, of course, I believe I am. And as for groups and movements, there are many on my side of the fence I do keep at arm's length. Okay, John, thanks for the comment. It's a long one. I know I skipped your last comment, but that was like twice as long as this one. But I have given you an answer to this one now, okay? Charles Declassified. This is on Apollo Detectives. Here we go. Bart Sibrel. But Barcebrow. Oi mush, how many times do I have to remind you that your image has been trademarked by myself, son? There is a similarity, I must admit. While it is indeed flattering that you want to be just like me, there is only one person in the galaxy that's allowed to look like that. Me, Charles, and only me. Charles of the Illuminati. Charles the super soldier. Charles the psychic gangster. Charles the assassin of assassins. Take heed, my little friend, because we wouldn't want you to have a wardrobe malfunction, would we now? Do check out Charles Declassified's channel, it's hilarious. Oh yeah, I'll give him a thumbs up. Right, we come on to another video, Pentech 3 years on. Armand Adams says, great show, Ben. Love that intro. I nearly shat myself. Oh my god. Deary me. Well, I hope you... I'm glad it was nearly and not actually. Pepe the Frog. Hail Keck. Pepe! You basket of deplorables, you. On Pentech UFO. No, Pentech 3 years on. Pepe says, great speech. Thanks, Pepe. I'll give him a thumbs up here and I'll say, thanks, Pepe. I'm about halfway through now. I reckon this video is going to be about 7 hours. Oh, thanks. Oh, thanks. I've got to spell it right. Thanks, Pepe. Okay. So this Pentech 3 years on is a good video. I'm pleased with this. Jack Parker says, yeah, on Pentech 3 years on. I just wondered at the event you were giving the talk where you were wearing the black t-shirt, the black shirt. I couldn't help but notice a little bit of talking in the background. A very necessary, ordinary situation, of course. I wonder what would have happened if you screamed at the top of your lungs, listen, I need absolute silence! And then followed that with, thank you. I wonder what would have actually happened. Maybe you can save that idea for the next event. Well, thanks, Jack. You know, the thing about it was the voices in the background came from the public bar. We actually hired a little corner, but it's not really a room. It's kind of an alcove at the pub, which we used for the event, which has a couple of screens. They're not completely soundproof. If you remember, I used the same spot for interviewing Kaz in the first Pentech video. Okay, so I couldn't really shout at people to be silent, unfortunately. John Nolan says on Pentech 3 years on, hi Ben, if a ET said to you, would you like to come aboard my ship? Would you do it or run away? Oh, I know the right answer is yes, please, I'll come on board your ship. And I hope I'd have the guts to do that. But you know, it's until you're actually in that situation, I don't think you can really know what you would do. Okay, now, all right, now I don't actually have to reply to this particularly because Steve Mumbling was in posting stuff about the bald patch, and I have, and I've actually made actual comments to him here because I wanted to get this out of the way. I couldn't wait for the next comments reply video. But anyway, we're going on about the EMF readings. Steve says we shouldn't be talking about that. But I said that Gary specifically controlled for electromagnetic pollution. Steve reckons that's meaningless. He says, do you have a link to what you're talking about? I've looked up the coordinates you gave me for the bald patch over time on Google Earth. All that has happened is more scrub has grown. This makes it look like there's less grass. No, there's a patch where there's no scrub. There's no bald patch. I'll show this in a video I'm making about the case. I actually watched that video and I haven't watched all of it. I was in a bit of a state. Kaz tells us the strange snow was like marshmallow and never melted. So what happened to it? Did the Vodafone guys vacuum it up? This one's a turkey, Ben. Well, you know, maybe they did. Maybe the Vodafone guys, supposedly, did get rid of it. Or maybe it evaporated some other way. I don't know. That's a good question, I must admit. But you're completely wrong about the bald patch, and you're completely wrong about Gary's controlling for electromagnetic pollution. Right, and Kaz actually comments on there herself. Right, well, this is a this is a thread here where Kaz is actually commenting herself. Oh my goodness, this is a long one. I'll actually respond here. I'll respond myself to this. It seems I may not be able to answer every single question here. Kaz can hold her own very well to these people, and she wants to be able to engage them, and I'm quite happy for her to do that. I'll assist her in any way I can. David, time warp this is. Let's do the time warp again. I've spoken with Richard D. Hall over email with this incident last year. I can tell you he has a very good reason for not going any further into it. If he's correct, and I think he might be, this incident is not quite all it appears to be. Well, if you're talking about the good reasons Richard has, if you're referring to stuff he's published, then they're not good reasons. If he has information that he's not yet published, that's a different matter. But so far, I can't really comment unless he actually says something and he makes a video about what he's saying. Lime specs. Carlamid says, Professor Fez is, oh dear. Julian Carver and Professor Fez get into an argument. They could both give us good as they like. Carl Mid says, I've just watched this video on the Pentec incident, a full presentation by Kaz Clark and Gary Jones in full. I'm not surprised Richard Hall won't touch it with a barge pole because it's complete nonsense. Well, Carl, no it's not. No it's not. Please, Carl Amids, please watch this video, watch the previous videos I've made, watch Kaz and Gary's presentation. You've watched Kaz and Gary's presentation, and you don't explain why it's nonsense. And Kaz actually says here, were you there? Because I was, and I know what I saw. The military were waiting for it. Yes, quite so. Got any proof of that? Well, look, what Carl Mid says, have you got any proof of that? And she says, I know what I saw. And what's more, we have the other people who saw the aircraft flying over. We have all the data. You know, Kaz takes her up on that. Takes him up on that. Yeah, I am actually doing an event about this. It's hopefully good. It might not be later in the year. It might actually be next spring. I'll do it as soon as I can. But there's going to be a where Kaz is going to speak and Gary's going to speak. And Kaz is taking on these people very well indeed. Steve mumbling, right. Professor, if the aircraft involved were doing something super secret, they would have turned off their ADS-B transponder beacons so their movement couldn't be plotted and displayed on flight radar. And EM fields are not residual, showing Gary measuring EM fields was hilarious. Yeah, no, oh look, no, the EM field things, this is a phenomenon where a lot of normal things don't happen. And residual EM fields do happen. The presence of electromagnetic fields can have a residual effect on the environment, and in this case it has. Gary's detection was done properly. He was advised by people. He was working with SUFON. Killed. Oh dear. Kaz is really standing up to these people. This is great spectator sport. This is. And as for the transponders, now some of them did, Steve. It's true that the spy plane didn't, but the aircraft that were flying over, a lot of them did turn off their transponders. They were seen by people on the ground. I spoke to many people who saw them on the ground. At least 3 people I spoke to saw them and remembered the aircraft flying low. So yeah, but you're right about some of them. But the spy plane, for whatever reason, the spy plane couldn't turn off its transponder. And Steve says, why do you think an alien spacecraft would travel light years across space to hover in a field behind your house for 4 minutes? Well, I don't know. You see, that is simply anthropomorphizing. You're saying, what would you do if you were in a spacecraft and you flew to a foreign planet? And this comes up all the time. Why don't they land on the White House lawn? Why do they make marks in crop fields and then abduct wide-eyed yokels and insert anal probes into them? Why would aliens do that? And what they're saying is, that's not the way a human would behave. Kaz, well done. So Kaz is... I wish I could get in more of this. Right. I saw you at Richard's Mather show where you spoke. Now 3 years later, this is Graham Boston. I'm seeing you call him Michelle and have proof. What's your proof? And will you be in attendance for RDH's Philly show to confront him? I don't think Kaz has actually said that Richard's a shill, hasn't she? Actually said, I think she said he's wrong, and I agree with her. But I don't think he's actually called him a shill. I don't see that. If it's here somewhere, I don't know. Alright, I'm going to go back up. Penta 3 is on. Paul Rawls says, brilliant video, my friend. Thanks, Paul. Thanks very much. Just so it's got to wait. It takes a while to move. Come on. Come on. Thanks, Paul. Smiley face. Reply. There we are. Paul Culliff said, interesting event, good video and well done. I'll say thanks, Paul. This is another Paul. This is Paul Culliford. Thanks, Paul. Okay, Penta UFO Neptune Return said, would the posh guy who rang you up be Prince Philip by any chance? He might have been shape-shifting. And Insert Pie now says, Prince Philip is usually high on baby meat, so it's possible. I don't think it was. I'm listening, trying to think of the voice of Prince Philip. The voice was not one I recognised, but it was a posh English accent. Just say, I think you should have nothing more to do with Kaz Clark. That's what it sounded like. I think you should have nothing more to do with Kaz Clark. She's a liar and a con woman or something like that. It might have been Prince Philip. I don't know if he would demean himself to contact me. I didn't hear him go at the end of it like he was shape-shifting. Dave Vincent says, great channel. Thanks, David. Thank you very much. I've already put a comment in reply to that. Charles Declassified is got in on the game now. This is on Penta 3 years on. No, you got it all wrong, Ben. This was a clerical misunderstanding. It was an educational field trip for our young hatchlings to learn about Earth's biological diversity. The driver misunderstood what was meant by going to see whales, W-H-A-L-E. Good one, Charles, Declassified. Ingeleye's Garda, or is it Ingelisa? I don't know, Garda, sounds like a foreign name, says, about the Bigfoot in Britain. This is Bigfoot in Britain, first comment I've had on that video this particular time. They are forest people. That is the big feet. The big feet are forest people. Alright, thanks for that. Oh, now we have another thread. This is on Why 2016 Matters. Ravenhill the Inquisitor, 1968. Why 68 matters. Right, where are we now? I will say the world now is very messed up, so I'm glad I'm not of this generation, says Ravenhill the Inquisitor. 16net says, unfortunately we are. I feel for the kids, I don't feel the kids. Crazy fucked up plane of existence. It's a boot camp for souls, and I don't care for it. Samsara sucks. That's a good one, 69 Phuket. Hello, by the way. That's a good comment. Yes, a boot camp for souls. Samsara sucks, yes. Samsara is the word, it's a Hindu term for the illusion of reality. Yes, it does. And it's a boot camp for souls. I mean, good bloody hell. But they're certainly hazing us pretty badly, aren't they, 69? That's a good comment. Thanks, that's a really good comment. Steve071 says, the older I get, the more I realise that we're already in the hell most think of from the Bible. Yeah. Maybe we are. Maybe we've actually gone to hell. And 69 Phuket says, you're sorely right. 69 Phuket says, never forget, life is but a dream. Is that the Oxford Boat song? We'll get it eventually. Be good. Row, row, row your boat gently down the stream. If you see a crocodile, don't forget to scream. Ah! That was the one I learnt at school. But yeah, life is just a dream is the... I don't know where that song comes from. It's an interesting tune. Sevo71 says, I began to suspect it a few years ago, but sometimes it's easy to forget it and get sucked into the negative BS that happens around me daily. Oh, not half, yeah, not half. Why 2016 matters. Oh my god, it's Johnny Smallcock and his vile-tasting toffees. You really live up to your name, you know that, Johnny? Deeply embarrassing and difficult to watch. Well, it's Johnny, you don't seem to have any trouble watching it. It can't be that difficult because you watch every one of my videos and you put rude comments on every single one of them. So you seem to find it quite easy. Earth Dog says, copied and pasted as usual. Yes. You have Jimmy Savile as your photo, so your pic is disgusting. You're right, he does, doesn't he? Oh, God, he's a bastard. As disgusting as your name. And Steve O70 says, very repetitive and boring to read, yes. Oh, very good, guys. Earth Dog says, I love listening to you, Ben. A great fan, but I won't hear anything said against Richard D. Hall. I am your only like out of 71 views. Look, fair enough. I'm glad you enjoy the channel, Earth Dog. But if you say you won't hear anything said against Richard D. Hall, does that mean you won't hear anyone disagree with him? Because that's all I did. I didn't say anything against him. I didn't say anything that could be described as a personal attack against Richard. What I said was that I think he's made a mistake when it comes to this subject. He's made a mistake for several subjects, and I'm quite willing to say so. If he wants to politely and respectfully tell me where I've gone wrong, I'm quite happy for him to do so. Indeed, when we've had private discussions, he has done so. And I think both of us, I hope both of us are adult enough to accept that. Jack Parker says on why 2016 matters. A brain twister. What if George Soros suddenly came out backing Donald Trump while still having a secret agenda? What would the opinion of Donald Trump be? Right, well, if that was to happen, Jack, I would sort of wonder why that was. I would actually wonder why. I would think to myself, has somehow Trump been subverted to the point and basically, oops, time to change the tag, guys. Right, and 3000. It's 30 minutes, and press that. So, if George Soros suddenly came out and say that, it could mean a complete subversion of Donald Trump. The fact that he hasn't said that is, I think, there's still hope for Trump, and the QAnon stuff might still be is valid and stuff like that. So, we'll see what happens. I feel hopeful, actually. I feel optimistic by this. Same video, Pauline Phillips. We should change the tag. We're now in the 8th half-hour period. At the end of this, I'll have been going for 4 hours. I think I have to take a break then. I might take a break at some point, even overnight, and just finish this tomorrow, because I've been making myself too tired doing these videos. I have said all along that there will be a false flag event at the 11th hour. I actually laughed out loud when our local paper had an article reporting that the Mental Health Trust was getting ready for dealing with masses of people needing help once we leave the EU. Yes, that's Project Fear for you. It's not leaving the EU. It's the bloody politicians and the lies they've said. Especially considering the same M8NH Trust has been Mental Health Trust has been consistently failing to meet existing targets, but apparently can suddenly magic up support for all legions of traumatised EU supporters. Well said, Pauline. And you know, that's excellent. As you know, since I made this video, we found out there's another delay on the bloody Brexit process, which I'll cover, which, as you know, I cover in future videos, which I'll come to in a minute. God knows what's going to happen between now. As for a false flag event, yes, it's possible. It's possible. I think they'll do anything. It's possible there'll be some kind of trick like that. I know they're sitting there concocting new tricks now. Right, same video. No, this is why 2016 matters. 69 Phuket says, "Don't get your hopes up. They never abolished slavery." Well, literally, no. Well, in the more broader sense, that is, people in bondage. No, of course they haven't. But the actual private property, making people private property, has been abolished. Now, I married a Thai, as my name suggests. Phuket. I think it's Phuket it's pronounced, is a place in Thailand. I believe in a united world, but as usual, I'll be corrupted. But then again, being a Buddhist, life is illusionary and transitory. Why care about illusion? Dilemma, I know. Email, P.S. Email me when you respond in your 7-hour response video with a freaking timestamp. Cheers! You have your timestamp, Phuket. It's just in there now. It's the 8th half-hour period. I didn't know I didn't know you were a Buddhist, but you mentioned samsara, which indicates that the word Buddhist and things like that. As for believing in a united world, I mean, united in what way? If you mean united as a group of people in a world who are happy and willing to back each other up and just be friendly, that's fine. That kind of united world is great. The problem is the term united world can also refer to a single world under a single dictatorial state. That's a united world too. It's like this rhetoric about the European Union. You know, the people have this idea that it's all little kids, little Dutch kids wearing clogs and French kids carrying baguettes, sitting around a campfire singing "Kumbaya," things like that. And everyone be holding hands across the continent. Well, I think of the EU. I think of the big Babel, the big Tower of Babel in Brussels, and the dead eyes of the bureaucrats and Angela Merkel's frown. So the way the words can have different meanings. For instance, the lyrics of John Lennon's song "Imagine" are very much a double meaning. They have their double entendre in the sense they could mean both. They both have a positive and negative connotation. And indeed, people have actually dissected that song by John Lennon, who are very much against the New World Order, and some have interpreted it as a herald of the post-Illuminati world, and others have interpreted it as a herald of the New World Order. And I don't know exactly what John Lennon was thinking. I don't think he's probably the former, because I don't think he's a New World Order gopher. Anyway, Neptune Returns says on why 2016 matters. Right, I did change the thing over, didn't I? Yeah. RDH is right. You leave the EU, but you have the same bastards in power. It's like a worldwide revolution against the current beast system. What do you have afterwards? Something even worse. Narcissists and psychopaths will always rise to the top. Well, no, Richard is wrong. And I think we tackled this in the live stream, Neptune, when you actually posted in the live chat. It's not the way you're portraying it here. And I'm well aware that Brexit is not the end. I'm well aware that Brexit is not the end goal. Brexit does not equal the end of the New World Order. But Brexit is a symptom of a breakdown in the control system that the Illuminati have imposed on the world to create their New World Order. And that's my point. Psikino Phuket, was Richard the radio host to Midnight? No, he wasn't. Steve071 says, Neptune, whatever the outcome to any situation, the psychos and narcissists always end up with the bigger piece of the pie afterwards. Well, that's the world we're living in now, guys, Neptune and Steve. Yes, but it doesn't have to be that way. We don't have to let them do that. The 99% need to realise this and then kick the bastards where it hurts and get rid of them. Well, yeah, exactly, that's what we're doing. And that is happening. And and Neptune Return says, it will never happen unless televisions are banned. Humanity is doomed. Oh, Neptune, that is very pessimistic, and I think you're being unduly pessimistic here. You don't have to ban televisions, you just have to make people not believe what's on television. And so I think a lot of people don't now. Right, where are you now? Right, now this is something where I... Oh, thanks, Steve. Thank you very much. Steve this is another thread where I actually have been commenting in written form. This is about Dave, the man that I met, the other witness. Will he ever go public? I don't know. Lots of UFO witnesses never go public, and I understand why not. But he might do. We'll have to wait and see. I wish him luck. I really do. 2016 matters. Neptune Return says, deeply watching, and you're difficult to embarrass. I'll put you, haha. This is taking a piss out of Johnny Smallcock. I'll give that a thumbs up. That's a good one. That's a good one, Neptune, yeah. Martin Jones says on his David Icke Evil, banned from telling the truth, lol. Yep. That's exactly what happened. He was banned for telling the truth. They know, just the thing is, they know with David Icke, just 5 minutes in the mainstream, been given a fair hearing, and it's all over. It's all over. They literally have to prevent him from speaking. James Lee says, this is on Is the Military a Religion Part 1. God, that's an old video. Oh, dearie me. It's James. This is another Carl Mumford here. This is the internet doorstep preacher. You know, go away, I'm Jewish. Oh, dear. Yes, there's a lot of quotes from the Bible, blah-de-blah-de-blah. Oh, dearie me. So I'm not going to answer that. Is David Icke evil? That's a really old video as well. I mean, where do you dig that one up? Wayne Bow 2018 says, David, this is on Is David Icke evil? David was probably banned because he would wake people up to what's going on in Australia. Precisely. My link for info about the Australian welfare card scam seems to have disappeared. Google the AIM network welfare card. Also read the comments below it. Right. Wayne, I haven't deleted anything you've posted, so I don't know why it's disappeared. It might have been in the spam box. I've allowed all spam, so I've just emptied the spam folder and put it in the public segment, so I don't know why that is. James Connolly says on Why 2016 Matters, no deal, out, 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 yes. Yes, indeed. Well done, James. Well said, James Connolly. James Grigsby says, hashtag no deal on Why 2016 Matters. Yes. Precisely. Where are we now? And this is Julian Carver on the same video. From what I can see, as of today, it's a real war with the deep state, Game of Thrones. Yes, winter is coming. It sounds cliche, but that's it in a nutshell. I think a lot of these old sort of Robert E. Howard type programs and films, these old fantasies, are like that. They are about this eternal dialectic of the good versus evil. Lord of the Rings, things like that. And Game of Thrones is no exception. And he said, as for Q, I don't think it's some made-up conspiracy joke. People fucking around on 8chan, as some chat claim. Yeah, I've said that. Yeah, it's true. However, the real question is, though, will any of it really benefit from the everyday working person in the world going forward? Will any of these Q claims ever amount to anything? The Q movement, its growing followers, is definitely real, and I don't see how this is going to serve the NWO agenda, if it's all bullshit or just another game for the current elite system of power. Well, how will it benefit the everyday person working in the world? I don't see, how could it not benefit them? How could the destruction of a system which is intended to turn people into farm animals not benefit the average working person? It would be like a weight lifting from my shoulders. You've seen the stuff I've written about transformation. Julie, read my books. All right, I'm not plugging it for the sake of it, okay? But just read my books. Roswell Rising, a novel of disclosure. Roswell Revealed, a world after disclosure. Roswell Redeemed, humanity after disclosure. I address the very points you are making in a better way in that book than I ever could in this video or any comment I could write to you. Please do read those books. You get it's 30 quid. It's the price of a train ticket to London. You will love those books. I can see by the questions you're asking, you will love those books. Honestly, if you don't enjoy those books, I'll buy them back off you. All right. As for Richard E. Hall, yes, I think he's paranoid, but he has good reason to be. No one has good reason to be paranoid. People have good reason to be concerned, and Richard is concerned. And in some cases, he's right. But the thing is, I think he's just overzealous when it comes to slapping on the old shield card. And as I've said before, I think that's wrong. He's been hovering right over the targets on most things. He's been investigating for years. He's probably had an endless amount of trolls and endless threats of late. Yeah, so have I, and I do sympathise with his position. I mean, but you've got to keep your feet on the ground, as he said. Not everyone who disagrees with you is one of these people. People have different opinions. People are willing, and I've never found Richard, when I see him face to face, I've never found him an unreasonable man. I found him willing to discuss things. I'm willing to talk, willing to discuss. I think when it comes to the recent UFO stuff, he's absolutely bored of it. He said on one of his films, unless there's really good evidence, he's not going to bother. He has moved away from pure ufology, I've noticed that. But I mean, he may be getting bored of it, but he still brings it up. In fact, no spoilers, but in his live show, which I'm going to see again, interesting. I'm going to go on Thursday and see it again. It went at High Wycombe. Join me there if you like. He does bring up UFOs. He does refer to him. I mean, it's just only one segment, but he does refer to UFOs in that particular talk. In regards to Pentuck UFO sighting, I don't think Richard really sees it as relevant to study it. He's very quick to say it's probably just secret space project stuff. I understand this, to be honest. I also get the feeling he doesn't trust the key witness, Kaz Clark. Right, it is relevant to study it. Richard is making a mistake here. It is relevant to study it. As for being part of the secret space program, I think it's impossible because of the nature of the secret space program. It is very, very, I wouldn't say it's impossible, it's very difficult to say for certain what is extraterrestrial or not. And Richard himself puts it very well. If you're in a car, if you're in Australia and you see a car driving past with tinted windows, maybe it's a Holden, a two-seater Holden, you don't know whether it's a kangaroo driving it or a bloke. It might be Steve mumbling, ranting into his dashboard camera, or it might be some kangaroo who's just sort of jumped in there and is pressing the pedals. You don't know, you can't see in. But however, there's the behaviour of certain craft which makes me believe it can't possibly be the secret space program. For example, if something's hovering over a built-up area, for example the patchwork of large towns and valleys and pastures of South Wales, it's unlikely to be the secret space program. The Belgian flap, it included some triangular craft which do resemble the TR-3B, but it's unlikely to be the secret space program because it's making itself unsecret. Do you see what I mean? In the case of Pentuck, I would say ET. I would say it's likely to be ET. I don't know what his opinions are personally of Kaz Clark. I mean, he doesn't really go into that in details. If you feel he doesn't trust her, I don't know. I've talked to Kaz, and I found her very trustworthy. I found that she is articulate, she's positive, and I believe her. She's also done a lot of work at gathering evidence. I don't think there's any reason not to trust her. I mean, I don't see how she could be making this up. I mean, I've been looking into this. I really don't think that. If I think people are making things up, I'll say so. And people do sometimes make things up. And I don't think Kaz is one of them. And he says, I have no evidence to back this up, of course, but he's at a stage now where he thinks he probably knows there will be folks out to trash his reputation and limit his audience going forward. Well, in that case, I do. As far as him leaving the UFO subject behind, or just relegating it to a lower priority state, I think you're right. That does seem to be part of the change in his position now. So, Julian, yeah, that is absolutely true, Pubs. But as for concern of his reputation, I think if Richard was concerned about his reputation, he wouldn't be talking about half the things he talks about. He would have dropped the whole Lee Rigby thing so he could stay on Showcase TV, for example. My guess is he thinks Pentuck is a hoax of sort. My gut feeling is that if the Welsh sighting really has happened the way it's told, you would have had many witness accounts by now. Well, maybe he does think that. Maybe Richard does think it's a hoax of sort. I don't know. But as for your gut feeling, your gut feeling is incorrect. Not least because we have so many witness accounts already, and the other evidence that I presented. I think you've watched my series of videos on the subject. Please do so. If you missed any, please do so. Julian Carver says, on Pentuck 3 years on, I find this case very interesting indeed. Good stuff, Ben. Wish we had more solid evidence and witnesses. And Kaz says, me too. So Kaz Clark herself has commented saying that she wishes we had more solid evidence and witnesses. So if we attach what Julian has said in this comment to his previous one, Kaz herself actually regrets that there's not more. However, Kaz really has provided an awful lot. I don't think this justifies your scepticism, Julian, or Richard's for that matter. Now what's this here? It's just a coincidence. What the hell is this? Oh, oh God, what is this? This is a really old video. This is from years ago. Hang on a minute, this is from bloody years ago. Where is it? Details. What the hell is this video? I don't even remember making this video. Oh, hang on, loads. Oh, didn't copy the clipboard. Bugger it. Hang on. Oh my God, this is a video from 2010. Where am I? This is my own video. I don't remember it. I think this is when I was at Weird 10, and it's like a sort of separate video. Oh God, blimey! I've made so many videos I've forgotten about them. Anyway, just copy that back to the clipboard. Yeah, it's just a coincidence. Here we go. This is Steve071 who's watched that video. Steve is going through my old videos, definitely. Here we go. Hang on. Oh, yeah, right. Okay, Steve071 says, do you remember at the 70s show It's a Knockout? The reason I ask is because when I hear of a sceptical rebuttal of the It's a Coincidence, I picture them running by with their joker on a pole, getting ready to try and double their points. Yeah. I vaguely remember that video. I was a very small child. That programme, I remember it vaguely. I remember there's people dressing in silly costumes running around and jumping in swimming pools and things like that. Oh, I can't remember, but I'll check that out. But the skeptics, the idea of a joker on a pole where you double your points. Yeah, the joker's played and you double points. You often got that. You often get that in game shows. Okay, the Apology Text for 2019. Now this is Julian Carver again. What's this here? Right. Notice how Steve fucking mumbling only seems to jump over Ben's videos, or the odd video by Icke or Dolan. I want to see Mumbling doing his best mad Professor Skeptic routine over some of Andrew Johnson's or Richard D. Hall's work. Are you sure that Mumbles is not part of Team Droik, or whoever that was? Well, Julian, he has mentioned Richard D. Hall occasionally. He's not mentioned Andrew Johnson, but it would be nice to see, because I consider those guys, they are probably the hardest to knock down. And it would be nice to see Steve do more tackling them. Yes. As for Steve being a part of Team Droik, no, he's not. Steve is many things, but he's not Team Droik. I do think Steve does have some standards, and I don't think he would stoop to what Team Droik has done. Julian, you've probably seen my video on this subject. You've seen the kind of things that they've done. And Steve can be a bit of a dickhead, but he's not a complete cunt. You know, he doesn't like post the kind of things that they post. Julian Carver says, great upload, Ben, for the Apology Text for 2019. I'll just say thanks, Julian. Thanks, Julian. You have posted some good comments this particular cycle of questions, Julian, I must say. So I appreciate your... spelled his name wrong. Interestingly, there's a character in my series of novels that I just plugged to you, and they're called. He's called Julian too, but he's not based on you. I promise you. His name is Julian. Bailiffs Out the Blue. Fionn Pearl. Hi, Fionn. Hilarious. Bad law aside, the hands are priceless. Oh my God. Are you one of these women who goes for men's hands? Are you? Oh, Fionn. I actually had a bloke actually tell me he liked my hands. He'd like to do something with my hands. I won't say what it was. It was absolutely disgusting. But I blocked him anyway. Oh, Pringle Jr. has posted on Don't Eat Pringles. And he says, do eat me. Right. Where are we again? Right, we're going up a bit more. I reckon I'm over halfway through now. Alright, but you do nothing posers. Oh, these are really... I love these videos. These are comedy videos I made years ago. Years and years and years ago. But you do nothing. This is like... this is my comedy character, but you do nothing. Now, Steve071 says, and at 1:40, butts off to the pub to get smashed and do nothing. Yeah. Oh, I love that. It was one of my but you do nothing videos that got me into trouble at work as well. But Steve071 says, but you deserve it, but. I used to love that. I used to love those videos. They were just so funny. You know, but you do, he was like this sort of obnoxious kind of like ranter. And I thought about maybe doing some more of them, but I don't know. I don't think I'll do any more of them. Steve071 says, yes, go to Aldi's and get the stackers instead. He says that on Don't Eat Pringles. Steve, how much are the manufacturers of stackers paying you to say that? Right, there we go. Oh, we have a long... Oh, right, we have a long thread here. It's on the Penta 3 years on. And what's more, I've already replied to the things Steve has said. And Steve Mumbling has put one more comment on here. Because Steve Mumbling has to do he has to have the last word, doesn't he? He always has to have the last word. My name's Steve Mumbling and I drive a Holden. And it has tinted windows. And I have to have the last word every time. Yes. So I'm just going to fill up with dragon juice. I've drunk an entire litre of dragon juice. Need some more. Yes, he does. I am the great Steve Mumbling. Yes, I am. Right, here we go. Let's sit here. Right. Here we are. More dragon juice. Keep the whistle wet. Steve was going on about Kaz's polygraph test on the Penta video, and he was saying that she didn't do a polygraph in front of a camera, and I said it's not necessarily to do a polygraph in front of a camera. If it was, then the operator would have suggested it. She's one of the top polygraph experts in the world, which is true. Steve says, "You're right. It's only necessary if you want to convince people you've been telling the truth. The conspiracy theorists will always ignore any challenging questions. They'll find other ways of preventing a fanciful tale being exposed as such because they desperately want it to be true." You're not making any sense there, Steve. You're not actually saying anything about the point I made about polygraph tests. You are simply piling on some rhetoric on top of the previous point you made. Is Paul McCartney dead? Graham Sowerby says no. I say yes. I'm going to write it out actually. Yes. And I've put an exclamation mark after it, the way he does too. Adam van der Fox says upon why 2016 matters. Ben, I thought you were going to say Leicester City FC. I don't know. Oh, is that something to do with David Icke? Oh yeah, is that? Oh, that's when they got into. That's when they didn't win the world. They didn't win the FA Cup. I think they got to. Oh, they got into the semi-finals, didn't they? Yeah, they got to the semis. Were they league champions? Were they? Oh, hang on. What was it? I can't remember. I don't follow football very closely. Don't Eat Pringles. Piss Willie. Pissy Willie. That's a good name. Pissy Willie says on Don't Eat Pringles. All the Pringle ladies get their hands stuck. I don't know what that means. Is that a line from an advert? I don't watch TV very often. I haven't kept up on all the TV ads. Mick Tomlinson says on why did Britain start the world wars? Here we go. I've not watched this, but the title is so outlandish. How the fuck did the UK start World War One and World War Two? World War One was started by the Austro-Hungarian Empire with Germany and its allies. World War Two started by Germany invading Poland. So how did the UK start these wars? Okay, well I'm going to refer back to the first sentence of this little tirade, not watch this. But the title is so outlandish. Well, Mick, all I can say is watch the video. Helen Duncan, Wartime Psychic Jail. David Brown says, what are you repeatedly babbling about for the first 7 minutes? Get on with it, man! I wasn't repeatedly babbling anything. I was giving information about the case. I was presenting the case. The case I was actually talking about. Oh, Steve071 says on, you're a real archaeologist here, Steve. You're a channel page archaeologist. Victory to atheism. God, this is. When did I do that? I don't remember even making this video. But it's called Atheism is a refusal to investigate and assimilate the evidence put forth by those who have experienced other realities. Well, that's true. That's very true. But let me just look at this video. I'm curious now. I want to see the video. Hang on. I don't want to. There used to be a sort of watch on YouTube function. I know you can't do it. I want to be able to see. How do I watch it on YouTube? Here we go. Alright. What's this? Oh, hang on. Oh, I don't remember. Sorry, it's a 5-minute video. I don't remember making it. I don't want to waste your time. I'll look at it later. Well, Martyrs Memorial, Oxford. Steve071 says, Ben, I accept your non-apology on the quality of the footage. Steve, it was a long time ago. I was even worse a technical filmmaker back then than I am now. And he says the royals have always treated the public badly and as subservient. Yes, they have. And it doesn't matter what religion they are. It doesn't matter whether it's the Reformation or the Counter-Reformation, etc. The Martyrs Memorial, Oxford, is kind of like it's what Richard D. Hall would call a phony bone of contention. He sometimes uses that term wrongly, but sometimes he uses it very correctly. Don't eat Pringles. Dr. John Blocks says, what do you expect their chips? What do you expect their chips? I think he should be full stop there, spelled T-H-E-R-E. Right. Well, of course, but the thing is, though, they're worse than, by chips he means crisps, that's the way the Americans say crisps, but they're worse crisps than normal. Right, now we come on to the No Deal Brexit live stream. David says, the majority voted to leave the EU. There are a few ways to leave the EU: by shutting one of the doors with a no-deal situation, via an amendment by the Remainers camp, and succeeding totally, underhand, betraying the will of the people seems to be the plan. The situation shows us what sort of people we vote in to rule us always have other ideas. The only way to leave the EU is by voting UKIP. Voting in UKIP, I feel, at a later date. I can't see us leaving anymore. Measures have been taken that will betray us. Well, as the ways to leave the EU, yeah, shutting the doors with a no-deal situation. The Remainer camp, underhand betraying the will of the people seems to be the plan. I completely agree. And this situation shows us, yes, the voting UKIP is the only way to leave. I can't see us leaving anymore. Measures have been taken that will betray us. Well, I think they're taking measures now. Whoops! I'm going to take a break in a moment. Let me just answer this point. Hang on. Right, that's the end of that particular thing. Right. Yeah, they are, you can bet at this very moment, they got their extension till Halloween. You can bet they're sitting around the table working out how they're going to sort this out. But the good news is, whatever they do, if they give us Brexit, they lose. If they don't give us Brexit and they find some underhand way and creepy way of stopping it, they lose. Whatever happens, they lose. The government cannot win this one. Only we can win it, whatever happens. And on that cheerful note, as far as voting UKIP, I'm sort of changing my mind over UKIP. I mean, I take Caroline's point about Nigel Farage, Caroline Stevens, but you know that Sir Sargon of Akkad is actually standing for UKIP, for the southwest of England in the European elections. Maybe I'll say more about that later in a separate video, because as I made some comments about Gerard Batten in the most recent video. Maybe I'll come back to it then. But I wonder if UKIP now, the control system that was holding UKIP back might have dropped. And in the same way they've lost control of the Brexit debate, they've lost control of that party. In which case it would be worth voting for a UKIP government. But that's a big question. I don't have all the answers, and I'll come back to that another time. But David, thank you for the question. And on that cheerful note, as I said, we can't lose. And on that cheerful note, I'm going to take a little break, come back later. I need to refresh my batteries, and so don't go away. The partner will return, and we will. I'm over halfway through this comments reply video, so I've done a lot this evening. So take care. Back soon. Okay, I'm back. Here I am. Okay, where am I? Let's get on with it. Let's go on with these comments. Okay, so is Paul McCartney dead? Jerry Rogers says, this guy looks more like Paul than Paul. I'm not sure what you mean. I think that's like, oh, this one of these. I think he's been witty here. Yeah. In other words, maybe it's a bit of plastic surgery or something like that was done to him. Why 2016 matters? Steve Mumbling says, what the hell is this about? What's Steve comment on this for? Richard seems to have... Oh, right, this is Richard D. Hall. Richard seems to have forgotten about Pan Am 103. Sorry. Richard seems to have forgotten about Pan Am 103. That killed 270 people. 7-7 is another conspiracy theorist, false flag favourite. A favourite that has overwhelming evidence the official account is true and accurate. So look, he's put a link here. What's that saying? Let's have a look then. The 7-7 raspberry ripple effect. Oh, it's just Steve mumbling. Oh, I say, right. Okay, I haven't watched that video yet by Steve. But I don't know about the Pan Am 103 thing. I've not looked into it in detail. As far as 7-7 goes, there's overwhelming evidence that the official account is untrue and completely inaccurate. And I'd recommend Nick Collistrom's book, The 7-7 Ripple Effect. Oh, so what's it called? I'm sorry, I can't remember what it's time. Right, No Deal Brexit livestream. Badria43. Hi, Badria. How are you? I've not heard from you for a while. How are you? I've met this lady. It's the Bilderberg Fringe event. It's been a long time. What a fantastic video covering many issues with many facts. I admire your stamina. Thanks, Badria. It's good to hear from you again. Hope you're doing well. Alright, so another one on the Lee Rigby video, the first Lee Rigby video. These murderers of Lee Rigby don't feed this type of scum in prison. Bring them back to court and give them the death penalty. Hang them by the neck until dead. Well, Carl, if they're guilty, maybe, but I mean, I don't approve of the death penalty generally, I don't approve of the death penalty because you never know, you might get the wrong guy. But are these? You talk about the scum in prison. I suppose you mean Adibalajo and Adibawali. Do you know for certain that they're guilty? Have you seen the work Nick Collistrom has done on this Lee Rigby thing? If you go out and you start punishing them and you hang them by the neck and things like that, how's that going to help matters if they are not the killers of Lee Rigby? It means Lee Rigby's killers are still wandering free and they kill somebody else. By drawing attention to the wrong suspects, the real suspects are protected. Now, this is on Why 2016 Matters. Stuss Page of Goo. What a name. What a name. I understand Richard's position, but on this issue I agree with you, Ben. There comes a time when you have to do a bit of good faith in someone or some event. We should all watch that. All we're doing is seeing dragons everywhere and us fighting dragons everywhere. And that is... I see your point, yeah, definitely. Although as far as the Penturk event goes... So, I mean, as far as the EU event goes, and the Penturk, that's a slip of the tongue there, it is about evidence, not just good faith. Snarnock says on the No Deal Brexit livestream, if there is a second referendum, they will definitely rig it, even if we use a pen. Is that a commode on the top of your fridge? No, it's not. The yellow bucket on the top of my fridge, you can't see actually, I've made sure it's not framed in this video, is where I put my dirty laundry. I don't air it in public, like most people do on the internet. But yeah, you're right. This is why Nigel Farage was so reckless calling for a second referendum last year. I couldn't believe he said it. I really couldn't. I've got some tomato juice this time. I just thought, Nigel, you are insane. You cannot be that naive. Yes, if there's a second referendum, it's all over. They will rig it. They'll rig it. They will not make the same mistakes they made last time. I guarantee that. Snarnock says on the Apollo Detectives 2019, why do you think that one of the astronauts, I can't remember which one said it, who went to the moon, described seeing aliens there and was told not to come back when they did not go there? What would be their motive for saying that? Now, I think you're referring to Neil Armstrong, Apollo 11. I'm not sure where that came from, actually. I've heard it. David Icke has talked about it in one of his books. I don't know, to be honest. I'm not sure where that came from or whether he really said it. Obviously, like, if there are aliens on the moon and we landed on the moon, they may not like that. They may not want us to be there. On the other hand, if we didn't land on the moon, then that story has to be untrue. It's like the AIDS thing. The two stories are contradictory. They're contradicting themselves. Either one is true or the other is true or neither is true. I think one is certainly true, which is that we didn't go to the moon when we said, which means this one can't be true. Graham Cox says on Get a Job You Lazy Scroungers Part 2. McDonald's create obesity. Nobody forces people to eat at McDonald's. This patronising fat slob looks as if he eats breakfast and dinner and tea at McDonald's. Well, you anorexic little twat, don't look like you don't look like you eat breakfast, tea or dinner anywhere, do you? I mean, honestly, I could play a xylophone on your rib cage. I really could. I could get my finger and my thumb around your thigh. For God's sake, go out and get a proper meal of some kind, you skinny bastard. Artography says you should hide the piss bucket, your piss bucket, Ben. It's not a piss bucket. It's where I put my bloody. It's where I put my bloody laundry. But you talk about hiding things. Maybe I should work better on set dressing. I really should. Bit tricky in this area. It's sort of sealed. Right, a new video here. Message to Steve. Artography says, "Damn, I thought it was to Steve mumbling." Yeah, I mean, I'm sure Steve thought that, but it's not. It's a completely different Steve. Stephen Homeless True Seeger says, "It's not me then." No, Stephen, it's not you. And everyone I know called Steve is now going to go. He's going to go through this video thinking it might be them. It's not. The Steve it's referring to will know immediately who I'm talking about. He'll know it's him I'm addressing. And anyone who's not, I hope I made it clear that anyone, if you're Steve I'm not addressing, then you will immediately know that too. Okay, what we got here? Well, we got a quite heated discussion here on Message to Steve. Tatties and Eggs is at it again. Oh, what's this? What is it this time? Ben, go crash at your hero Icke, the Godhead ex-BBC stooge. You have problems living in that squalid room. If bad men split your cheeks, tell the authorities. You look like a man at the end of tether. Get professional help, stay offline and man up. It's a big bad world, but admit you're a kitten and need help. I wish you well. What an idiotic comment to make. And Mel O'Brien says, "Fucking moron, I wish you ill. Go stick your tatties and eggs up your arsewipe, and learn how to write sentences properly, you illiterate fool." Thank you very much, Mel. Thanks for supporting me there. And Julian Carver 2 says, "Get the fuck off this channel, tatties and eggs." Well, much as I'd like to block, the thing is, I'm not going to block tatties and eggs for this. But I mean, I'm getting this sort of thing I find tiresome. Probably the only reason that I tolerate this is because it's quite amusing, it's quite fun, it's quite interesting. Charles Declassified says on a Message to Steve, "Well, seeing as it's not my operative, Mr. Mumbling, drop me a line and I will deal with it, man. I'll deal with it." Thanks, Charles, but Steve is mine. Edwardian Lady, sending you love, Ben. Thank you, Edwardian Lady, and I love you too. I'll say thanks. I'll say thanks, EL. Edwardian Lady's lovely. Jeff Moss says on a Message to Steve, "One dislike, maybe that's from Steve the malignant narc, who's also more likely than likely tatties and eggs." No, Steve is not tatties and eggs. I know Steve watches this, he watches my channel, but he's not tatties and eggs, no. At the moment Steve comments on my channel, I will know immediately it's him. Julian Carver says on the same video, "My thoughts go out to you, Ben. Hope you're okay, my friend." Thank you, Julian. I'm okay. Thank you. I'll put a love heart on that because that's really nice of you. Steve Leyland says, "Stay strong, my friend." Thank you, Steve. And it's not you either. It's not Stephen Hawking. Alchemy 432 Fool Card Magician. I know that name. Fuck Steve. Get a set of balls, Ben. I've got 3 ladies chasing me, a redhead, a black girl and a Sicilian lady. Lol. And you think you got problems with Steve? Stop being a fucking victim. He's an energy vampire and you're making this, letting them steal your loosh. Fuck him. Stick a brick over his head and he'll soon get the message. Well, you know, Alchemy, I made that video as I really exploded when I made that video. I was just in a state of explosion because I'd found out he was watching my channel. This is a guy, as I explained in the video, someone I still resent after many, many years. And I just exploded with it. It's got a lot to do with my dad's attitude to him and things like that. I just got so angry. I am Mary, stick a brick over his head, says Alchemy432. Thank you, Alchemy. You do that, stick a brick over his head. Yes. Sounds like something that Charles would do, yeah. Charles would do that. Yeah, mate. Gary Robinson says, Ben, mate, sound like the person you're describing is a narcissist of some kind. Oh, he is. One of the things that narcissists need to do is hurt other people's feelings so they can get their narcissistic fix and feed off the sense of power they get when they hurt someone. This means, of course, that by making this video, you are in fact helping him because he knows he's upset you enough to make the video. In other words, when he watches this video, it'll make him happy and it's not likely to deter him. When it comes to dealing with the narcissistic of any kind, it's the best thing to do is avoid them at all costs. And 69 Phuket says, my thoughts too. And Jeff Moss says they call it narcissistic supply. Well, you're partly right about him being a narcissist and about he likes to hurt people. And it also means that I actually I was upset when I made the video. I was in a certain mood. But as for deterring him, I think it will deter him because another thing that a lot of these people are cowards. They will, like I said, he did nothing to me unless it was just a little kid. I was a small kid. That's when he did these sort of things to me, which means that he's going to find out that I'm not that vulnerable teenager anymore, and he will not come near. I don't think he'll dare come near me because he knows what he'll get. So I think it will deter him what I did. Deadmal541 says, stay strong, Ben. We're all behind you. Thank you, Deadmal. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Lots of love to you too. Pissy Willie says, Steve sounds like a cunt. I hope you're okay, big fella. Steve's day will come if it hasn't already. Thanks, Pissy Willie. Much appreciated. Well, if he comes near me, his day will come. I don't think he will now. I think he'll stay away. But it's just, I was so furious when I found out that he was trying to get in touch with my dad again. And the thing is, I don't think my dad can't resist him. See, my dad doesn't have what it takes to just say no to these scumbags. Dave Altman says, I've got your back, Ben. Point me in the direction of who needs their ass kicked. Hey Steve, message from me and tell me where to meet you. Thank you very much, Dave. Much appreciated, mate. Thank you. That's Dave Altman of Project Blue Book. He's a good guy. Slash Page says, I bury the psychotic old bastards. Beggars belief that you could reach that age, i.e. 67, still be a twat who gained absolutely zero wisdom, certainly subhuman. Take care, Ben, mate. Thanks, Slash Page. And you know, I think he's not changed. I mean, our mutual friend has said he's still the same. So that's it. I don't think he's ever going to change now. Well, he will stay. He'll change if he comes near me. He will change in several ways, which I won't detail for legal reasons, but he will be a very changed man if he comes near me. Steve071 says, Ben, stay calm. You're clearly angry, but this twat is not worth a possible prison sentence. Most of your HPANWO family are in your corner. I'm sure we will stand by your side if necessary. Thank you very much, Steve. Honestly, I don't think we have to worry about prison sentencing because he's not going to dare come near me. He likes his victims defenceless. He likes vulnerable teenagers. That's what he likes to abuse. Neptune Return says, you've a lot to deal with, Ben, being an online presence. I really don't know how you deal with all the shit. Have you considered going to the police about this psycho? He has upset you a lot, maybe time to upset him a lot. Pride and dignity to you. Thank you, Steve. Sorry, Steve. Thank you, Neptune. He's not actually done anything that's broken the law. That's the thing. He's not. It's just he's an emotionally abusive man. But he's not done anything that breaks the law, which is a sad thing. There are some kind of forms of abuse that are not illegal. This is one of them. Oh, excuse me. So Steve is a snotball, says John Nolan. Yes, he is, John. Thanks. ABC123 says, wow, possibly gave him ammunition on your weak spots there. Might be counterproductive if he's really as evil as you say. Now he knows what my weak spots are already, or he knows what they were back then. I had a lot of them back then. Now I've got far fewer. But I just don't want him near me. I don't want him. I want him away from me. I want him away from the family. And if my dad won't do anything about it, I will. Kipper Bun. Hi, Kipper. After reading the background to this, it's easy to see why you're angry, Ben. That low-life gutter snipe seems a right nasty piece of work, mate. Keep your head up high, my friend. You're a decent bloke, and don't let that fucker bring you down. Take care, mate. Be well. Thank you, Kipper Bum. Much appreciated. I won't let him. I won't let him. I really do feel a lot better now. And Jack says, blah, 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 good video. Thank you, Jack. I feel a lot better now, Kipper. I really do. I feel a lot better, all you guys. And I appreciate your comments you made. I really do. I feel a hell of a lot better now. So thanks, Jack. I'm not gonna let him ruin me. I'm not. Jack Parker says, now for answers. May I affectionately call you Grasshopper? Oh, that's we're talking about that thing with David Carradine from years ago. Think back to the training that has brought you. Think about the reason you consider yourself a man. It's not just about the passage of time. Realise how many people you've seen change over the years in dramatic ways. Think about the possibility that Steve has turned over a new leaf. Realise people can never really own their behaviour unless it's good behaviour. Do not demonise mere mortals who are actually children born, and actually born in the same way that you were, with only his mother and father and siblings to listen to. Let's graduate to a new class of human being and realise what's truly important in life has nothing to do with vindictive rage, which can't really exist. Well, what you said makes sense, Jack, intellectually, and you know, there's times when I am a lot more peaceful than I felt when I made that video. Steve has not turned over a new leaf, though. I mean, this is according to a mutual acquaintance of ours. He's still the same. And I mean, I think, and it's not so about judgment, it's about the fact that I don't want to allow a destructive person like that near my family. Especially now I've got a kid. I want him away. I want him away from my family. And I want him to leave us alone. And I know my dad can't deal with it, and so I'm dealing with it. And I was just so furious when I found out he got in touch with my dad. I knew what he was doing, you see. I knew what he was trying to do. He's trying to get his feet back under our table. He's trying to latch on again, like a leech. And I'm not going to allow that. Insert pie now. Hi, guys. Hi, insert pie now. The others are real, and so is good and evil. Keep your chin up, Ben. Thanks, insert pie now. Much appreciated. Danny Curtin says on the message to Steve, Steve sounds like a right prick. Get me his address and I'll beat 7 kinds of shit out of him for you. Thanks, Danny. But you know, as someone was saying just now, it's not worth going to jail for. But I appreciate that. Thanks, mate. I really do. Appreciate your support there. But you know, it's something I'm going to have to deal with. You know. Jam Noise 72. Hi, Jam Noise. Ben, fuck that prick. We love you, Ben, says Jam Noise. Thank you, Soul Sister. I love you too. Fuck that prick. He better stay away from you and your family. Take care, Soul Brother, and the HPANWO family are here for you always. Thank you. Mwah. I know Jam Noise actually made a video about this, so I appreciate that, Jackie. I really do. Thank you. Steve Mumbling. Steve Mumbling. It's not you, Steve. No. I know you give me. You are someone I have problems with, but not like this. Not this bad. Steve Mumbling says, I thought he was going to say, damn it, you're right, Mumbling, the moon landing's really happened. Personally, I think this sort of thing is best dealt with face to face, not on a global public platform. Perhaps some medical treatment is required. It sounds like administering a 5-lace hole enema would be a good start. Well, yeah, good, thanks, Steve. You know, that's the Australian way of doing things. And you know, you're right, if things dealt with face to face is a good idea, but the thing about it is, not on a global public platform. The thing is, I knew he was watching my channel. I know he's trying to get back into my dad's life, and yeah, if necessary, I'll go around there and I'll confront him and I'll push him away. I'll keep him away. But maybe I can avoid that. You know, if possible, I'll avoid that. Let the shrinking violet shrink like all these gutless little twerps do. Phil Hainsworth, hi Phil. Ben, anything I can do to help? I would love to meet this Steve. Stay strong, Ben. Thanks. Thank you very much, Phil. Honestly, it's all sorted. It's all sorted now. I've not actually heard... My dad's not heard from him since I made that video. Oh, so he says he hasn't. 69 Phuket says on, when did Britain start the World Wars? Gavrilo Princip. Ah, wasn't it... It'd be something else. Oh, that's the guy from... Is that the Czech guy? Oh, I don't know. I can't remember the video now. Who's Gavrilo Princip? I'll just Google it, hang on. Oh, excuse me. Gavrilo Princip. Gavrilo Princip is a Bosnian Serb member of the Young Bosnia, seeking an end to Austro-Hungarian rule in Bosnia. Oh, who assassinated the Archduke Ferdinand. Oh yes, that's right. The black shirts, or whatever they're called. The guy who fired the shot started the war. Yeah, that's you know, that was kind of like the last straw. That was the spark that lit the powder keg. But it would never have happened if it hadn't been for a lot of other things going on. As you know, as Robert Newman, you know, the history of oil. He says nobody is that popular. Good old Archduke Ferdinand, he helped me out when my car broke down. And when the DJs didn't show up at my sister's wedding, he went home and got his stereo. He played his records all night. He wouldn't take a penny. And there he is every weekend, refereeing the disabled basketball. Yeah, nobody's that popular. Jorge Rodriguez says, welcome to the bullshit and drama. Well, you're welcoming me to yours. You know you've got no shortage of that, Jorge, have you? John David says that age group isn't necessarily weak. Well, they're physically weaker. Mentally, no, not at all. And morally, I'm not saying that they are, but they're physically weaker. But he's weak all over, I think. If anyone who would bully and mentally torture a kid like a 16-year-old, you know, who's vulnerable. And I was in a bad way back then mentally. I was in a bad state, and he made it worse. And he knew what he was doing. That's not a show of strength, is it? Stephen Bliss says, Ben, stay strong and don't do anything that will get you into trouble with the police. In life, I believe what goes around comes around. This Steve will get his comeuppance. Most of us out there really enjoy what you do and love watching your videos. Stay strong, Steve B. Thanks, Stephen B. And it's not you either. I'm glad you realised that. Yeah. GS Evolved, hi GS Evolved, on a message to Steve. Respect, Ben, sorry to hear you dealt with this. We're all with you, all the best. Thanks GS Evolved, much appreciated. That's really good of you, mate. Oh yes. It's all, I think it's blown over. I mean, he's not been anywhere near my dad's not heard from him, at least for a while. Desmond Money says on a message to Steve, a Steve Burt from Plumstead, South East London, was jailed last year for 33 years for being a prolific paedophile. In my opinion, God willing, never comes out. I hope not either. It's not the same Steve, but you know, this guy's not done anything illegal. That's the thing. It's not that kind of abuse, but it's mental abuse can be as damaging as sexual abuse. The Galactic Scots. That's a great name. That is. Rise above the emotional leeches, brother. Your word is truth. Thank you, Galactic Scott. Much appreciated, mate. That's really good of you, buddy. That's really nice of you. And in UFO Disclosure 2015, Roswell slides revealed. My goodness me, this is ancient history. But Mel O'Brien says, Mossad has recently been discredited as a hoaxer. In addition, that alien has been proved to have come from a museum exhibit. Yes, but did you see my update on it? Maybe I didn't mean to. I might not have done a video on it actually. It might just be a Panwo voice. Yes, it did come from a museum, but it actually might not be human. That's the irony. I've done an article about this. The problem is the body's now buried and it's protected under the Native American Grave Repatriation and Protection Act, which means you can't. It's too late. It's too late. It can never be examined now. It's been buried by the Pueblo Indians, who are the modern descendants of the Mesa Verde people. So that was a missed opportunity there. Denise Moore says on a message to Steve, my thoughts are with you, Ben. Hope you and your family are okay. Thanks, Denise. They are very. I'm okay. My dad is, like I said, I worry about my dad because he's defenceless against these kinds of people, but I'm not. I will do it for him. I'll keep him away for him if necessary. Is Paul McCartney dead? Plastic Macca says, this book will rock the world. Plastic Macca, the secret death and replacement of Beatle Paul McCartney. All right. What's that? I mean, I think I've heard. Who was it? I think it might have been. Was it Anne Walsh who told me about this? Let's have a look. Let's have a look at this book. The secret. Right. Yes. It's by Tina Foster. Right. Yeah. Plastic Macca. Oh my goodness. Well, that's a good. I've got the memoirs of Billy Shears, so that's another one to add to the list. Thanks. And I've got Nick Collisham's book, and Walsh is writing a book, and there's the research into this subject is really taking off. It really is. If Tina, if you're the author, it's really hugely expanding. So, something's got to come out soon, I think. Videos from the Underground says on a message to Steve, Ben, don't argue, just block the trolls. One strike and they're out. They're just trying to wind you up. You do a good job online. Don't let detractors or people who have negative intent bring you down. Thanks, mate. Thank you very much, Videos. The time is now to delete these people, and the possibility that they are being overshadowed to bring harm is very real. They should be given a lot of weight. Oh, thanks, mate. Thank you. You know, but Steve doesn't have, as far as I know, he doesn't have an account. I mean, I can't block him. He doesn't have a YouTube account. If he has one, I don't know about it. All I knew is he's watching my videos. That's just what I found out. Ben, you are indeed a truth warrior. Don't let them bring you down. Deal with these demons once and for all, and cast them out of any kind of influence. You are casting them out now with this video and intent. Repeat if necessary, and put a shield around your aura that's blocking them. Thank you, Videos from the Underground. That's much appreciated. Really is. Right, alien videos, real or fake? This is another old video. I've got a lot of comments on old videos this time. Sybil says, Ben, I love your work. I love your message. Or should I say request? And please keep up the exceptional work. Take care. P.S. Where can I find all your past work? I love to watch your Charles video. Sheer genius. Oh, bless her. Thanks, Sybil. Oh, right. All right, that's it. Time for another chance to change the tag. 30 minutes again. Right. Sybil, thank you very much. Much appreciated. All my past work is available if you go to the HPANWO TV blog. It's there, and of course my channel, and of course on BitChute as well, and on HPANWO Voice I've got thousands of articles, and on the main HPANWO site too, and of course on HPANWO Radio, and of course you can buy my books. I really, it's a multimedia experience. But thank you so much, Sybil, and I'm really glad you enjoy what I do. Much appreciated. Florida Trailblazer, that's Joe. He says on a message to Steve, Ben, are you okay? I'm fine, thank you, Joe. I really am. We're now on the 10th half-hour period. But thanks, Joe. Joe and I have already talked about this subject privately, but much appreciated, Joe. Joe from the Mindset Podcast. So cheers, yeah, I'm okay. I'm really glad I did that video to Steve. I'm bloody glad. It's really been therapeutic, actually. And Joe says, Ben, I know you're frustrated, but doing this video, you're just giving these people what they want. They thrive on it. Well, Joe, I know we discussed this privately. I know. I don't. This is just a one-off. I just want to warn him off. I want to warn him away. I want to keep him away from my family. This is not just an internet issue. This is a real-world issue. This guy's a real guy. I know in real life. I only found out he's watching my videos, which is why I did it. But then I found out he was watching my videos at the same time I found out he was trying to schmooze my dad again. And that's why I made that video. And I feel better for doing it. And Steve has not been in touch with my dad since then. And hopefully he won't. So it seems to have done the trick. Is Paul McCartney dead? Nona says, falling into the sun could mean the light at the end of the tunnel when you die. And Jerry Rogers said, not me, I'm heading for the black hole at the galactic centre. Well, you know, I don't know what that's got to do with Paul McCartney, but that's an interesting point, interesting idea, Nona. There's been a photo of a black hole lately, have you seen it? It looks like a jam donut. This is Article 50 extension live stream. 69 Phuket said, missed the bollocks. I was watching Porridge the movie. For many times I can't live if living is without you. I can't give any more. Oh, right. Well, the Porridge the movie is actually pretty good. And I'm sorry you missed the live stream, Phuket, but of course all my live streams are recorded and I keep the recording up online, so you know, feel free to do that. 69 Phuket says 50 more bollocks. Jay Lee says great film. Thank you very much. That's 50 more bollocks. Now I really do like Porridge the movie is really cool, and I can't expect to upstage that. Article 50 live stream. Dazastar says Theresa May is a piece of shit. She's trying to keep us tied up to that block no matter what, and this is in all likelihood despite Nigel Farage, whom she despises. Her husband is a banker, and he's probably behind all this stuff as well. Yeah, I mean she would never have got where she was today if she wasn't what she's proven herself to be. An outlaw in-law says on Article 50 live stream, there is no real democracy for the commoners since they joined the EEC in 1972. It then became what is called the post-democratic era. That's a good saying, actually, and it's absolutely true. A post-democratic era, post-democratic world. I've heard that phrase a few times, actually. I really have. Barbara Whittle says, I'm sorry I missed your live stream. Do you think they will allow Brexit? Barbara, well, I've done several other videos about that, addressing that very question, so feel free to look at the recordings of the others I made. In fact, this is kind of a Brexit series. I go a bit Brexit crazy from now on. But this is not going to become Brexit TV, like I said. I am going to cover other things, especially now because, well, we've got this damn extension, haven't we? Sock Account says on Article 50 live stream, Ben, where did your eyebrows go? And Budgio says they were abducted, obviously. Well, I don't know, I do have eyebrows. They're a bit thin, but you see, I do have eyebrows. That's it, I do have them. Same video, Steve Mumbling says, there we go, perhaps they'll reduce the Houses of Parliament to dust with one of John Hutchison's directed energy weapons powered by free energy. Easily hidden on a canoe in the Thames, it'll be another great false flag masterpiece of distraction. Well, Steve, I know you're taking the piss here, but there's a serious point to what you've just said. You don't realise it, but you have made a serious point. The possibility of a false flag attack to try and act as some kind of distraction from Brexit, as you put it, is a distinct possibility. It could well happen. We could well be seeing it, and yeah, that should concern us. It should concern us enormously. Budzio says, don't be... where? Oh, just a moment. Budzio says, don't be silly, Steve. These kinds of distractions only happen when those who believe in them require them to happen. If they don't require them, then they remain a regular catastrophe until needed to support a conspiracy theory later down the line. So Budzio's been equally sarcastic now. But you know, as I've said, I explained in this series of videos, they could go for broke with some crisis in order to distract or to cancel Brexit, do something like that. Could really, really happen. Pissy Willie says, I love that name, says on Article 50 livestream, hey Ben, we met when you did the Leeds Exopolitics. Oh right, did we? All right. When you did the Leeds Exopolitics, I since married an American and I live in Florida now. If you want to come and chill here, we can put you up for a while. Cape Coral. I won't want to be on film, but the wife and pets may. Let me know. I'd love to show you the area. From Gatwick, it's like 114 one way. Message me, man. AJA80UK@AOL.com. Well, thanks, Pissy Willie. We'll give you I'll make a note of your email here. And thank you very much. Did we meet at? When did we meet at Exopol? I have to remind me of who you are, actually, because I don't quite remember. I'd love to go there. In fact, I'm hoping to go over there and stay with Joe Dunn as well, because we want to go to Coral Castle. So that's something. If it's as cheap as you say it is, then that sounds great. I mean, if it's just if it's 114 one way, I mean, is that 200? So that means 220 whatever, 28 both ways. I mean, what's 228? Yeah, if it's 228 return, but that's cheap. That is very cheap. If I can get over there at that price, I will do so. Right, where am I? Hang on. What's happening now? The comments have gone a bit sour. Hang on a sec. All right, just wait one moment. Let's refresh the comments. That's bound to happen sooner or later. They're bound to crash. But I've gone through. I think I'm about 2/3 of the way through now. I might even finish them tonight if I have the sort of stamina to do it. Okay, so where am I now? Oh, I'll go down a bit. What's happened now? Oh right, okay, go down. What's happened here? Hang on. Oh, hang on. I'm going to go back to the general studio. 1 second. Hopefully I can do this without actually having to stop the bloody the damn thing. Likely spam. 1 second. I'm just trying to clear that spam. Come on. Don't be upset with the Jeff of Siege. You know, that's funny. I'm sure that's not spam. I did actually I had to put it on as a public comment. Yeah. Okay, it's going to go down, down. Okay, it shouldn't take long to find my old place because like I said, I've gone through 2/3 of these. Oh yeah, I've done a lot. I mean, I've done a hell of a lot. I mean, I didn't know if it was when's the right time to do a comments reply video. Then when can I get together the 7 hours I need actually to do it? It's always a bit of a tricky thing, but I do find I can do it. Down we go. That's it. Oh, blimey, there's a lot here. Still got quite a bit to do. You know, I might just call it a night and carry it on tomorrow, you know. How much I've got? I've got 39 minutes left in the camera. I'll switch to the other camera when I finish this one. I've got the Extinction Rebellion too. That's the only non-Brexit video I've made in the last month or so. Oh. Come on, down you go. Right. All right. Okay. Found our place now. Up we go. Right. I've gone overshot slightly. Right, now this is Steve mumbling. That's Pissy Willie, yeah, who has offered me to go and stay, which is nice. Here we go with what's this? Oh right, this is something I've also I've already commented on this thread. Stephen, I thought you said you didn't block people. I do block people if they're being because of their conduct. Oh dear. I would actually prefer to block this person, actually, to be honest. But Kaz wants to take him on. Okay, Extinction Rebellion Oxford. Neptune Returns says, first viewer, amazing. Well done. Neptune, you always get in there first, don't you? There's no prize, I'm afraid. Oops, no, oops. That's the wrong comment. Edit that comment. I've got to go back and let me just go back and... Oh, I've got to go back and get myself the tag. Where is it? The 10th half-hour period. No, I don't want that bit. That's it. Okay. First viewer ever, says Neptune Returns. Save, right. Yeah, you are the first. Well done. That's in. And Vrillon Aura says, second place. Haha, well done, Vrillon. How are you, Vrillon? How are you? Nice to hear from you again. I've met Vrillon. Vrillon actually exists. And this is on Extinction Rebellion Oxford. Okay, we have here... Mel O'Brien says, on Extinction Rebellion Oxford... Well, this is a thread now. This is a bit of a long thread. The climate change people always avoid mentioning the sun, the greatest source of heat and radiation on this planet. It would destroy their argument. BZ Garson says, in which way would it destroy their argument? Hit me with some sun science. Rachel Hart said, I'm pretty sure these science are not solar deniers. And Mel O'Brien and... Mel O'Brien comes out with some interesting things here. Steve said, Steve Mumbling says, they also failed to mention the atmospheric CO2 levels 250 million years ago when the dinosaurs were around. 3,000 ppm, now I believe it's less than 400 ppm. I don't recall dinosaurs running on coal or petrol. Steve Mumbling, are you seriously trying to tell me that you are a climate change denier? The skeptics won't like you anymore. You're out of their good books now, mate. You're on the bridge being shot at from both sides. Firechild UK said, you are correct that carbon dioxide levels are much higher and the atmosphere is very different and probably lethal for humans if we were around back then. This link might help you to understand the plate tectonics and geology of the formation of the planet that resulted in these elevated carbon dioxide levels in earlier geological timescales. Probably just as well the dinosaurs didn't have coal or petrol, as they hadn't had time to form 250 million years ago, I believe. All right. And Jurassic dinosaur carbon dioxide levels. All right. Thank you very much for that information. Neptune Returns says, on Extinction Rebellion Oxford, you seem to have been a bit brainwashed at the talk. Were they using subliminals? Well, maybe they were, Neptune. I did actually. I wasn't brainwashed. But I was. It's impossible to be at an event like that and not get carried along with the feeling and the emotion of it all. It really is not possible. Videos from the Underground says, thanks for this. The warning about another extremist group that needs watching. Thanks. Well, Extinction Rebellion are actually non-violent, but there are people who are a lot more desperate. I mean, I've talked before. Have you seen my videos on overpopulation? About Penty Linker and Soren Renner, and they say things like, you know, billions will die, we will win, and things like that. Do check that out. Dark Angel of Hellingly says, something of an... This is on Extinction Rebellion. As something of an anti-natalist, Anti-natalist. Oh, these are the people who don't have children. I've never had much of a problem with the extinction of either humans or animals in general. 99.9% of all species that have ever existed are extinct and gone. A few more won't matter, especially humans. It's caused so much suffering of other species. There have been 5 mass extinctions before in Earth's history, and after the next normality will eventually return. John Smith says, interesting reply, refreshing. I don't know, it sounds very nihilistic to me, Dark Angel, and you live up to your name. Right, it sounds like you've been watching Gary McPherson, haven't you? Was it Guy McPherson? What's his name? Gary Mc. Gary. What's his name? Oh, what's his name? Climate change, isn't it? Yeah, what's his name? Yeah, Professor Guy McPherson. That's it, Professor Guy McPherson. He's one of these doomers. He's what they call. They go around the world just saying we're all doomed. It's incredibly nihilistic. It's depressing in the extreme. I don't. Why does it? You know, he's one of these anti-natalists, or what's it called? Vehement, the voluntary human extinction movement. Vehement, it's called. Who just basically have no children because we're all doomed. Guy McPherson believes there's a conspiracy to do with climate change, but a different one to what I'm talking about. I say they're covering up the fact that it's not real. He's saying they're covering up the fact that it's more than real and it's far more serious than anyone's saying. But he's depressing to listen to. He really is. He's the most utter wet blanket. I can't stand him. Right, Emlyn-Jones. Man-made climate change was invented by the Club of Rome in 1968. That's true. As a method of controlling the world's population. I heard kids on the radio going to that rally and they were totally mind-controlled, a new generation of sheeple. Sadly, yes, they're terrorising young minds, and these sort of things really freak out children. Budzio says, nah, that's what they want you to think, Neptune. You've been suckered into it all and mind-controlled yourself. Well, O'Brien says, Budzio, who are they? They want you to believe in the climate change scans. We don't believe it. You believe what you're told. Apparently that makes you a sucker being mind-controlled, dude. Budzio says, the Club of Rome are being controlled too. You need to look deeper into the truth before falling for it. Just because they say something doesn't make it true. They are lying to us with the intention to deceive. I found the real truth, have you? Budzio says they want you not to not believe, you fall for it hook, line and sinker. Well, it's a long thread. Still on the Extinction Rebellion. Nova Europa says, where are we now? Nova Europa says, oh, this is a long one. Why do white eco-leftists never touch on the real danger underlying all this, which is unsustainable non-white population explosion? Alright, you're talking about the BZ Carson, which makes you an overt racist. See, you're talking about here immigration and things like that, and population replacement. It's an important question, actually. I mean, the thing is, I think the alt-right get it wrong. They always say, well, they're trying to exterminate white people. What's this new world order? Oh, they're going to exterminate white people. And I say, well, why are they exterminating white people? Or they just don't like white people, or something like that. There's no doubt, you know, this white genocide, they call it, is a real thing. But is it because they just don't like white people and they really like non-white people? I was talking about this actually the other day. No. As far as the Illuminati are concerned, all human beings are just another breed of a farm animal. We're just another species of farm animal. If they're removing white people, it must be for a reason. It must be something strategic. It's not because they just want to get rid of white people because they don't like them. It's maybe there's something. Maybe they think the New World Order will be easier if there are no white people. In which case, what the alt-right are doing, the alt-right are distracting from the real issue here. They're essentially they're being suckered into a game maybe which the Illuminati want them to play. Oh no, this is why I would say, you know, because there's several non-white people who sort of are on their side and say, yeah, get rid of white people. That horrible Swedish woman who keeps saying, oh, she wants white genocide and things like that, and that Cigarillo Mayer guy, he's evil, that guy, he's absolutely evil, saying, all I want for Christmas is white genocide. I'd say to those people, you know, once they've finished off with us, you're next. The Illuminati do not like you. They're not doing this because they like you and they want to liberate you from evil white male patriarchy, you see. And that's an interesting point, though, you brought up, Nova Europa. And Nova Europa brings up some more. Here we go. He talks a lot about these things, but he says more people means more pollution, less living space So, right. No, now that's where you're wrong, Nova Europa. There is plenty of living space and there's plenty of resources. That's the big lie that you've been told. Nova Europa, go and watch my video the overpopulation and Eric Pianka, because I tackle that in that video, and I've done it in several other videos as well. John Smith is fighting back. John Smith is posted a very long comment here. In fact, a large amount of comments, and there's another comment here for Nova Europa. And Nova Europa replies. This is a lot. I'm afraid this is blossoming into a very, very fertile debate between John Smith and Nova Europa. I think I'll have to. I don't think I'll be able to comment. Chuck W says because to admit that will blow their cover. Yeah, I don't have. This would take an hour to pick apart this particular conversation. I think there's a massive amount of material here. But anyway, where are we? Well, I'll carry on. John Nolan says on Extinction Rebellion Oxford, Ben, you could end up like policeman in The Wicker Man. Could be lured to an event and we'll never ever see you again. Yeah. Summer is coming in. Oh God, help me! Edward Woodward, yeah. Oh, I mean that film. I feel sad when I think of that film because, you know, for me and Sue Staying, that was kind of our movie. But I mustn't. No, I must put that behind me. I must put that behind me. I can't help getting maudlin occasionally. Hugo Rune. Hello, Hugo. Go Dutch. I have lived there for a good many years. They might like cycle lanes, but they fucking hate it when they find me using them too. They do not like wheelchairs. I use them for the same reason they do. They are flat, no camber, whereas paved walking areas always have a camber for water runoff. A camber in a wheelchair is a pain in the arse. Alright, Hugo, yeah, I mean, when I was over there, I saw several people in wheelchairs using the cycle lanes, and I didn't see anyone complaining. I mean, I rode a bike on them because my mother was a Dutch woman. I spent a lot of time over there. I mean, I certainly would I used to just wait until there was a space to pass, and I used to ride past the wheelchairs. But, are you still there now, by the way? Do you still live there now? I don't know. See, I've not been there for like about 14 years. And I've lost touch with my family over there. So I don't know what it's like now. Edwardian Lady. Hi, Edwardian Lady. How are you? Right. The thing I find bizarre about these people is they don't seem to give a toss about the destruction of the environment in this country. Endless housing developments decimating the countryside, and they're just not interested. That's true. All they care about, Edwardian Lady, is reducing a part of the Earth's atmosphere's natural gas. It's actually plant food. It's actually, without carbon dioxide, life on Earth couldn't exist. It's necessary for plant life, and that's all they're interested in. They're just interested in knocking that back down. BZ Garson says, we have a shortage of houses. Where do you want them built? Edward Ordinary says, there's no shortage of houses. Over 1 million unoccupied homes in the UK. That's right, they're boarded up. They're everywhere. Good point. BZ Garson says, Edwardian Lady, so you're advocating compulsory purchase of all these unoccupied homes. She never said that. I don't know what ivory tower you live in, but you sound like one of those NIMBYs. Meanwhile, in the real world, there's a massive housing shortage, especially in social housing with affordable rents. By the way, did you know that about 92% of the UK has not been built on? Oh, look, that's not fair. That's completely unfair to Edwardian Lady. She's making a good point here. And no, she's not advocating compulsory purchase. She's just saying, obviously, there's something wrong if they're building houses and no one's living in them. There has to be a solution to that, an ethical solution. And all you're doing is labelling her a NIMBY and talking about all this sort of thing. That's not fair. Leave her alone. Nutty Does It Seem says on Extinction Rebellion Oxford, Spellbound. That was a good movie, that. I enjoyed that film. That's pretty good. Pain and Death says, Pain and Death, the New World Order. Hi, Pain and Death. Same video. After the meeting, they drove home and all caught public rip-off transport to get home and put the kettle on and watch BBC bullshit. Wow, I think I might start taking drugs. Oh, they're like that. I mean, climate change, the climate change thing is a big industry. There was this climate thing, which is a bit like Climate Live Aid. And everyone there turned up in private jets. All the big stars were singing about reducing carbon emissions. And they turned up in their private jets and their gas-guzzling limousines. You know, I always look at people's behaviour and I see, are they practising what they're preaching? Steve071 says, climate change, yes, it's called weather. We get it every day. Rachel Hart said, really? Yes, and in England it's pretty awful a lot of the time. Steve071 says on Extinction Rebellion Oxford, global climate catastrophe. They've been telling us since the 80s when I was at school it's always coming, but it never arrives. Kind of like official disclosure. Touche. Yeah, but I mean, the predictions are all off, that's right. And Firechild UK says climate change luckily is unlikely to cause some overnight apocalypse, but very possibly could reach a point where we can't undo the effects, even if overnight we stopped every man-made carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gas emission. A chain reaction of linked events might occur. Maybe the oceans reach a point of warming, acidification through carbon dioxide saturation, the trapped methane and bubbles erupt from the seafloor, causing a massive temperature spike, resulting in crop failing, some permafrost melting, causing landslides, destroying forests in Canada, Siberia, huge deforestation, that means less carbon dioxide, etc. And the temperature can't be brought under control. Massive ice shelf carving, several foot rise globally of sea level in a short time. Those events would be a sort of catastrophe. You can't predict any of this. But all could be more likely with a warming climate regardless of the cause and could happen at any point. Well, you're partly right. I mean, if the climate does warm, which it may well, and indeed there's certain evidence that between about late 1970s and 1990s it was warming quite considerably, as it did between about 1920 and 1940 and 1970. So there were two periods of warming in the 20th century. But that's part of the world we live in. But to say that it's our fault because of some natural plant gas that we're actually emitting is not fair, because when it happens people just say, well, it was our fault it happened, when it's not. And how we deal with it as a result of that, I think, will be very significant, because the idea that somehow we made this happen will be so demoralising that we may just give up. As if we see it for what it is, a natural cycle, maybe the end of this interglacial period, or this glacial period, and then we enter an interglacial period, which could happen naturally, then we'll see it differently. Here we go. The laughable thing says Scragnog on Extinction Rebellion about people calling climate change a way for elites to manipulate people is virtually nothing has been done about it in the decades we've known about it. Unfortunately, it really doesn't benefit anyone much. If it's true, we're screwed. No, well, no, we're not. Climate change is true, and the climate does change. But the thing is, it could get colder as well. I mean, there's some signs now, and there's several books I've written about this. Piers Morgan and people like that have talked about it. Not Piers Morgan. Piers Corbyn. Sorry, Piers Morgan. I don't think he'd be talking about it. There's a sign that actually the temperature is now cooling, which could be even worse. I mean, because it could reduce farm yields, reduce growing seasons, cause more cold. There'd be less food. We could be in big trouble if we actually enter another mini ice age, which could happen. The thing is that they say virtually nothing has been done about it. Well, an awful lot has been suggested, including everything from, shopping bags for life to culling 3/4 of the human population. Oh, time to change tags again, guys. I think maybe I'll do one more, then call it a night. Oh. Maybe I've got to, what's it now? It's now 10 to 11. I'm getting tired. I might be able to finish it. I don't know. Should I finish it? Okay, trying to change the tag. So you know, it could. Who knows? I mean, the thing is, a lot has been suggested. I mean, I actually covered this in my videos I've made on climate change. That it is actually being used. You know, everything that's suggested to deal with the climate change problem, or so-called problem, involves greater authoritarianism and internationalism. Well, that's exactly what the Illuminati want. Gary Robbins says, careful with those lefties, Ben, mate. And BZ Gardner says, are scientists lefties? Or climate scientists are. Well, yeah, I know what you mean, Gary. I mean, they can be nasty. If they knew who I was, like I said, this is why I had to wear my disguise. Because if they knew who I was, they may well get a bit arsey with me. You know, if it's, see what they did to David Icke, throwing custard pies at him and things like that. The Death Beat says on Extinction Rebellion, I've always shared your opinion, Ben, that climate change is not man-made, but we are still doing damage to the planet. Yes, we are. But it's not due to climate change. It's things such as plastic litter in the oceans. It's pollution of the air and the soil through various soot and emissions, not carbon dioxide, other forms of emissions. It's nuclear waste. It's topsoil erosion, deforestation. All these things are real. I explain this actually in the video. It's a shame the Extinction Rebellion crew can't meet people like us halfway. This is Gary Robinson, by the way. I just realised I'm writing this from my other channel by mistake. Oh, okay. Hi Gary, how are you? New Horizons Extra. Hey, New Horizons! Yay! How are you? This is on Extinction Rebellion. New Horizons, I've spoken there. Soros-funded shite. Exactly. Same video. Gudek says, have you ever, or is it Hudek, are you Dutch? Have you ever discussed Cumbre Vieja, the Canary Islands, where a slide would cause a tsunami around, yes, around most of the Atlantic? Yes. I haven't discussed it, but I've heard of it. Basically, there's an island in the Canary Islands. I think it's one of them, and half of it looks, there's a volcano there, which and every 150,000 years or so, there's a big landslide, and half of it slides off into the sea. And when that happens, it creates a giant tsunami, which, if that happened, it would devastate. It would go right across the Atlantic, and it would devastate the eastern seaboard of the United States. New York, Florida, Miami, all those places would be inundated. It would be a terrible disaster. And it's happened before because they found signs of stuff that was been washed inland from the sea. It happened, I think, last time about 80,000 years ago or so. And they found like bits of seashells and things that far inland. So it's happened before, it could happen again. And if it would be a disaster, it would be a terrifying disaster. Millions of people live in those cities. It would be awful. It would be absolutely awful. Again, Jack Parker says in Extinction Rebellion, some people cry when they have to use the restroom. Oh well, maybe they're good at getting a full spectrum release. I think there's a kind of scatological joke in there somewhere. Oh, I'm in for time. Okay, I think I have to switch to the other camera in a minute. Extinction Rebellion, Oxford, Jack Parker. They see something tangible happening, and definitely happening, so they extrapolate it as they excrement it. Yeah, I think that's a form of compost, isn't it? But yeah, I know what you mean. This is all they see. They have a problem that's portrayed in the media, and they want something done about it. And when it's something so desperate it could destroy life on Earth as we know it, anything short of that is justified, including culling the population. Right. Steve Mumbling says on Extinction Rebellion Oxford, who oddly enough seems to be on my side with this one. He says, you seem to think that if you repeat something enough times it will become fact. There's no such thing as free energy, Ben. Yes there is, Steve. I made an entire video replying to you on this. The next time you meet one of these free energy clouds, ask them if they have an electricity bill to pay at home, or if their house is powered by free energy. Well, the thing is, Steve, you can't just do that. You can't just disconnect from the grid. They won't let you. People who are trying to do that will be in jail the next day. And you know what I've said in my video about the people who end up dying? They keep dying all the time who invent these things. I can tell you now with confidence you'll never find anyone who isn't using solar panels or a wind generator that will tell you their house is powered by free energy. They will all be paying at a utility company for their power. Of course they'll be needing your money to develop their free energy device so we can all live in this utopian world you describe. But the fact is, it's all a con. There's no such thing as free energy. Ask Hutchison if he pays an electric bill or his house is powered by free energy. He'll be paying a bill. Time to drop your subscription to Nexus magazine. It's all made up crap to keep the magazine going. Well, Steve, we've been through this. I've answered every point you just made here. Firstly, I haven't sent any money to any free energy developers. Of course, Hutchison pays his electricity bill. He hasn't had the chance to develop his technology or his discoveries into a usable power source. What DARPA has done that when Colonel John Alexander went to his house and spent time with him. Get real, Steve. Oh, I've done an entire video about this. Now, John Smith is here now. Oh, God, blimey. Oh, I'm not going to answer this. For Stanley Mayer, yes, Mel O'Brien says Stanley Mayer, the guy who was poisoned. John Smith says nonsense, blah-de, blah-de, blah, blah-de, 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 blah. John Smith, sorry, John, I can't reply to all these comments. It would take me half an hour to pick apart this conversation. And Steve says, never heard of him. Ask him if he pays the power bill in his house. Well, he doesn't, Steve, because he's dead. That's why. Anyway, I'm not going to cover any more of this stuff. Oh dear, sorry. John and Steve, you sort it out amongst yourselves. Now this is Nick Collister in Oxford, London bombings 10 years earlier. Welsh warrior! Great video, however some Muslims I have seen in the UK are far from peaceful. There is footage of them screaming for white non-Muslim blood to be shed. I know, and I'm not pretending otherwise. The thing about it is those people are indeed, they have been radicalised. They've been radicalised by the same people who did the London bombings. That is the government through quangos like the Muslim Council of Britain bringing in Saudi hate preachers into these mega mosques. It's all a part of the same thing. It's false flag mixed with real. Louis Caprani says, is Paul McCartney dead? Honestly, this is the biggest load of bollocks I've ever heard. I hope you know this, Nick. A big load of bollocks. Well, that's right. Why? What's your answer to his points? I don't have to give any answers to points. I just have to call things bollocks, and in several different times, like twice in the same comment. If I call them bollocks twice, that means they're not real. That's my Louis Caprani voice. Carl Amid says, yeah, on Extinction Rebellion Oxford. And I don't know what you mean by that, Carl Amids. I think your name rings catches a little bit with the alarm bells go. I think you caused trouble before, haven't you? Right, same. Here we go. This is Clive, what's his name? Oh God, who's this? It's another long comment here. Clive Albert says, I recognise that avatar. Do you comment on Slaxer's videos? Plain English, simple English, bloody. What's this? What's it? There's a lot of stuff here about common law. Alright, it's interesting. It's the wrong video though, but thank you. Julian Carver. I bet Piers Corbyn was not invited to speak. You can depend he wasn't. That guy is an absolute pariah. In fact, his brother Jeremy, leader of the opposition, has really had to kind of denounce him quite a bit. Mel O'Brien, you better believe it. No dissenting views allowed in the mainstream media. Yep, absolutely none. Julian Carver says, Ben going undercover. I love the secret agent stuff. Great stuff, Ben. Thanks, Julian. If I go to any more of these things, I'll have to wear my disguise again, because I mean, it's not so much a problem with the skeptics now, but most of them anyway, but I've still got to be a bit of a problem. Is Paul McCartney dead? Andrew Gillis says, so we're asked to believe that this one instance in history The use of LSD made the subject less introspective, less compassionate, less empathic, less opinionated. The low quality of Hey Jude. That's a good song. I love that one. Hey Jude. La 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 la. It's a great one to sing along to. La 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 la. Everyone does that in the end chorus, don't they? Anyway, the low quality of Hey Jude is to be a giveaway that there is something to the notion of a McCartney replacement. He would not have been vain enough to use or even to take or even create the song. P.S. The brand name Wings itself seems to be part of a joke or hint of this topic, knowing the colloquial speech folks would say Paul McCartney's Wings. Right. That's interesting. It's true. There's absolutely no doubt that the style of Wings was totally different to the Beatles. Totally different to the Beatles. And they've got some good songs. I like London Town. On the dirty ground of London Town. That's a good song. But I mean, you can see the voice. The voice is different. The composition is different. I mean, I know that guy, the guy at the bookshop, thought otherwise. He played a little bit on the piano, but it sounds different to me. It just sounds different. Hey Jude is still a good song, regardless of who wrote it. Right, Extinction Rebellion, Firechild UK. Right, there you go. Nice video, Ben. I might not share your views on climate change, but certainly some common ground. Despite being in the climate change is happening, and certainly carbon dioxide is playing a part camp. After my nearly 30 years of looking for evidence, I have alarm bells ringing in my ears regarding this group. We should maybe get together for a discussion on MSP at some point. Compare notes. Oh, right, Firechild. Are you on Mindset? Are you someone on the Mindset? And Mel O'Brien tackles Firechild here. Firechild responds about carbon dioxide. Yeah. Okay. Water vapor, greenhouse gas thing. Right, okay. Gurab Show says on Extinction Rebellion, it's just a love heart there, so thanks mate, thank you. Glad you enjoyed that. Mod Rivera says on, but is Paul McCartney dead? Good info, Ben. I've known this as a rumour since I was 11. The first one said to the second one, I hope you're having fun, band on the run, live and let die. Yeah, live and let die from the James Bond films, a great metaphor. It's got to be tough for Billy Spears, Billy Shears, all that money, but living in the shadows of the real Paul, a long and winding road. Boy, you're going to carry the weight a long time. No secret she was chosen by the powers that be. Yeah, there's hints given in all the various Beatles and other fall McCartney releases. A lot of it may be subconscious, just subconscious hinting. Others, I think, are deliberately put in there. They're clues given by the Beatles themselves. There are surviving Beatles, the Fab Three, to say what had happened to Paul. It really had. Number one says Richard Mould on an interview with Caroline Stevens. Thanks, Richard. Much appreciated. Glad you enjoyed that. I don't know what's bloody hell, it's getting late. Need to go to bed soon. I want to finish this off tomorrow. Johnny Smallcock and his vile tasting toffees. Well, this is on a new. This is not on a new video now. An interview with Caroline Stevens. Now, Johnny Smallcock and his vile tasting toffee says, "Dried up old fascist." I know you are, Johnny. You don't have to tell us that. I know that's exactly what you are. Steve-O71 says, R.I.P. Russell, forever in our love and loving thoughts. But don't worry, Russell is back, as I've shown you. The clone has arrived, and the essence of Russell has now returned. So he's back with a vengeance. Videos from the Underground says, I had an alien just like the one back in the day. He is disappointed in Brexit, so his ego is deflated. Ted Heath's grave is near one of the coppices of the Magna Carta in Salisbury Cathedral, and his remains should be dug up and flushed down the sewer system of London, a more appropriate resting place. Yes. Arc Munch was and still is a bad idea unless you want to be joined to the coast of France. Yeah. The military exercises are plausible deniability. UKIP warned everyone years ago about the EU army, and now it's here. They will use foreigners to police you because they just do as they're told and not attached to the locals. Exactly. Yeah. I didn't know Ted Heath was buried at Salisbury Cathedral. Oh no, he's not. Sorry, he's near one of the coppices of the Magna Carta in the Salisbury Cathedral. Yeah, someone tried to steal the Magna Carta a little while ago. I remember that is. I think they wanted to steal it for a good reason. They wanted to protect it, I think, because they were worried that the government might rip it up. It's the original Magna Carta document from 1215. All right. Anthony Morn, hi Anthony. He says, "Here Ben, we can't win, mate. Well, it doesn't matter who gets in. They're all Freemasons. They own the Army, Navy, Air Force, so like it or not, Ben, we're fucked. They're all paedophiles, all the dirty bastards. Fuck the New World Order.com. Anthony, we can win. It's not the end of the world. They are not having everything their way. Things are going against their plans. We know this. See how they have panicked. Just look at all the way they've fought and they've struggled, and they have absolutely excremented themselves. They've defecated themselves in their what they're doing at the moment. Things have really gone against them. It's totally gone against them. You mustn't give up. You must not give up. Neptune Returns says on an interview with Caroline Stephen, 49th viewer, stunning. Neptune, you're getting slow, mate. You're supposed to get in there first. Oh, where are we? Steve071 says, reportage, enjoy Probe, Ben. Thanks, Steve. I went to Probe. I had a lovely time. And yes, there is a Probe video coming. I don't know when. It won't be long. The Probe, I did a load of videos, and I've got like 3 or 4 videos in the can now that need editing, and I just haven't had time to do them because of the Brexit thing. I haven't had time to edit them and put them up, but they will come within the next few weeks, I promise you. Stephen Homeless Truth Seeker says R.I.P. Russell. Oh, yeah. Well, Russell's back, Steve. He's back and he is fighting fit again. The clone arrived from Area 51. The Men in Black dropped him off, and now this camera's run out, so I'm going to have to get the other camera out. So we're just going to stop for a moment. I'll be back soon. Alright then, now it's a different camera now, as you see. And so let's continue with the channel. Yeah, the comments. Okay, where were we? Yes. Amy M says on interview with Caroline Stevens, I listened to you a few years ago. Could you clear something up? Are you a hospital porter or were you fired? I'm asking because I seem to remember something about you being fired for your show, but I'm not sure. Oh, Amy, yes, I was fired. No, I'm not a hospital porter anymore. And oh, hang on. Sorry, it's got to get the tag again. So pardon me, one moment. Sorry, Amy. I was fired because of my show. Yes, I was. There's some material on the channel you could see about that, and I go into details on it, and also some articles I've got a video called Ben the Civilian. I've also got some articles I've written about this. So yeah, I have. Motorcycles and Stuff says, Amy M, he has not been a hospital porter for 5 years at least now. He got sacked for being mentally unstable. He was scaring other staff members. That's got a bloody thumb up. Who is this tosser? I'm removing that. Yeah, I don't mind. I can take a lot, I can take a lot of shit because I'm an ex-hospital porter. I've had to deal with so much worse than you fucking idiot trolls can imagine. But what that is pushing the limits, and so I've got rid of it. But Amy, that's the answer to your question. Check it out. You'll find some more stuff there. It's true, unfortunately. Motorcycle and Stuff says, Caroline, I'd like to chat one day soon. How can I contact you? I'll be telling Caroline about what you said about me, about saying I was mentally unstable. I don't know what you want to get in contact with Caroline for, because I'll tell her about you. Stan Smith said in an interview with Caroline Stevens, heard Italy are going to veto extension to Brexit, so hopefully we'll leave with no deal at the end of March. Oh dear, that didn't happen, Stan. I wish it had. I've done more videos about that, as you know if you watch regularly. David said, I'd rather be flying a Union Jack than wearing a yellow vest in protest in 2019. I hope Italy veto the time extension. I wish they had. I really do. That's why they didn't, and this is one of the questions I asked in the video. Why was there no veto from Austria or Hungary or these other countries? Snarnock says on the same video, another awesome interview, Ben. Do you know if Caroline's interested in UFOs, disclosure and other paranormal subjects? She does have an interest in the subject, yes she does, but it's kind of an aside issue for her. It's not the main thing she does, but she's willing to talk about it. I mean, she had Patty Brassard and Karen MacDonald on her show. She's willing to discuss those issues. Snarlock says on the same video, I hope the Power Elite don't use some horrible classified weapon on the public on the 29th of March. Well, they didn't on the 29th of March, Snarlock, but they may do another time. They may do it sometime in the future. Snarlock says, yes please do some filming of your probe trip. I love your out and about videos. Oh thanks Snarlock. And you know, I did film one and there is one coming, but I just haven't had time to edit it, so it's still sitting around. I've got it, it's backed up so it's safe, all the raw files, and I will edit it as soon as I can, I promise. BZ Garson says on an interview with Caroline Stevens, do you just swallow this BS about the Lisbon Treaty, hook, line and sinker without question? Another nodding dog session bereft of critical thinking or challenges to claims made. Budzio says, welcome to the truth movement. Skepticism is bad, K. Under these conditions, skepticism is synonymous with cynicism. No. Well, firstly, you know, I didn't swallow it hook, line and sinker. I looked at what Caroline was talking about, and I think it's true. Paul Culliford says, good show, Ben. Thank you. A good show and good interview. Thank you, Paul. Glad you enjoyed it. Much appreciated. Strip Bear says, can't you patch up Russell? This is on the same video. Great show, bad outcome, damn MPs. I know, it was bloody awful. I couldn't patch up Russell, no, unfortunately. The original Russell, the puncture was too great, so I had to get a new Russell. But as you saw in a more recent video, I do have a new Russell now. Steve Mumbling says on Caroline Stevens. The Caroline Stevens video. Oh, excuse me. This is all completely irrelevant, of course. We're all going to be dead from 5G radiation next year. Fried, boiled, cooked on the inside out, etc, etc. According to their experts, lol. Caroline has no grasp of the technicalities of 5G. Yet she thinks Barry Trower knows his stuff. Hilarious. I really can't imagine why she wouldn't come to that conclusion, apart from a heavy bias based on complete ignorance. Thank goodness you've moved that toilet roll away from the bucket in the background, Ben. That would have given us all nightmares. Well, Steve, firstly about the 5G thing. Barry Trower does know his stuff. Barry Trower, and there's many other people. You've heard of the trial. What's his name? Steve. What's his name? In another Steve. In Mark Steele. Sorry, Mark Steele in Newcastle. The trial that's been going on there. Have you followed it? It's not like what you say it is. It is a dangerous thing. And as for what toilet roll? I've never had a toilet roll near that bucket. I wouldn't need a toilet roll near the bucket. It's got my dirty washing in. Budzio says, don't worry Steve, crystals which block all the negative effects of 5G will be available shortly. Well, you know, I have seen a few actually. No sarcasm now. There's orgonite and things like that can help. I've actually got some orgonite here. So I've got this one here, and that's orgonite, which I have by my phone, and these ones are by my monitor. I got these from Truth Seekers North East. There's some orgonite there. And I've got another one on near my router, so plenty of orgonite. And Steve says,
Budzio, what will we do without Tim Riffat and the Grid Keeper? Pissing myself laughing. A real pair of arseholes. Same video, nutting as it seems. Stop the bloody NWO. Sorry to hear about Russell. Oh, thanks. I like Caroline's appearance on Project Camelot, but I think I like her more now as a result of the HPANWO. Well, thanks, Nuttin. Thank you. Caroline and I do have a rapport. We've been interviewing a lot with each other for a long time, so I think we've got used to each other. But I'm glad you enjoyed that. Russell is fine now. The clone is here, so I have Russell again. You'll be glad to know, as you see in more recent videos. Vrilon Aura, hi! Vrilon Aura, great discussion. Caroline Stevens was a great guest. Keep up the good work, Ben. Thanks very much. Thanks very much, Vrilon Aura. Is David Icke evil? Another video. Samir Saleh says probably. He's not. He's not evil. Promise. Jules Fox Rock says on interview with Caroline Stevens, Jo Cox was a made-up person. No, she wasn't. She wasn't a made-up person. I mean, she was an MP. And she was elected. She wasn't an MP. She hadn't been an MP for very long. In fact, she only been elected 18 months earlier in the general election 2015, but she was a real person. Maybe she still is. I mean, I'm not so sure she's dead, you see. Is Paul McCartney dead? Worldwide Ghost says. Excuse me. I really enjoyed listening to Nick. I've always had the same thoughts regarding the death cab for Cutie. I left comments on various other fall YouTube videos. I'd never heard anyone else come up with that link. Nick is the only person I've heard link that track to the crash. Yeah, that's he's done a good job, Nick. I'll tell you that. This is one of the most popular Paul is Dead videos online now. He's damn good, Nick, and this sort of thing. Bigfoot in Britain. Ben Harcombe says, mad to hear you speak about the train line theory. Seen something that I didn't think was normal as a kid when pedalling home from an old quarry. It would have actually been a long and abandoned train line leading through Stanton, basically next to the Newhall Gun Club shooting range. Did you, Ben? So what did you see? Let me know. BennyJ74gmx.co.uk. You can email me and talk to me about it. Bexley Heath UFO, part 4 of 4. Jade says, alright, has anyone knocked on any doors to see if any witnesses are still there and can they give information? A good idea. I'm going to go back there. It's one of the things on my list of things to do, is to go back to Bexley Heath and put some flyers through doors. I was hoping Victor Nevada would help me, but unfortunately Victor and I have fallen out because of the Larry Warren thing. He's got the Sasha Christie bug. John Nolan says, have a look at the Hellfire Club Descent into Darkness videos on YouTube, Ben. I will. John, have you seen my videos on the Hellfire Club? On the Hellfire Caves? Very interesting, but I'll check that out, thank you. Go to Hell, Tony Blair, new video. Gar says, Blair destroyed our culture and identity. I hate him with a passion. Me too, he belongs in the Tower of London, in the deepest dungeon, he really does. Horrible man, evil man. The Apollo Detective 2019. Justin Time says, are you a real detective? Not with the police, Justin. But I am, I believe I'm an Apollo detective, along with all the others, by the definition. Barney says, on Bigfoot in Britain, why do we have to continue to look at you? What, don't you want to look at me, Barney? And you don't have to continue to look at me. I show you everything you need to see. But I have to put commentary in. Come on, why? Am I that unsightly? Come on, admit it. You like looking at me, don't you? Davy Doo says, Give me back my debt. Oh, it's a long comment here. Let's have a look. If debt you owe is sold, then your debt account for whom you're contracted has been settled and closed. Just like paying off a loan of a car. No more debt owed by the contract. And if some other company or person claims you still owe debt, just require the person to produce a contract with them and your signature, and you'll be happy to settle the debt. There's no law or contract law that says that another cannot pay another's debt. However, that's an interesting point. Funnily enough, part of the debt is an old mobile phone bill. I actually tried to contact my mobile phone company, and I was willing to pay it off. It was only about 25 quid, and they said, oh no, you can't. I said, but look, I owe you this money and I'm paying. Oh no. This is what I mean by they've sold the debt. Oh, change of tag. Oh, hang on. So so that's what I did. I actually they wouldn't let me. So that says it all, doesn't it? It really does say. There's no contract. You can't pay off another's debt. However, there's laws that debt claimed owed must have your consent on who wants the money. They must produce a piece of paper, contract with your signature on it, with them, without no debt claimable. However, if you feel like being nice of the person or company that has got you shafted by the closed settlement, account ex-creditors' fraudulent and unlawful dealings to who had paid off your debt, tell that person company that you would be more than happy to testify in court that you had no knowledge of the deception of your ex-creditors' dealings. They will never be part of the fraud. And if you really feel like being extra nice, just ask them to produce the document of the purchase price of said debt. It will most likely be a quarter to half of the original debt, and you would consider the loss that they incurred no fault of yours. If you do this and make sure that the statement before upon payment that states the same, all matters are settled to you, I wouldn't do this part because they are both part of the fraud. For me, I would simply say to the new fraudulent claimant of the debt, thank you for your gift of settlement of my debt. It was most generous of you. I will try to do the same for another when I can someday have a blessed day. If they drag you into court over this matter, file your own claim against them for filing a false claim against you. Show me the contract with my signature on it. Yes. You know, I'm thinking actually of getting hold of these companies and demanding any revenue they've made off the credit bond that was created, because of course this debt now still exists in the form of credit bonds. It's now being floated on the bloody stock market. And what kind of perverse financial system is it where credit is actually taking the role of capital? You can actually make money off credit. You make more credit off credit because it's a credit bond. It can be bought and sold at a profit. So I would ask for some of that profit, seeing as it is my debt. It should be my credit bond. Matt Dillon says on, did Britain start the world wars? Yes, yes and yes. Right, thanks. That's a simple answer to the premise of the video. Okay. Oh, where am I? Oh, I've got to change the. Oh, I almost did it again. I must change that tag. Edit that. It's the 12th half-hour period now. My goodness me, we are now heading into not uncharted territory, but I've been going for over 6 hours now. So it's now the 12th half-hour period. Julian Carver says on 2 days till Brexit live stream. I had to miss most of the live stream, just catching up now, Ben, thanks. Alright Julian, all the recordings are there. Beverly Parker says on Project Blue Book episodes 3 to 6. Oh, lots of interesting emojis there, so thanks Beverly. Black Cat avatars, very interesting. Apollo Detectives, Michael Ringball, that's an interesting name, says no stars. Well, William Mann says, that's right, no stars. You see stars in the, yeah, alright, there's no stars in the sky at Earth. They were on the moon during the lunar days because they should see stars because it's black. Same reason you don't see on Earth during the day because it's too bright. Yeah, the stars thing is a pretty weak part of things, so it doesn't matter because yes, it was the lunar day, so you wouldn't see stars. Yeah, because the sun's bright, it swamps them out. So yeah, that's one of the skeptics always say, only go on about the stars all the time. No, we don't go on about the stars. Richard Taylor says, is David Icke evil? Why the fuck would he be evil? Talks a lot of sense. Exactly, Richard. Quite so. He does. Good old David. 2 days till Brexit live stream. Rob Jack, when are you meeting up on Friday? What time? I said Parliament Square 3 PM. Did I see you there, Rob? I don't think I did. I did meet someone who does watch my channel, but it wasn't you. What's this? Dr. Jonathan Reed at Rendlesham Forest. This is someone called Tri Lambda Delta who's just sent me a link to a channel. Oh, what's this about? I don't know. But it looks like my kind of channel. Looks an interesting kind of channel. But it's, I don't know what it's got to do with Dr. Jonathan Reed. Chuck W says, in Merchants of Doubt review. That's an old video. This is another of my climate change videos. It was great walking with you. Can you do more walkie-talkies? I will, Chuck. In fact, I've just been filming one. I'll do as many as I can. In fact, I've got a couple coming up pretty soon. I'm glad you enjoyed them. Thank you. John Smith says on the 2 days till Brexit live stream, it's just a statement that it's sad to see so many alternative anti-new NWO types in light of this Brexit issue still bigging up Farage, who called for a second referendum, fork tongue one and all. Yeah, well look, I'm one of the people who called Farage out. Trump, etc. What do we want? Anti-elite. Yet March by tax-dodging, pro-privatisation, pro-insurance driven healthcare tycoons to control hundreds of millions of pounds of exploitative property empires. No, look, I cover this in... I'll carry on. Let me carry on. Known fraudsters of these ventures using public to pay off offshore foreign non-tax-paying accounts while paying their workers the minimum wage. No thanks. Laughable when you think what the lovely jolly time Farage was having with Sarah Sands, ruler of the mainstream media empire, Rupert Murdoch, Liam Fox and Farage at the cordial garden party shortly after the referendum. Look, John, watch my video Why 2016 Matters. I explain everything in that. Johnny Smallcock. Oh, here we go. Piglet goes Nazi. What's with you and bloody piglets, you idiot? You just keep repeating this bullshit all over and over again, and you think, oh, do you think you're hard or something? Do you not see? I challenged Team Droid to meet up and they never appeared. Stevo71, do you sit waiting for Ben to upload a video? He really does. Johnny Smallcock has nothing better to do. He'll complain that my videos are difficult to watch and deeply embarrassing, but he can't stop watching every single one. Edwardian Lady says, the stalker's here again. Yes, Edwardian Lady. He is. He's a bunny boiler, this guy. He really is. Right, the Brexit betrayal protest. Ben, you should ask for a frequent traveller bus discount. I should, didn't I? You go down to London that often. Yeah, the coach, that's right, the Oxford Tube coach. I should, shouldn't I? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Look, Oxford, incidentally, Steve, it's very easy to get between London and Oxford. I'm lucky in that sense. The EU is a total waste of money for Italy, France, Catalonia and the UK. Brexit, Folexit, Italexic and Catalan independence movement better fight together, yes. And the Catalan independence people, they need to get out of the EU, because at the moment they want independence from Spain but not the EU. That's no good. Neptune returns 47 fewer, incredible. Well, you're 2 up, that's improvement, Neptune. You were 49th last time, so you're getting better. Alright, so that's on the Brexit trail. Sweeps! Hi Sweeps. Sweeps Foxman. Good old Sweeps, I've met him loads of times. Speaking my mind, Ben, as you do, many times did a bunch of radio shows encouraging Irexit, get Ireland out of the EU, for many reasons, globalist, malignant, migrant, white genocide. Thanks for these shows and for being there, Sweeps Box. Thanks, Sweeps. I'm glad you did those radio shows, and now there's a lot of decent people in Ireland talking about the globalism now and everything. People think things like TNS and Irish Side of the Moon. There are a lot of people are waking up in Ireland, mate, and you're one of them. Thanks, and you're helping wake people up. Sorenable, hello. Thanks, Ben. Always interesting, mate. You're welcome, Sorenable, and thanks for watching. Good to hear from you again. Where are we now? Oh. Professor Fez says, fly that Trump hat with pride. I did, Professor Fez, I really did. Colin Mindak says on Brexit betrayal, don't worry, 12th of April is Brexit Day. Getting real Brexit independence under who rules 100%. Oh, it didn't happen. It didn't bloody happen, did it? And BZ Garzan says, no, it won't be. There'll be another long extension. And there was. Do you even know about trading under WT rules, or are you just parroting what you see on social media? Oh, stop just laying into people when they disagree with you, BZ. Colin says, what do you know about the WTA? I don't know. You're trying to start arguments all the time, aren't you? You really are. Mr. MT says on Brexit betrayal protest, I was there. I came down on my own to protest this BS. I was automatically branded a racist as I have a bald head since I was 18. Yeah, like me. I was spat out on the tube by two Antifa oh God, who were proud to tell me they had to hold my fury without killing them. Oh, I'm sorry that happened. I didn't have... I went through London on the tube and everyone was alright, but of course these people are about, aren't they? I did get that sticker stuck on my back. Line News are now branding anyone who voted Brexit as right-wing scum cunts. I know. This is how they demonise us. This is how they smear us. Okay, where's it? Chris Moffat. Hi, Chris. He's a friend of mine from London. He's another guy who exists. I've seen him. Hi, Ben. Sadly, it does appear to be that point 3 of Article 50, where it says an extension concur if agreed by both parties, is legal. EU law supersedes UK law when there's a conflict. If you know anything different, let me know. They will inevitably extend it on April the 10th for a further period. Well done for the vid. I've watched a third of it so far. Thanks, Chris. They did, of course, extend it. But there's been a court ruling on this now since this video came out, so we'll see what happens. We will see what happens from there. Stephen says, Acts of Parliament are not lawful. BZ Carson. Homeless truth seeker, yes they are in quotes. An Act of Parliament creates a new law or changes an existing law. An Act of Bill is to be approved by both House of Commons. Yeah, those are for statutes. That's legal stuff. That's statutes. That's not law. Lawful and legal are two different things, BZ. And Stephen says, actually puts this in, he says here, these rules, not the law of the land. The so-called leaders are there by violence and deceit. They're not powerful enough to create laws if you want real justice. Yeah. Nothing, as it seems, says on the same video, the whole world is watching. Yeah, that's a good mantra, actually, because look, if people outside Britain, how do they perceive this, especially EU member states? They see Britain trying to get out and can't get out, even though we did vote to leave. What message is that going to give out? With eyes wide shut, says Stephen. Yeah, BZ Carsons. Yes, they are. Most of them think we've lost the plot about us trying to leave the most successful trading bloc on the planet. Oh my goodness me, BZ. You're a real New World Order guy, aren't you? That's right. Why not merge them into one world government? Then we can have the most successful trading bloc ever, and it is the world. Only what will you be? If you're allowed to live at all, you'll be an autonomous robot, a cyborg. Daniel Bostock, hi Dan. A friend of yours is a friend of mine too. Thanks, Ben. Cheers, mate. I'm sorry you couldn't get there, buddy. You were missed. A lot of us missed you. We really did. Simon Smedley says on the Brexit betrayal protest, LMAO, rolling thunder, more like a damp fucking squib. Fuck off. You spent the last 2 years laughing at Remainers. You're not fucking laughing now. Kiss you Brexit goodbye, you little Englisher. EU law overrides UK law, you fat sweaty moron. Well, you skinny, dry-skinned, dried up, dehydrated twat. You're talking shit, you really are. There's just been a fucking ruling, you idiot. And if you're going to, yes, I am laughing. I'm laughing at you. What an idiot. Susan Hayward Tonkin. Hi, Susan. I just love a good protest. Viva la revolution. Thanks, Susan. It's a bit of a long way for you to get, but I know in Australia you've got your own problems, and it's great that you support us on the other side of the world. Sonia White says, thanks for this, Ben. It's great to see you on such a high. Oh, thanks, Sonia. You know, I was on a high. It was like Probe. I really was, I was like, it was intoxicating. It really was. Jay Matthews. Hi, Jay. How are you? Were you there too? I didn't know you were there yesterday. Oh, did you turn up too? Oh, sorry, I didn't see you, mate. Sorry, I didn't see you. Great video, by the way. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. I'll put you a cheers, Jay. Just put a little space in there. Thanks, Jay. Jay Matthews of Ufology UK. He's a good guy, he is. Nikki D. Hi, Nikki. I saw you there, Ben, about 10 at night. I was sitting at the corner of Parliament Square on the grass. You walked past with a blonde lady. I should have said hello, but I was knackered and a bit worse for wear. Good to see you, though. Nikki D says, sounds like you had a good day. Oh, thanks. Oh, it'd be nice to say hello. The blonde lady, who was it? Oh, that was someone, yeah, I met. It was, oh, what was it? Oh, what's her name? It was one of the people I was talking to while I was there. It was, yeah, it was, so we were both walking down towards the news tent where the news people were. 69 Phuket. I was half watching Newsnight. Okay, or third. Okay, we went on. Or a third went on. A third watching it, yeah. Vaguely heard the word Jerusalem. I think you might have pushed things over the edge there, Ben. I was the guy singing Jerusalem, yeah. I explained in the next video. I didn't know the BBC, but I know you don't like the BBC, but last week they had a play about a demo in London that led to great change, 2016. 100 years later, a guy jumps into their world to see what's happening. It's an amazing 40-minute drama. All right. I urge all to listen to Dangerous Visions. What's that then? All right, what's this? Let's see. BBC news. Oh, News from Nowhere. I've heard of this. It's based on an old book actually from 1890 by William Morris about a guy who has a dream. He goes into the future where he sees people living in a kind of a narco-communist utopia, and then he wakes up and finds it's all a dream. But it's interesting. I actually did a review of it on HPANWO Radio. On the HPANWO voice blog. I read it just as research for my book, but I found it very interesting. I mean, obviously I'm not a communist or anything like that, but it was an interesting idea. I mean, William Morris, he was a friend of Karl Marx in London in those days, and it's a very interesting thing, yeah. It's an interesting story. It is an interesting story. Edwardian lady. Awesome, Ben, she says. Oh, thanks, EL. Thanks, Edwardian lady. Thanks, Edwardian. That's really nice of you. You'd have liked it as well. Shame you couldn't be there. Simplex David says, whole world is watching about Brexit. Well, yes, they are. That's it. They most certainly are all watching. Mary444. Hi, Mary. Mary. I've actually been in touch with Mary. I know her real name. We've been talking. Simplex Davis, thank you, Simplex, for being with us Brits every step of the way. We really appreciate it. We carry on the good fight. Act together as anti-globalists. WWG 1 WGA. That's a QAnon thing. Thanks, Mary. Mary 44. Oh, I particularly loved it when you were singing the good old Welsh Jeans. Jerusalem. Oh, thank you, Mary. I'm glad. Thanks, Mary. I'll put it here. I did have fun. I didn't intend to get onto the BBC, but I did inadvertently. 4341, like a techno Viking video. That's the guy with it there, the bloke with the tricycle. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it was a bit like that. Neptune, I must say. Yeah, it was very, very much like that. Yeah. 5314. Ben's still chatting up the birds. Let's have a look. Oh well, I wasn't chatting up birds. I did meet a very nice lady actually. I spoke to her for about 2 hours, but wasn't chatting her up. We were just friendly. Jeff Kirchen says, "Is Paul McCartney dead?" No, Paul is alive and well. No, Jeff, he's dead. He's not alive and well, he's dead. He's as dead as a doornail. Right, Ether Orr says on Brexit Betrayal Protest. Here we go. What's this? And I'm still yet to hear a Welshman that cannot carry a tune. What is it about the Welsh and accomplished singing ability? Maybe if I spent a day or two in Llanfair Pwllgwyn Gicho Gerich Windro Bull Llantysilio Go Goch, I'd be able to hold a sweet tune or two too. I'll tell you what, if you can pronounce that place name end to end, you would be. Ether Orr says, rugby anthems from around the world. Notice the Welsh team are the only ones to break into harmony. I'd say Flower of Scotland is the foremost tune as they slide into the whole tone from the end, which they did. Oh yeah, oh, rugby anthems, the best national anthem. Well, you can't beat Land of My Fathers. That's beautiful, that is. Pain and Death is on all. These are all on Brexit Betrayal. Pain and Death says, did the snooze mention anything about the protesters? Not a fucking word. I watched the Bullshit Buggery Corporation and the ITV bullshit last night. Not a single word about any protesters. What a surprise, fucking arsehole kissing criminals. Hugo Roon. I call the BBC Bullshit Broadcasting Corporation buggering British children. Yours sort of combines the two, lol. Yeah. Hi, Hugo Roon, says Pain and Death. There was the coverage of it was there, but it was very biased. For example, there were aerial shots taken of the crowd, but the shots were taken much earlier when when less people had arrived. So it seemed like fewer people were there than the Brexit, the pro-EU rally. DJ Beat, who says on Brexit Betrayal, the education system had to be pushing the EU project since before the Maastricht Treaty and incorporated the building of the Channel Tunnel into the propaganda. I was at school that time and there was a heck of a lot of pro-EU stuff spoon-fed into the minds of children. Oh yeah, definitely. It does. It's all the time. Ever since they decimalised the currency in 1971, or things like that. Just little things adding up, bit by bit, making us use more. Made us use more and more metric measurements as well. Little things like that. Oh, Neptune Returns says, oh, Apocalypse Now. Yes. I remember thinking, there's a scene at the end where I just get back and I'm filmed. There's this light and shadow playing across my face. I look like Marlon Brando in Apocalypse Now. Yes. I remember thinking that at the time, actually, and Neptune Returns has spotted it. Yeah, and I look like him. I've got the bald head and everything, like Marlon Brando's character in that film. Yeah. Oh, brilliant. Yeah. Oh, I almost need to get this. Right, so here we go. Just finished off with my tomato juice there. See. Right, where was I? Okay. Hugo Roon. And did those feats in ancient times walk on winds and mountains? No, because England did not exist, it was Britain. I know. England existed for 1,000 years, says C in reply to Hugo Roon. In such of the dark ages, Michael Wood. Oh, that's interesting. But no, it was, yeah, of course, the English are not British. I know, Hugo, but this is simply the way it was written by William Blake. He used those words, and you can't change it. David says, well done, Ben, for covering Brexit. It seems the treacherous MPs have got away with not doing the job we voted them for. Interesting, you estimated 1 million attended. The fake news made it look less because the BBC showed clips earlier in the day. Exactly, they deliberately made it look like fewer people. Stephen, Homeless Truth Seeker, says oh wait, I'm not sure about Farage or Tommy Robinson anymore. I think they're agents trying to control stuff. Oh, I don't know. I mean, with Farage, certainly we should be suspicious. Six Eye says, at this point they're all backed and funded by someone, yeah, even like Soros, yeah. Even the idea of a Farage government scares the living shit out of the establishment, both sides of the aisle. They deserve everything they get. MPs have shown the whole country the state of utter contempt they hold the electorate in. That's true. Stephen, Homeless Truth Seeker. But what they want is order out of chaos. Rubbish. You've been watching too many YT videos. This is about the Blairites and Alistair Campbell. No, it's none of them giving a flying fuck about how we voted in the referendum. Yeah, that's true. But Stephen's right though. I mean, you're on the same side here, I think. They're creating chaos to bring order, says Stephen. All they want from you is to willingly accept it. That's correct. And Rachel Kennedy says, you're right, Stephen. They are paid agent provocateurs. In fact, they're the lowest of the low. Yeah. So you're both right, both you guys. Stevens also says, on a separate comment, was it Ted Heath who got us into joining in the 70s? Yes, it was the biggest triumph of his premiership, according to their standards. Jack Parker says on Brexit Betrayal, I have met by chance a few English homeless people here in the United States. One lady trapped in a Venus flytrap named Renee has been injured by hit and run, sleeps in a wheelchair. Oh. What's this about? Oh, well, Jack, I'm sorry there's these homeless people there, whatever country they come from. Very sorry to hear that. Jack also says, I'm hoping some eccentric millionaire will give these unfortunate English victims a yeah. I hope so, yeah. BZ Garson says on the Brexit Betrayal protest, the statutory instrument exit day was passed in the Lords on the 27th of March. Thus the agreement to extend the leaving date to the EU and the UK became legal and is written into the UK statute laws which passed by the Commons. So contrary to your claim, it is not legal. No. Please check the latest court ruling, which has been just going through the High Court. Maybe I should do an entire. What's this? Clive Albert, European Union Withdrawal Act, Exit Day Amendment Regulations, 2019. Well, where is the? I'll try and find the details of the court ruling. BZ Garson says on Brexit Betrayal, that Lisbon Treaty document is the most debunked document on the internet. No, it's not. No, it's not. Please just don't read any old shite someone gives you. Go to the EU website. The full. There are no dates mentioned in the Lisbon Treaty, let alone 2020 or 2022. Your credibility just went down the toilet. Well, BZ, you don't think I have any credibility anyway. Please check the documents that Caroline provided. Matthew Johnson says on Don't Eat Pringles. Next thing you know, they'll tell us not to eat pizza. Fuck these people. No, I won't tell you not to eat pizza. I'm telling you not to eat Pringles. Or I'm suggesting you don't eat Pringles because it's bad for you because of the Codex Alimentarius thing. The fact that you can set fire to them. Is David Icke evil? Kudak said, man, David just did an excellent video about Bolton and the warmongering. It's called Stop This Human Psychopath. Yeah, John Bolton. Well, what's he doing in the Trump administration? Good grief. He's the last person you think Trump would bring in. Brexit Betrayal, Tyrone Thomas says, you need to get your history right. We had a worldwide mud flood in the 1800s where most of the population died. The survivors were put in asylums, most were just killed and the orphans were used to repopulate the earth. Tartaria was erased from the history books. The world wars were to annihilate the last resistant. Freemasonry, Satanism with fake religions took over and our right to free energy was taken. Our history is a lie. The parasites in power now have no right to be in power. And neither have the so-called royals. Alright. John Smith says, oh, it's just a repeat of this. Look, you've repeated this point. Which is just saying basically that the points he made about people, you know, the healthcare tycoons, Farage and the bankers, and just the party with Rupert Murdoch and stuff like that. Watch my video, Why 2016 Matters. I explain it all in there. John Smith says, he's all of the above, but as you say, he motivates and mobilises a hell of a lot of people. All right. Yeah. I mean, Farage is not in UKIP. Farage is now in this Brexit party thing. Which, as I've explained, they need to form an alliance, otherwise they're just going to undo each other. Christopher Savage says, It's now midnight. I need to go to bed, but I'm nearly finished. I want to finish this. There will have to be more than chanting and marching. Now, if democracy is to mean anything in the UK in the future, the unions need to be part of this. Only thing these bastards in Parliament understand is money. Unions across the country should be arranging strike action. Thus is the only way forward I can see. Well, the unions are all Ramonas, aren't they? Yeah. Oh, Christopher Savage says. So that's just, I've got to change the tag again. Christopher Savage says, the biggest unions are pushing to revoke Article 50, exactly. Ugh. I see that Robert Kirk says on Brexit betrayal, I see that Sky News said Tommy Robinson was far right and having an anti-Muslim rant. Well, he wasn't actually. He never mentioned Muslims. And Muslims were actually, he mentioned grooming gangs, but he never mentioned Muslims, and there were some Muslims there. Sixth Eye said, thanks for this, I couldn't possibly get there or I would have been there. I had cancer treatments. Oh, sorry about that, Sixth Eye. Hope you're alright. Your video made me feel part of the day. I appreciate it. Well, thank you, Sixth Eye. That makes me feel good. Thank you, and I'm glad. You're very welcome. Sorenable says on the Apollo Detectives, thanks Neil and Ben, etc. You're welcome, Sorenable. You're very welcome. Limespec says on the Brexit betrayal, oh my god, I just went to News and Night's Twitter page and they tweeted about it twice. You're famous, Ben. Oh, I was briefly on the BBC and I became a BBC superstar through no intention. I did not want to. As you know, I would never have anything to do with the bloody BBC, but they forced me on there. Artography. You just don't care, do you, Ben? Haha, good for you. Says Artography on Brexit betrayal. Thanks, Artography. Oh, we're getting closer now. Getting there. Odds and Sods says on Brexit betrayal, the French and Dutch were ignored. The EU constitution was changed to a treaty which eliminates voter threat to many constitutions. Yeah, there's exactly, to try and undo everything. Oh, to try and undo any chance of getting out. It's a Winter Girl says on the death of Nurse Jacinta Saldana. You had me at New World Order. Thank you for your bravery. Oh, you're welcome, Winter Girl. And yeah, it's been around a while, but been a long time. But you know, Jacinta Saldana, she was murdered, I think. Winter Girl, great film and story. Thank you. And that's on Time of the Langoliers. That's another old video I made. Oh, you're welcome, Winter Girl. Winter Girl says, I guess that God doesn't want him. That's in Crash of the Lizard Prince. Yeah, maybe that's why these scumbags seem to go on for so long. You know, they just seem to linger on and on forever. Julian Carver says, I hope Brexit really does happen. Thanks for being in London, Ben. Respect to you, my friend. Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome, Julian. That's on Betrayal. Is Paul McCartney dead? There we go. This is Brubeck108, who says, the funny thing is, how am I doing for time? I think I'm doing alright for time, yeah. The clues are put there by Paul. Yes, Paul himself. He denies it. The only one thing bigger than Paul McCartney, that's his ego. Maybe he believes he died and was not replaced but resurrected. No, honestly. He says, I've been worshipping both Pauls since 1971. No, there is, yeah, of course, but Paul didn't, this isn't some delusion by Paul. Paul, the clues were not put there by Paul because Paul was dead. Dr. Jonathan Reed at Rendlesham Forest, I'm just going to delete that comment. Right, I should be gone. Is it deleted? Right, oh, it's frozen. Okay, just going to refresh the channel comments page. Oh, here we go. It's alright, I'm getting through them now. It can't be much longer. I'm sort of like getting close to the top. But you know how it is with bloody. Just got to wait for it to redo now. Oh, come on. It's a shame when I have to delete comments. You know, it's not just because it messes up the whole comments flow, but it's just these idiots just post nonsensical bollocks. Complete nonsensical rubbish. It's just like I don't know what their plan is. What do they want? What are they trying to achieve? And the thing with the Dr. Jonathan Reed thing is where I get most of the rubbish. You know, it's like where I get most of the crap. Oh, hang on. I've had enough of this. I'll start again for another page. That's a problem. Ooh, here we go. Comments, right. Here we go again. Down we go into the. Okay. Down we go, scrolling down, just gives me an idea of how many there are. Can't be many left now. Ah, here we are, right. Oh good, we're getting close to the end. Peasmore, oh no, here we go, yeah, Peasmore, yeah. PSR, this is the first Peasmore video. PSR04 says, good man, enjoyed the walk with you. I must take a look at your other vids. Please do PSR04 because I've made some sequels to that particular video. Booby Russ, this is did Britain start World War II, the World Wars, World War I and II. Booby Rusky says, of course English started World War I. Comrade Stalin sent a message to his French communistic comrades. The text is published on the 30th of November 1939 in Pravda. Comrade Stalin says, the message of agency have asses. I cannot know in which cafe these lies are fabricated, but much of these ever gentlemen. Oh, this is a long one. It's supposedly by Stalin that Germany, after opening animosities, made peace offers to France and England, and that the Soviet Union supported these peace offers, since the Soviet Union considers this now is also for the future to terminate this war, which eases the conditions for all countries and people. The ruling circles of England and France brusquely refused the peace offers of Germany and the attempts of the Soviet Union to end this war as quickly as possible. Well, the thing is, like, that's what Stalin said, but according to Nick, you know, the Soviets were the aggressors, and that the Britain and Soviets were aggressors themselves. Certainly, well, in the Britain in the First War, Soviet Union primarily in the Second, and Britain as well. Keith M1 says in Brexit Patrol protest, this twat believes humans went to the moon. Poor deluded moron. Who, me? You're the moron if you think that. I believe that. I think you mean I believe no humans went to the moon. I think that's what you're saying. Interview with Caroline Stevens. Sad to say that Mrs May got her extension. Yes, I know. Oh dear. Still no Brexit in sight. Damn Labour bunch want to keep Britain in the corruption of the European Union. So now Mrs May wants another extension. Between May's deal to get us to the EU, we now have that Labour bunch of shits trying to keep Britain in the customs union. Probably 1/3 of British Parliament is for Brexit. The rest are traitors who are against Brexit. So what does this say about British politics to say? Are these people all part of the NWO scum? No, they're just idiots. I'm afraid it's not 1/3 of Parliament, it's barely 10%, I think. Oh, there's the Brexiteer Tories, that's about it. There's something, did Britain start the World Wars? Right, yeah, okay, this is HolocaustHandbooks.com, it's a website. Okay, I'll have a look at that later. Let's see what it says. I'll have a quick glance. Welcome to the Holocaust Handbooks. Okay, this is about Holocaust things. Yeah, I mean, I'm in favour of free speech. There's Nick Hollisham's. Nick Hollisham's Breaking the Spell is here. By all means, check them out. I'm in favour of free speech. Snownock says, "Oh, betrayal." Thank you for uploading this video, Ben. I wish there was some Battle of Britain flybys that sounds of those Rolls-Royce Merlins. I know it would have been. It would have been nice to have a flyby. Field Child UK has posted a link to Extinction Rebellion Oxford talk with here's the official video. The official video the official video of my the official video of my trip to Extinction Rebellion is now available. So you can actually see it properly. You can actually see it. I didn't film anything, but you can actually see it yourself now. Firechild UK has provided a link. Very nicely of them. The Apollo Detectives, the first one now. JSV says, for crying out loud, these guys don't have to be correct about all their assessments. If they're correct about only a fraction of what they're saying, there's strong evidence that the images, as we saw on the moon, weren't what we were told. Yeah. As far as I know, I've looked everywhere. There's no clear signs of images of the landing sites provided by other countries that have sent probes up there. If there really are, I'd like to see those. There would have to be some actionable evidence worth considering to prove NASA's case. Yeah. After the Brexit protest, brilliant, Ben. I found myself singing along with you 3 minutes in and looking forward to it. Oh, thanks. Was that Jerusalem? Yeah, I didn't. And nobody sang along with me on the day. A few people stared at me from cars and the pavements. Charles D. Classified. Ben, special favour. Please let Richard all know that Charles is in the audience. Just to see what happens. Oh yeah, you were, weren't you? You were controlling that heckler, weren't you? After the Brexit protest, 71st viewer. Wow, oh, he's the 71st. He's the 71st. He's slacking again. He's slacking again, Neptune. You really are. Anthony Morn says, Brexit bollocks, fuckthenewworlder.com. You know, it's bollocks. Brexit is good, but it's been bollocksed up. Steve071 says, have a great time up there here this weekend, Ben. Unfortunately, I'll be unable to come to meet you due to work. I'm sorry, Steve, you couldn't get to Truth Seekers Northeast. But I had a lovely time, I really did. Professor Fez says, the upper gallery informed me that a single man was punching the air. Yes. I was indeed. Zephyrin Cochran said, thanks, Ben, a very heartfelt episode. Each and every one of us has a story to tell, and some not always happy. Thanks, Zephyrin. You know, I had to go into some personal stuff there, because there's nowhere else I really can. And I appreciate you helping me, you sorting me out there, to help me with that. Videos from the Underground, I've got some of that left. Says, after the Brexit protest, we don't want more stock footage like the new war, like World War I kind of footage. They shall never grow old. Trenches, brave soldiers being killed and wounded in Maine. Where were they now? The nation's been given away by internal globalists. Yeah, people left the pushback way too late. Now it'll be tough to regain your nation. I hope you're successful. We here in the USA have a similar problem, as we are being run by people from the south of the border. Naive thinking, everyone just gets along all the time, especially when cultures clash. Well, the cultures are being made to clash, you see. It's the thing. But, yeah. I know this is a worldwide problem, isn't it? 69 Phuket. Jon Snow reports of single white man singing Jerusalem. Salem, Salem's lot. That passport cover is the weakest blue. It's almost pink. I'm hoping to get a proper blue passport, but single white man. He's seen so many white men in one place. Yes. What a tosser he is. Neptune returns on after Brexit. Nice of you to talk about your relationship with your dad. My old man was very angry and created conflict with no self-awareness. He lived to 94 and I'm glad he's not around anymore with his anger and negativity. I miss my mother though. I'm sorry, Neptune, you had that. I really do with your dad. Yeah. Cosmic Claire. Hi, Claire. On after Brexit. Watching this tonight in lieu of the HPANWO radio show tonight. Was that you, Krusty Wonk, referring to on? Was that Krusty Wonk was referring to on Newsnight? Well done, if so. Yes, it was Claire. Krusty Wonk. Yes, Kirsty Wonk. Yeah, she was. She was referring to me. Animal Auntie Bev. Hiya, Animal. Hiya, Animal Auntie Bev. EU par Ben. No, long time no chat. Early hours of 30th of March 2019. I had a dream. In this dream, England's Green and Pleasant was covered with foot soldiers wearing khaki green uniforms, maroon-coloured berets. They were there to protect the British people. I thought I would share it. Seems symbolic, Bev. Well, thanks, Bev. Well, you know, if it's the QAnon stuff coming true, that's a really good thing. You know, that's what we need. You know, that's where the army will be doing what it's supposed to do, which is to protect, defend the nation, rather than going off to fight foreign wars for Israel. Yeah, definitely. 69 Phuket. You forgot the working poor, the real slaves wearing out their bodies for a non-existent, fragmented, untraceable, numerous pension schemes. They'll have Alzheimer's and no power to trace. Oh. Well, why the frat brother? Well, you know, I haven't forgotten the working poor. I am the working poor, I suppose, or I have been the working poor. I'm not poor. I mean, economically I'm not well off, but I think I'm a lucky person. I've got everything I need. But you know, I didn't forget them. I don't know what you mean by that. BZ Garson. The petition calling for the second EU vote was created by a Brexiteer before the actual referendum result, before the Remain would win. What? No, they didn't. That's not true. Of course, after the result, we went to the Brexiteers. The Remainers piled in to sign it, as any good Remainer would. No. The Cooper motion to rule out any no deal passed its third reading in the Commons tonight. Yeah, it'll probably sail through the Lords. It did. It'll be on the statute books. The EU will welcome it. They don't want a no deal. Great stuff. Well, I don't know what the EU seem to have a different line to the rest of us, but oh, what's going on here? BZ, you really are a shit stirrer, aren't you? You really are. What's this here? Good for your dad. You believe that everything you say about Brexit is the only correct stance, and you have superiority complex of epic precautions. You dismiss those that want to remain as Ramonas, not forgetting there was 16+ million of us, probably a lot more. If I voted Labour in the next general election, the Tories won, I would be expected to roll over and carry on campaigning against the party. Oh dear. We believe UK is better off politically, economically by remaining in the EU. Blah de blah de blah, yes. And try not to read it in one of your silly voices. One more thing, please don't lecture me on the will of the people. In general election, you get to vote out to a different government every 4 to 5 years. In case of referendum result, it's once in a generation. That's why we are passionate about staying in, and Parliament is so divided. Nothing to do with the New World Order or any other conspiracy theory. Yes, it is, B said. It's totally. And yes, I am going to lecture you on the will of the people, because the EU referendum was very simple. Britain would leave the EU. If it had happened the other way around, if the Remainers are 152%, I would have accepted it. I would have continued to campaign for British independence, but I would have accepted that this particular cycle of history turned against me. I think most Brexiteers would have done that. This is why we're the good guys and you're the bad guys. This is why we're fighting for the right side, and you're fighting for... You are a bunch of people who didn't get the results you want, so you're saying, no, make it null and void, because we don't like it. That's what you're doing. That's why I call you Ramonas. And you can dress it up in all the ways you like. And yes, I'm going to use silly voices when I talk about you, because you are silly. You know, none of this was ever said... Well, when the EU Referendum Act was put through Parliament, no one objected to it at all. Everyone accepted the rules beforehand. You want to change the rules afterwards because you didn't get the result you wanted. Fuck you. Alright, Julian Carver. Brexit protest. As others have mentioned, Ben, this is a very heartfelt video. I can also relate to the situation with your father so much. Don't let it get you down. Onwards and upwards, Ben. Thanks, Julian. Autography says, monetize your videos, Ben. No, I'm not going to autography. It's not worth it. With my viewing figures, I would be lucky to get £5 a week. I did a little calculation and I worked out I'd get about £4 to £5 a week. And to have the videos be set with continuous ads, it wouldn't be worth it. No, and also if I monetize it, it's something if they give me monetization, it's something they can take away from me as punishment for wrong think, and I don't want to give them that. I mean, it's not something like, I'm not like Sargon of Akkad. I don't earn an income off this. It's like a hobby, really, and it's better that way. There's less they can take away from me than they can take away from him. Sorenable, thanks for sharing, Ben. You're welcome, Sorenable. Glad you like it. Here we go. Fire Child UK. As a person of Welsh heritage like you, alright, that's me, singing Jerusalem, how could you? Because, do you know what that song means? Do you know, it's by William Blake. Oh, dearie me. Oh, you think it's about English Little Englander thing, do you? You don't understand what that song is about. Oh, dear. It does highlight some of the Brexit divides, though. The majority English and Welsh voted to leave. The majority of the Scottish voted to remain, and Northern Irish. We could just break up the UK and go with the results in those areas, never be happy. That could end up happening. And of course, you know, Crosshatch has posted the referendum results. It is without a doubt Leave One. There's absolutely. Denise Moore says on After Brexit, you're a strong man for sharing. We love you, Ben. Keep up the good work. Thanks, Denise. I just had to get that off my chest about my dad, because there's no one else I can talk to. There literally is nobody I can talk to now about this. So you're the guys I talk to about it. Snarnox says, why anybody wants to be part of the EU dictatorship is mind-boggling. All dictatorships need an army to force their amazing paradise on people. Yeah, the Ramonas don't seem to recall the 2 dictatorships that happened in the last century. Meanwhile, in other news, the lost city of Atlantis has been found in Mauritania. Is that circular thing, that big round thing? You know, it was interesting, that. Videos from the underground says in After Brexit, welcome back, Russell, the Russell clone. Yeah. You are green, we don't mind. I'm white, we don't mind. Yeah, the greys, even the green greys don't mind. The greys consider us water vessels no matter what skin colour you are. Black people can be racist too, perhaps even more so. But no matter who you are all just water vessels. That's true. We're mostly water. That's right. Geordie103 said in Brexit Patrol, you're a true patriot, Ben. You walked past me, but I'm sorry I didn't recognise you. Well done for waiting under Big Ben till 11 PM. Hats off to you for that. Let's hope this legal challenge is successful and we are legally recognised as being out of the EU. Thank you, Geordie. Sorry I didn't see you, mate. And I'm glad you were there too. And let's hope so. McGilly's Hope says, get a job, you lazy scroungers. That's the video. It's one step to charity work where you gain experience to go on to do something else. So high turnover in people. When I did charity work for a bit, hoping it would lead to a job, couldn't get what I wanted because 4 people in front of me would get it because from the EU. So I had to join an agency where it was good and easy, got work. Well, I'm glad you got work. Agency work, that was a pretty awful thing, and I hope you find something a bit more solid and permanent. Hudge. That's a weird name. Is Paul McCartney dead? Can someone go back in time and murder the cameraman and replace it with someone more competent? I don't know, a monkey or a crank. A monkey on crack. Look, the tripod was stiff, I've told you. I've already bloody apologised for it enough times. Let it go. Jam Noise 72. Hi, Soul Sister. How are you? It's your... Hey, great voice, Soul Brother. Have a good time. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Jackie. Thank you very much. William Harris says, on the secrets of Milton Keynes, part 1. You're so close to the camera, I thought this was going to turn into a medical show exploring inside your mouth. This is William Harris. Well, luckily it didn't. Serenity Huff says on Don't Eat Pringles, thank you for saving us from these nasty things. You're welcome, Serenity. Magma 1100. Oh, Magma's knows Chris Moff. And I know them both. I know them both from London. On Brexit Betrayal. Your song at 11 PM Jerusalem was brilliant and beautiful out there, all on your own, but you were not alone in spirit. Thank you, Magma. Thank you. The sound of your strong voice travelled well. Thank you for your courage and dedication throughout the years. You're welcome, Magma. Thank you. Thank you very much. Bettina S says on Morgellons test, damn, I was with you until the wine test. That test has been totally debunked. Don't tell me it's been comprehensively discredited. Someone has a YouTube video showing the results with wine, grape juice, and then nothing. All tests were the same. It's not accurate. Well, you have to mix in peroxide. I know. But someone else told me it was actually fine. Slaxer Nard. Hi, Slaxer. On the Steve video. Stay cool. Thanks, mate. Thank you very much. I've got to catch up on your channel. Thank you very much. Extinction Rebellion. Where do these idiots below come from? Do you mean the commenters or do you mean me? This is on After Brexit Protest. This is Chucky Blackheart. Hi Ben, there's a guy's name I'm trying to remember, so I can take another look at his work. He was a British conspiracy theorist who investigated the death of Diana, spoke a lot about 9/11 and numerology. He was a gay guy. He committed suicide several years back. Oh right, yeah, Rick Clay. His name's Rick Clay. His family put out a statement saying they believe it was suicide and there's nothing suspicious about his death. Do you know his name? It's Rick Clay. R-I-K-C-L-A-Y. I do. Sadly, I do believe it was suicide. A lot of people get taken out, I know, in this business, but Rick was not one of them. Sadly, it's a real shame because he was very enthusiastic, and I think for various reasons that Ian R. Crane has spoken about this on Red Ice. He lost his mind, and it's very sad. Is Paul McCartney dead? Furthermore, the people you call Fall did more for the Beatles than Paul supposedly did. This Stone or Hawks wouldn't end. Also, people change in appearance. Look at John, two different guys. No, John did not change in the way Paul did. It's not the same. John is recognisably still John. There's another comment. I've already replied to this comment by Gustav Frankfurter on his Paul McCartney dead, and the point. He makes some good points in there about how we missed out some of the evidence, which we will look into in future, me and Nick. Right, the Euro Council Brexit meeting. Charlie Chili 943 said, in my list of bad Prime Ministers, I missed out John Major. How could I have done that? The Grey Tortoise, yes, himself. I missed him out. Although I doubt he was much better. He was sort of like the one in the middle everyone forgets, isn't he? Yeah. I Macy says on the same video, she acts, that's Theresa May, like she's incompetent, but nothing could be further from the truth by design, Ben. Yes, I Macy. She is a saboteur. Pain and Death, New World Order. You're right, Theresa May. Maybe the Remainer has done what she's been told to do by her puppet masters, precisely. I Macy says, pain and death to New World Order. She would gladly take the flak for incompetence and be extremely rewarded for her act, like Tony Blair and David Cameron. I'm hedging my bets David Miliband is sitting in a lovely charity job where he pays $625 per year, will be the Fabian Societies next to Tony Blair after Corbyn gets the boot. Oh yeah, I quite think so. People's Poet on the same video. I hate that woman so much. She's horrible, isn't she? She's really revolting. Videos from the underground. Just make sure that Russell is seen with the camera. He's over there at the moment, but I'm sure the Remainers have plenty more tricks to pull. Ideological warfare is what we have now on both sides of the world. A close election except resistance and dirty tricks, just like what happened to Trump. Same with Brexit. If the results were overwhelming, they would not be such a fight. Neptune Returns. You're being a bit harsh on Theresa May. Have you seen the film The Darling Bums of May? The Darling Bums of May. Snarnock says on the second, on the Euro Council meeting, what is your opinion of John Major? Also, do you remember Cherie Blair's 80,000 hairdo expense claim? Love your videos, Ben. Thanks, Snarnock. John Major, I don't remember him very well. He's like I say, he was this kind of grey, tortoise-like figure in the middle, wasn't he? Yeah. Geordie, please sign the call for proportional representation. I would do. There was a referendum on it, unfortunately, which didn't work. And so, unlike the Ramonas, I do accept the results of referendums. Williamism said 5 days ago, you will be singing in London on Friday, lol. I am. Peace up, Ben. Boom. Alright. That's not S. Williams, is it? No, it's not. It's not. It's not the same. It's not the same as S. Williams. Williamson. No, it's not. David Swinfield. Thatcher was a traitor. She sold Britain. Alright. Oh, you have to give me more details on that. I know someone was saying that about her. Mel O'Brien. An extension? That's typical politicians' ploy. Kick the problem down the road, and what will be betrayed? And what will the people do? And betray people do nothing. I think they're hoping we'll forget about this, and our will to resist will drain over time. It's not going to work. We're not going to forget about it. Euro Council meeting. Matt C says, Ben, you got the lions and snakes things wrong. Napoleon said it. The English are lions led by donkeys. It's probably an adaptation from that. Yeah, but I said the British are a nation of lions ruled by snakes and sheep. So it's a similar thing. Yeah. Fez has made a joke about punching the air again. I said the air has two black eyes and a broken nose. Is the air a metaphor for something or someone else, I wonder? No, it's not. It's just Richard E. Hall who said this punching the air thing. It's all come from that. It's when I go hops, like that. Odds and sods. Have you seen this, Ben? Airline passenger films UFO last night. I thought it was a cloud, then it started acting weird. Let's have a look. Oh yeah, I've seen this. I don't know what that is. That's weird. That's very strange. I'm not sure what that is, but odds and sods. Thanks for letting me know. All right. Right. 2 days. Where am I now? All right. Assange arrest after and Brexit extension live stream. This was originally just going to be the Brexit extension live stream, but I added on the Assange arrest as well because that, of course, I was breaking news on the morning I was going to do the live stream. Tannhauser says the book that Julian Assange was holding when he was arrested is vitally important. That's right. This is a book that's actually become an Amazon bestseller. I've seen it on the list. It's actually the National Security State by Gore Vidal. Oh, right, that's another one thing. Right, so I'm on the 14th now. Oops, no. Yeah, I've got to change the tag again. It's the 14th. All right, yeah, it was the National Security State by Gore Vidal. I reckon it's actually I think that the book is actually a signal. And you know when he was in the... This is something someone was talking about after I did the live stream. But he had this book in his hand, which is strange. He's got his hands in handcuffs like that. He's got this book. It's the National Security State by Gore Vidal. Quite an old book. But it's odd he was holding that. I think it was a signal on maybe telling the people at WikiLeaks which files to dump. And you know, he's sitting in the paddy wagon and he's winking. He's going like that. Doesn't seem all that bothered. And I wonder if maybe there's more revelations to come. Maybe he's triggered something now really big. And I explained in the live stream, it could be, I don't know, disclosure, it could be something to do with Ben Rich, it could be 9/11, could be anything. But thanks, Tannhauser, yeah, that's really interesting. Steve mumbling, why do you think WikiLeaks has never released any UFO, crash retrieval UFO information? Personally, I think it's because there isn't any. Looking forward to your nothing could be further from the truth seekers skeptic talk. Don't worry about Dark Journalist. Everything he says is an absolute steaming pile. Well, Steve, yeah, I have filmed my Truth Seekers talk, and I'm sure you'll be very interested in that. But I don't agree with you about the UFO crash retrieval ET files. The reason they're not around is not maybe it's not because they don't exist, but because they're being held back. I would, for someone in Assange's position or Snowden's, I would absolutely expect them to have something which they haven't released yet, so they can use it as leverage. And this is it. And possibly the arrest of Assange will have triggered the release of something. Maybe not everything, but something. TK said on the Assange arrest live stream, I think it's time for you to stop peddling this nonsense. In all these years you've managed to reveal zero evidence of anything. I would have to be pretty gullible to believe anything like the delusional fantasy you've constructed. Watch your Peasmore based videos for further details. Oh really, TK? Oh, you're not Colin Snuggs, are you? Because you talk like him. Well, it's funny. Well, I don't think it's nonsense, and I'm not going to stop peddling it. And I believe I've revealed an awful lot. You can be as gullible as you like, I don't care. But it's not a delusional fantasy, and the Peasmore based videos are ones I actually did. I think I was very pleased with what I did there. I think I did them professionally. Jungle Surfer, Assange is an Freemason and this story is a script. BZ Castle, I think it's FTM, I think that means Freemason. Is it illegal between consenting adults? Jungle Surfer thinks the Great Pyramids were constructed in the 18th century by the British. You know, he thinks that the Grenfell Tower fire never happened. Even though I showed him, I filmed it myself. I saw it in my own eyes, and I filmed it. He thinks, am I part of the conspiracy now, Jungle Surfer? Deary me. Assange arrest. Stanislav Jusnik says, oh, it's just a thing about academia. It's just academia.edu. It's a link about Brexit leaks. It's a link to Brexit leaks. All right, PDF. Oh, it's there's lots. There's an awful lot here to read. But yeah, thanks for the link, mate. Thanks very much. Bailiffs out of the blue. Viking Simon says, Bills of Exchange Act 1882, section 23, deed of notification, deed of assignment. Oh, thank you. That's worth knowing. Kossafan says, anyone who thinks Paul McCartney died in 1966 needs to watch Paul perform a spoof of A Midsummer Night's Dream recorded 28th of April 1974. His mannerisms and facial expressions are unmistakably the modern day Paul McCartney's. Let's have a look at this. Is Paul McCartney dead? It's not, no. It is not. That's no. That is absolutely not the modern. That is absolutely not William Shepherd. Absolutely not. No, it's not identical. His mannerisms and facial expressions are completely different. You just presented evidence that Paul is dead. Assange arrest and Brexit live stream suspensions. BZ Garson. Ben, do us a favour. Please fact check stuff, especially this garbage that's doing the round about the Lisbon Treaty. Step out of your echo chamber for once. Oh really? You mean go to skeptics in the pub, go to skeptic conferences, read skeptic books and all the other things I've done? You know I've done that. I do not live in an echo chamber. Facebook gross crappy blogs and nutty video creators are really not a reputable or reliable source. Opinions are not facts. Of course, your devoted followers swallow the lot, hook, line and sinker without question. Oh, I've done a video called Skeptics 2018. Please watch it, please, BZB, whatever you call BZ Garson. Alright, I've reached the top. Oh, well, there'll be some more comments anyway, but that was 19 hours ago. John Johansson said on the Apollo Detectives 2019, you don't know what you're talking about with Apollo and the Van Allen radiation belts. You're only guessing and you don't know much about physics. Search the facts so you can avoid lying. Well, if you actually, there's a Wikipedia page to the Van Allen belts. Well, if you remember a bit earlier on, I was talking with Steve Mumling about the Van Allen belts, including when I actually reviewed a letter by James Van Allen himself. So you can't say that. You can't say that at all. I'm not lying. We addressed the points about the Van Allen belts, and I think we made some extremely valid ones. Right, let's go to BitChute. I've only had one BitChute comment this cycle. Bill 615 says on the Euro Council Brexit meeting, May always has that expression on her face like she just swallowed a mouthful of cum. And I just said, I'm glad she doesn't spit it on me. Bit of YouTube vulgarity there, of course. Where are we on YouTube? Okay, I'm just going to go to the comments that have actually emerged since. A few comments, of course, will have come about since I started doing this video series. Where are we? Right. Like Graham Boston said on Pentech 3 years on. Right, here we go. Ben J. Porter, I just have realised my dates. I was wrong. It was last year, 2018, in Merthyr, I saw Kaz and RDH's show. The RDH tour has passed now, and he did not talk. All right. Well, thanks for letting me know about that. Thanks, Graham, for enlightening me about that. I know Richard does a tour once a year anyway, so it doesn't matter particularly. James Lee says on, what's this one? Is the Military Religion Part 1? What could you possibly answer me? And he just provides a whole load of more bloody Bible, a load more Bible quotes, Bible references. James Lee also replies, Ben the J.R. Porter, I can't wait for you wicked and evil things, bust a move and gone from the earth. Nobody asked for you, nobody asked for you to do all the bullshit you do, and you take liberty doing so. And there's references to the books of Matthew, Luke, the Gospel of Luke, Revelations, etc, etc. Oh, dearie me. These are the kind of people who used to knock on my front door when I was on nights, waking me up. And then James Lee says again, bloody hell, Psalms, Ezekiel, Joel, Matthew, blah de blah de blah, no authority, Galatians, oh dearie me. I think you read the Bible a bit, don't you, Lames? Yes. BZ Garson says on Brexit livestream, hey, I was correct about the longer extension. Any more questions, mate? Well, if you actually look, you'll see that this is a video I made a little while ago, and I've made other videos since then addressing the point about the longer extension. Okay, I thought that would be obvious. Louis Caprani says on Paul McCartney. Oh, where are we? Good. It's a good upload. Don't get me wrong. I actually really like Nick Colostrum, but I just don't see how he thinks Paul is dead. How the Paul is dead theory has any weight. You know, I'm glad you like Nick. He's a likeable chap. You know, there is lots of evidence that the Paul is dead theory has weight. Loads. I'm absolutely convinced of it. It's like I say, it's a long subject. We didn't cover everything, but I think we covered as much as we could in that particular. In the time we had, and in the circumstances that we had. Our animal Auntie Bev says, oh, thanks, Golly, about me answering her comments. Thanks, Golly. Oh well, I had another Trump dream last night. Never mind. You know, Bev, please feel free to tell us about your Trump dream. I'd be really interested to hear that. I really would be. But anyway, you guys. We've come to the end of another comments reply video. It's the 14th half-hour section, which means it's close to 7 hours. And oh, 6. Oh god, yeah, 90 minutes remaining on this timer. Bloody heck. Okay, I'll just stop it and just delete that. Oh, I'll just stop that. Okay. So that's the end of another comments reply video. It's been enormously fun, and well, you know, I wouldn't be able to do these videos if it wasn't for your comments. So thank you for everyone who has commented. The wise comments and the funny comments and the happy comments and the appreciative comments and even the roots, even some of the nasty ones were quite amusing. Yeah. So thank you for those, friends and enemies alike. I appreciate you taking an interest in my videos. And you know, if it weren't for you guys, I'd just be sitting here talking to myself. So really appreciate you watching. There's plenty more coming. I've got lots of more ideas for videos, including some videos I've already filmed and I've got to edit and put up, plus a couple of other things, a movie review, and I'm going to see the Rich Planet show on Thursday, but I won't be filming that, but I'm still going to have fun there. So hopefully HPANWO Radio will be back, not this week but next week, and I'm bloody knackered. So thank you for watching HPANWO TV. Hospital Porters, Pride and Dignity, stop the New World Order.